over the last couple of years. I also met, and I had a very friendly meeting with the president of Croatia, which I would say is the most important neighbor of Liberland at this stage. We really need to normalize the relations with Croatia as the first step for development, and I'm happy the situation is constantly improving and that we had this very important meeting. We are developing a property not just inside of Liberland but also outside of Liberland. This is the village that we're building in Serbia where the anniversary will start, but it will move over to Liberland over the days of the conference. We started settling Liberland actually a year and a half ago, not too long ago, and we have a really exciting crowd of people that are helping us to settle it. Right now we're relying mostly on the river transport and on the river access to Liberland. Also, we are hosting people on houseboats. We are restoring the cultural heritage of Liberland, which there were some buildings that were built in 8 centuries ago. So we're doing archaeological research at this stage before we start building. We started to build the first medical clinic in Liberland as a kind of the base for the settlement itself. We started a nice treehouse resort. We're planning to launch a first 5-star hotel in Liberland by the end of the year. And we are very excited to already host multiple social events, such weddings. I think it's kind of romantic to have your wedding in a newborn country. We do host multiple music festivals. Floating Man is one of the most important ones. It's kind of the parallel to the Burning Man, if you ever been to. It's happening every August. Then Liverpoolco, I believe it will be the biggest libertarian gathering in Europe this year. So you definitely don't want to miss it in September, at the beginning of September. And of course, we would be more than happy if you decided to become part of our new nation, either becoming just e-resident or becoming also full-fledged citizen. It is a very easy and fast process. So let me invite you again to join us for the 10th anniversary of Liberland, which starts in Serbia at the Liberland Ark Village. So thank you very much for listening to me, and again, I'm very excited to be here in Hong Kong, and I already made so many great contacts you wouldn't believe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Pete. Thank you for sharing those amazing places to us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ethan Ouyang, Group President of Animoka Brands, to present perspective from Animoka on navigating the Web3 spaces. Let's welcome Mr. Ethan Ouyang. Thank you. 现在我们有请 Ethan 上台为我们分享 Animoka 如何在 Web3 领航中的领域部分。谢谢。
Okay, thank you. Great to see a country being born, which is great. Congratulations. I want to talk a little bit about the markets and Animoka's journey. So, needless to say, markets have shit. I guess you guys don't have to listen to me to know that, right? It's very volatile, right now, I think market is stable a little bit, but more on the bottom side, and everybody's saying that, hey, you know, where things can come back, right? But for us, we're actually okay in terms of being in the midterm, long-term bullishness. I just returned from the U.S. I just landed actually just about 2 hours ago from New York. You talk to different institutions. Institutional money is coming in. The U.S., I've been there in the last 4 weeks twice already, and institutional capital is coming in for sure. If you go through surveys, you see that there are a lot of interested parties. The BlackRocks of the world, Templetons of the world, are actually recommending a lot of allocations, like a percentage of allocation into digital asset, right? So the flow is definitely midterm coming. The liquidity obviously is being sucked out of the system at the end of the day, but you know, midterm, long-term policies, etc., it's going to be bullish because if you look at the U.S. and changes there's made in the last just couple of months, lots of changes, right? Appointments, if you talk about, you know, talk to an ex-SEC person as well yesterday, in fact. If you talk about the pendulum being on one side, it completely swung on the other side, right? And the most important thing for this ecosystem to develop is liquidity at the end of the day, right? And that liquidity is coming in. So wait for it, volatility, you know, that's the end of the day, what you're in for in this industry, right? What do we believe is important in building a company, right? So that's how we built Animoka at the end of the day. We believe information access, knowledge, know-how is important. Being early, having foresight is important, and having the ability and to create network effects, which is what we try to do. Now, everybody feels like the Animoka is a metaverse gaming company, right? We're much, much more than that at this point. And what we really believe is that if to build a company that's of size, you gotta pivot, right? Ultimately, right? And evolve over time. What we believe in ultimately is that what our edge is that we have the vision, which means that we believe that the industry is going to develop in certain ways, and we're going to be a little bit, maybe half a step, a bit ahead of where the industry is going to go, right? And access, right? Having a strong network, right? Being in conferences, being with you guys, right? Touching all parts of the world, right? Being based in Hong Kong, obviously having connectivity, but traveling all over the world to meet people, right? And obviously having the depth and the agility, right? The marketplace, right? The landscape isn't going to be static, right? It is going to evolve over time. And you just can't stick with one thing. People ask about, hey, NFTs and metaverse and all of that. Yes, that was Animoka's initial stage in getting the blockchain, but then we invested, right? We have created many companies. Thereafter, it allows us options to get into other spaces as well. So this is where we are today, right? 300 million in revenue, 100 million in EBITDA, a pretty large balance sheet, and a bunch of stuff that's going on. I'll go into each one of these a little bit later. This is sort of our 3 pillars at this point, right? We have actually, the core business, the middle pillar is the Web3 operating businesses, right? That's where we're born from. We have multiple businesses there. We now have a advisory business as well, right? So instead of just building our own projects and investing in many of them, we also now advise, right, as additional income. And if I go in a little bit of it, you know, what does advisory entail, right? It really is 3 stages. So like the early stage, we take on a couple of projects that we'll actually work with in a deep way, take them through the whole process of creating sort of like getting product market fit into sort of what you call pre-listing stage, where we also enter most of the time when we actually do advisory, we also take an interest in the company, meaning that we will put capital to be deployed. So we put more money where our mouth is, right? And then even post-listing, after the token is listed, there's a lot of work to be done. Treasury management, maybe revisiting tokenomics, revisit a product market fit, just to see where we are, right? So along the whole spectrum of the 3 stages, we have advisory, right? So these are some of the projects, right? Early in the Dapper Labs sandbox, you guys know, Pixels last year, Pudgy Penguins, Ape in the past, and we're in ecosystems such as Ton as well, right? So very early, our projects, you guys would know Sandbox being one of our earliest projects in the gaming ecosystem. Still one of the most liquid tokens that we have. And by the way, Alpha Season 5 is on, so you guys interested in it. Mochaverse, decentralized ID, and basically reputation layer that we're building, we believe is going to combine the Web 2 and Web 3 forces together to gain mass adoption. And Open Campus, basically decentralized education. Again, we feel that these are spaces that we're early in, and we want to be a little bit of a step ahead, and by innovating, we're able to learn and therefore take things to market. Again, Mochaverse, you know, the side of it is kind of like there's a native element of it, native side of it, which is kind of like Mocha Drop, Mocha List, etc. And then we are building a layer, which is about decentralized ID by reputation. Really, the origin of that is that, you know, for airdrop farmers and all of that, how do you measure reputation, right? We believe that ultimately this is going to onboard the users on the Web3, and as you interact on-chain, you can build a reputation. And through zero-knowledge proof in the future, we believe this is going to be our identity. And we're also in some of these more institutionalized spaces as well. So our stablecoin joint venture of Standard Chartered and HKT suggests that we're going into this space and very, very deeply into sort of what we call traditional finance. And we're with NEOM, right? NEOM, Saudi Arabia, the Line, you know, that innovative city, working with them on creating some POCs as well. And in terms of investments, some of you guys would know this already. That's what we're famous for. 540 companies now. And again, being beyond a gaming company right now, 160 gaming companies in portfolio, but lots in other places as well, right? So 70 in infrastructure and lots of other sectors as well. And we made 70 investments last year alone, right? So we're continuing the space. And we believe that's what we have to keep investing in order for the space to thrive. Again, evolution is ultimately what we're about, right? We were Web3 gaming when we pivoted from a mobile gaming company. Then we did investing. Then we did ecosystem building. Now we have advisory services, end-to-end, and all of that. Ultimately, a pivot is what we care a lot about, is how you evolve over time. And that's how you build a strong company of this size. Again, we believe that we're now one of the largest non-exchange, non-sort of trading-related companies, but we're looking for partnerships all the time. I probably have to run thereafter, but our COO, Min, is there. Everybody come and speak to him if you want partnerships. So he's right there in the next panel. And again, I'll leave you with this quote, right? The greatest danger in times like this is that we are just going to operate with what always has been, right? We're not in the space to basically statically look at what we're building. We have worked with many founders. Those who believe in their product, great, right? But you often have to pivot, right? The market is going to go up and down. It cannot dictate your mood from day to day, right? It will affect you, but at the end of the day, keep pivoting, keep evolving, and you do well in this space, right? Ultimately, institutional capital is coming in, and we will have a great future if you believe in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you so much for your sharing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now pleased to introduce a crucial roundtable discussion on a timely and important topic: how global regulators can improve the timelessness of customized regulatory policy, navigating market shifts and compliance challenges. And now, to guide this in-depth conversation, we have a distinguished panel of experts. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Anna Gaze, Head of Compliance and Legal APAC at Galaxy Digital. Please come on the stage. Thank you. And we also joined by following esteemed panelists: Min Do, COO of Animoka Brands; Asman Pao, Head of Capital Markets and Strategic Intelligence at Certic; Cora Su Liang, Head Legal, APAC and Amena Group; and also, but last of these, we have a Joint Lam, Head of Global Regulatory and APAC Legal at Binance, and member of Task Force on Promoting Web3 Development on the Hong Kong SAR government. Let's give them a warm welcome and a round of applause of all the beloved guests on stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. Good morning Hong Kong, good morning to all of our visitors from all around the world, and good morning to those online. I'm really pleased to be here this morning to speak to you all with our amazing panelists. I'm Anna Gates from Galaxy Digital, based here in Hong Kong. And I'll let everyone introduce themselves, maybe starting with Min. Do you want to introduce yourself, Min?
Hi all, it's a relatively short panel, so I'll be quick. My name is Min. I'm the COO at Animoka Brands. You obviously just heard the presentation from Evan, our president. So that's a bit of background about what we're doing.
I'm Joy. I'm the Head of Global Regulatory and APAC Legal at Binance. I'm also a member of the Hong Kong Government's Web3 Development Task Force.
Hi, I'm Cora, and I'm with Amena Group, and here, as Legal and Compliance APAC. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So, and also my esteemed panelists. So for myself, I run capital markets, and I also picked up regulatory relations at Certic. So for us, we're a one of the leading global Web3 security companies. And other than that, I also wear another hat, and I also run my own company called Immersion X, and also a thought leadership council called Digital Visionaries Council.
Great, thank you. So our topic today is how global regulators can improve the timeliness of customized regulatory policies. Specifically, how do we navigate market shifts and compliance challenges? We're just going to jump straight into the questions, and we're going to make this really interactive. So Esme, if we start with you, can you talk to us about the business and industry and technology collaboration? Specifically, how can public-private partnerships help co-develop timely risk-aware policies, liquidity-driving policies, etc.?
Sure, thanks, Anna. So I'll just explain the lens that I look at, digital assets regulations in general. So my background is mostly in investment analysis, investing in digital assets, and also one of the first global analysts to look at this asset class. And so when I look at public-private partnerships, I would basically segment that into 3 stages. So for regulations, first stage is always about the regulators observing, and then that will be kind of like the, I would say, where the Wild West is. And then second stage would be where regulators would then be participating in PPP, which is public-private partnerships. And then the third stage is where licenses get put out, and then we get more sandboxes. And then right now, I would say that we're between stage 2 and 3, right? So having been speaking with a lot of like sovereign wealth funds and also now regulators, so I think right now what we're seeing is that we need to have more dialogue between a lot of the regulators, and we're seeing very positive starts. So I was just speaking with Cora earlier, and then I was meeting with the SFC and also the regulators last week, and then obviously Cora is going to pay a visit to them again today. So they're very active in terms of reaching out. And the surprising thing is that they actually asked us to get more intelligence about what's happening in the space. And also, a lot of times they would sit us down and ask us about, hey, what US is thinking, what the other jurisdictions are thinking. And I think that's a really good start in terms of engagement.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we've also had, in addition to the SFC, the HKMA, and all the other regulators here in Hong Kong, really great global regulatory engagement. We obviously just had consensus a few weeks ago or a month ago. It feels like a long time ago now, as does the world in crypto. But we had a really great global presence of the regulators, and also the regulators here travel quite often overseas. So for example, the SFC, Eric Yip, will be travelling, I understand, to Dubai to meet with VARA to share mutually best practices and bring those back to Hong Kong. Don't know if any of our other panelists want to add on to anything else that they're seeing in that space.
Yeah, I'll share a little bit as well. I think it's really important to really be proactive as well as an ecosystem player to actually also interact as much as you can with the regulators and with other business players as well. And I think that's super important because, for instance, as Esme said, we will be meeting with the SFC today, but really they're also interested in understanding where we're coming from, and also because as a MENA group, we have a FINMA license regulated, well, a crypto native bank out in Switzerland. And therefore, they're also very interested in understanding what FINMA is doing. As you know, Hong Kong has very strong, strict governance. We're trying to protect investors out here. They also want to be understanding where the principles are. And I think, Joy later will talk a little bit about the principle-based concept in which the regulators are starting to adopt here, which I think is very helpful for really growing the ecosystem here.
And Min, I know obviously in your global business, we heard a little bit about that before, but can you give us some of the insights that you have in terms of global business strategy and coordination and how we can really leverage those here, both in Hong Kong but abroad?
Yeah, so I guess I would first say we do also engage pretty actively with the Hong Kong regulators, both the SFC and the HKMA. Animoka Brands is a JV with Standard Chartered as part of the stablecoin regulatory sandbox. And we're very impressed in general with the way that the Hong Kong regulators have been at least thinking about quite deeply about how to manage and regulate this industry whilst maintaining kind of consumer protection and investor protection. So I would say, first of all, I'm very encouraged by the way the Hong Kong regulators are approaching the space. On a global basis, what we see is absolutely a shift in kind of the winds, obviously driven right now by the US. But the shift in winds started kind of last year already with the approach of VARA in Dubai. That is a very, very progressive, forward-thinking regulator for what is becoming not only a major financial market, but at the time probably the leading digital asset market from a regulatory standpoint. And then obviously the advent of MiCA as well, which is the European regulations, which Joy is very much an expert on, and she'll talk more about. So, we saw that there was a lot of clarity coming to the space last year. And obviously the US presidential election has really changed the fundamental situation in the US, which I think will definitely accelerate the progress of the digital asset industry. So for example, we at Animoka Brands, we're both we're investors, we're advisors, we're also builders. We build our own projects. And so as an example, if you were running a Web3 project previously with a crypto token, your number one concern if you're building something was how do you structure the foundation legally to run a token, because you're very worried about getting a call from the US SEC. For us at Animoka Brands, we're legitimate players in the business. We are all from traditional backgrounds. and we want to build things that are meaningful long term. We don't want to be in the bad graces of the US SEC. That's never a good thing for anyone. And so you do a lot of work to structure, we used to do a lot of work to structure projects in a way that allows for what we call true decentralization, or at least legally structured decentralization. So the typical process was like you have a Cayman Foundation, you have a labs company, you have a token that's issued by the Cayman Foundation, you have all these service agreements between these entities. So this is like the structuring that was acquired in the prior to the current change of winds in the US. But now suddenly with the change in the US, we see a lot more forward thinking from the SEC, and we expect that within the next 6 to 12 months, we'll see a brand new kind of regime on how to best launch a digital asset that will be emanating from the US, and we're working very hard in that right now. So those are kind of the things that, as Evan mentioned earlier, the industry continues to change. The regulatory environment is not fully clear yet. There's still a lot of iteration coming, but it is definitely becoming more clear as we speak.
Thanks, Min. And Joy, now over to you. Tell us, particularly with your global role, how are your insights in terms of the principles-based versus the rules-based regulation? Particularly, are you seeing a shift more towards principles-based regulation for better, fast-moving industries like digital assets, or what are you observing?
I think that I would say that the regulatory landscape has evolved quite significantly in the last kind of couple of years. I mean, if you look at 7 or 8 years ago, a lot of regulators didn't want to regulate digital assets because a lot of them thought it was a fad, it was going to pass, and they didn't really have to deal with it. And then I think it was maybe 2019 or so, FATF came out with its sort of guidance on how to take a risk-based approach for regulating digital assets. And when that happened, and countries realized that they were going to be subject to like these FATF inspections, and they had to take some kind of action in order to avoid being on a grey list or a black list, that I think really triggered a spur of regulation that was very much AML focused. And what we're seeing now is sort of the evolution to the next phase, which is really much more robust regulation. And I think here in Hong Kong, we've been very lucky because actually the SFC, when they moved into regulating this space, they were very clear from the beginning that they were looking not just at AML, but really at investor protection and all the other checks and balances and, the rigor and the process that is expected for proper regulation, and in a lot of ways trying to take the same principles that they have for regulating traditional assets, traditional finance. So I think the landscape in general has been evolving quite rapidly over the last couple of years, and I think what we're seeing in places like Europe, for example, with MiCA, it's really interesting because I would say that we are starting to see a coalescing of regulatory frameworks internationally around sort of the standards that have been set by FATF and IOSCO and all these other international bodies that have a really important role, I think, in playing a really important role to play in setting what a benchmark needs to look like for international regulation. I think one of the challenges for regulation with digital assets in particular is because it's an asset class that is borderless, right? It's very global in nature. And so it's very challenging, not just for regulators, but also for market participants, as well as for users to understand what they should be looking for if the requirements are very fragmented. So I think that's one thing where, we would like to see from the industry perspective, as well as I think from a regulatory, like a regulator perspective, a bit more harmonization in terms of what that, landscape looks like internationally. I think that's going to be actually really key to facilitating more mainstream adoption of digital assets. But I think, if we go back to Min's comment around like sort of, the US, I think in Europe, MiCA is I think quite transformational, but obviously there's still a lot of teething challenges with that. And I think, the US, the change of administration, the change of approach to digital assets really is going to be a catalyst, because I think a lot of regulators that perhaps, or a lot, not just regulators, but also, governments who had aspirations for digital assets, they may have felt like they had a bit of a window before, but that window I think is closing very rapidly, because obviously the US continues to be the largest capital market. And so, if they're moving into this space, it is necessarily going to mean, it's another very big sort of natural destination for the industry to flock to. So I think coming back to your original question, sorry, I know I've rambled a little bit, but when it comes to like rules-based and principles-based regulation, I think that what people are realizing is that the industry evolves so quickly that it's really not possible or practical to take a very granular rules-based approach. And I think, you know, principles-based, there has to be a hybrid kind of balance between the two. I think you need principles in general to set the framework, but you need, you know, specific rules for certain things. But it's really important for regulators to be engaging with industry frequently so they understand what the actual risks are and how they can be mitigated, and try to kind of, you know, set some kind of parameter for mitigating those. But, you know, again, the engagement between industry and regulators, I think, is really critical to that, because I think one of the challenges that I see anyway is a lot of regulators, you know, they're not, some regulators have teams that are dedicated specifically to looking at digital assets, but not all regulators have that. So for some regulators, the teams that look at digital asset related work, they also cover, you know, traditional finance and a whole spectrum of other things. And so they don't have the time or the knowledge necessarily to keep up with everything that's happening in the market. And they're never going to be able to really catch up if people take a rules-based approach for everything. So I think there does need to be like a hybrid approach, but a really big part of ensuring that the framework is fit for purpose is about engagement between industry and regulators, so that, you know, we have fit for purpose regulation that balances protecting investors and consumers with fostering innovation and ensuring that we have appropriate guardrails for sustainable long-term growth.
Yeah, and you go in.
Can I just make a quick comment on the US? Because I think it's important for the audience to understand just how much of a 180 this has been in the US and how rapidly they're moving. So I was in the US last week. I'll mention a few quick points. So number one, the speed of change in the SEC has been, in my opinion, like unprecedented, right? So there were like a dozen high-profile SEC cases against major digital asset companies in the US, including like Coinbase, who's the US market leader. And basically within the first 60 days of the Trump administration, all those cases were dropped. The SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce, who's someone very, very well known to the industry, she's very knowledgeable about our industry. She's basically stepped to the forefront to become the leader of the way that the SEC is going to approach digital assets. And so I just see the US regulations moving quite quickly. The risk is that, so my view on the US is that there's a risk that they don't pass legislation through Congress, and that means that crypto becomes a political football, which is a risk because, you know, after the midterms, after the next election, maybe you have an administration that, like the Biden administration, is not pro-crypto anymore. But it's very clear that the Republicans see crypto as a political winner, right? So very quickly, like someone explained this to me in the US when I was there. There are 77 million people who voted for Trump. There are 70 million crypto owners in the US. Out of those 70 million crypto owners, 10 million are single issue voters. In the United States, a single issue voter is a gold mine. If you have 10 million nonpartisan voters, you win the election. So the Republicans have grasped this topic, and they are owning it, and they're owning it for political reasons, and so they will drive crypto favorable regulations in the US.
Yeah, thanks, Min. I think what we're seeing here, if we focus back on Hong Kong, is a real ecosystem developing. It has been probably since about 2015, but particularly I'd say the last year, and now that we have Eric and Julia at the SFC, really under the Aspire framework and through all the ecosystem pieces, particularly through Web3 Harbour, which a number of us here on the panel are members of. We get together, and we just had an open forum yesterday with all parts of the ecosystem, and then how we can work with members like, or government departments like Invest Hong Kong, the FSDC, the HKMA, the SFC, and how we can really then, using regulation, but also driving different policies and laws to bring liquidity into Hong Kong. And I think that's a really exciting place to be. So that's why I'm super excited to be here in Hong Kong. And if you haven't seen Web3 Harbour, please look them up. They're an industry forum. I want to do a little plug for them because they're one of the best industry forums I've been a part of. So do look up Web3 Harbour, and a number of us here are active members on that, either on the board or within the different working groups. Just bringing it back now quickly, Cora, do you want to give us some insights in terms of what you're seeing and your thoughts around the different areas in terms of regulation and anything that you'd like to talk about?
Well, first things first, I came from a traditional finance background, and maybe some of you have too. So, we're getting very excited about this evolution of what's happening in the virtual asset space and regulation. But in honesty, it's not something we haven't ever seen before, right? It's, when Hong Kong went through the periods of looking at derivatives, for instance, or other huge policy changes as well, those were basically, so pivotal points in terms of where regulation was going, and everybody got very excited about that point in time. So, it's nothing new here in what we're doing, and I think Hong Kong is really, they're an understanding regulator. They see where the market is going, and we should be, very proud that we have a landscape that we can really be a part of. What's interesting, I think, as well, for where I am at Amina Group as well, is that, we're really, and a lot of the businesses in Hong Kong are similar too. We're really not just global, not just local, not just regional, we're glocal, right? And that's the way we think about things. And what's really important is to understand really, and a lot of us are figuring out, like all the legal and compliance people, every day, day in, day out, we're trying to understand what are the cross-border jurisdictional issues, right? Because there is not a complete harmonization yet, we're also trying to ensure that we can sort of make business be as innovative as possible within the compliance framework, but also at the same time, we're able to run these businesses globally. How do we have this one size fits all? There is no one size fits all. And so I think really, and what the regulators do not want to see either is regulatory arbitrage, right? Where you're seeing people may choose, hey, let's go to Singapore, let's go to Philippines, let's go to Thailand because they have a more flexible system. We want to see more standardized cross-border jurisdictional issues that makes business easier for us to operate in. And I think we're really seeing that with interactions, not just the engagement within the ecosystems of the businesses themselves, but also amongst the different regulators. So at Consensus itself, actually, there was a panel, an all-female panel, which I was listening to with Elizabeth Wong, which is the head of fintech and licensing here for HK for the SEC in Hong Kong, but also with them her counterparts from Thailand. And also from Malaysia. So seeing that there are also discussions amongst these different regulators is as I really think a positive sign, because it really shows that they're trying to not just be regional, and we're really trying to be global here. And they want to have the same mindset of the business. So I have a very positive outlook on where we will be going.
Now, Esme, back to you. Can you tell me, how can regulators track market developments in real time to facilitate more informed policy decisions? Can you provide us any insights on what you've seen?
Yeah, sure. So I think the other panelists hit the nail on the head. And I think the key words would be global regulatory harmonization. Second thing is also, because I'm from a capital markets background, just seeing how the fund flows are going, right? So right now, for some time already, we're at the 3 trillion mark for digital assets. And I think it's very important for regulators to be more prescriptive in what they look at things and to have foresight to see where the fund flows are going, rather than looking at, of course, there's always the option of looking at on-chain data, but I think fund flows will really be indicative of the broader scheme of things. And the second thing, because I'm from Certic, and therefore it's very important that we are giving more ahead of the curve insights when it comes to security audits. For example, we did give updates in terms of what hacks are going on, and also audit reports will be very helpful to indicate what are the potential vulnerabilities. So these are how we're supporting the regulators.
Fantastic. And Cora, can you give us some insights in terms of what do real-time data and analytics play in terms of faster policy adjustments, and how can you see our regulators implementing those or using those?
Yeah, I think that really was a perfect flow from what Esme was saying, right? We really need to, now in this world of AI and technology and chain analysis and everything, this is also the chance for the regulators to use these tools, for the businesses to use these tools to better understand where the risk mitigation aspects are, where are the issues, and to be able to much more quickly understand where those issues lie and to be able to fix them at a much faster rate. And that way, I think, will allow for us to be also catching up, as for regulators to also catch up with what's happening in the market as soon as possible, because there's always a time lag, if you know, between, you know, when regulations and policy comes in place, where, you know, we're always a little bit ahead of the market in terms of that for the industry. And that catch up hopefully will become much more marginal because of these technologies and real-time data that we can use to apply.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap up there, but just for a little plug on Hong Kong, because Hong Kong's such a fantastic city to live in. I've been here for 12 years. This is my full-time home now. I just want to ask each of the panelists, I'm putting them on the spot, what's your favourite thing, activity, that someone that's visiting Hong Kong should do this weekend? Min, I'll start with you.
Isn't it the 7th this weekend?
It is the 7th, yes.
Easy one.
Okay.
Yeah, this weekend's definitely about events, right? Art Basel and Sevens.
Perfect.
Well, and it's not specifically an event, but I'm a trail runner and I love running ultra marathons and 100Ks in Hong Kong. But the scenery and, you know, the mountains in Hong Kong is always a place somebody should visit, whether it's Dragon's Back or, you know, walking to the peak. So I highly recommend that.
Yeah, Sevens because I live right next door.
So I would say all of those things, plus go check out some of the art down at Art Central if you haven't been there, and then all of our fantastic restaurants around Hong Kong and culture. And just get out onto the south side if you want some relaxing. That's where I live, over on the south side. There's fantastic beaches over there. So yeah, that's the end of our panel for today. Thank you very much.
And can I just make a quick announcement? Can we give a round of applause to Cora? Apparently, it's her big day today, and she's going to sign her wedding ceremony after this panel. So let's clap to her.
Thank you. Thank you,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And once again, congratulations to Cora. Thank you so much. And also for promoting Hong Kong. Thank you very much for every single one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce NEEX. Please join me in welcoming Richard Wayne, CEO of NEEX, to present on the topic how technology empowers retail traders to fuel liquidity. Let's give him a warm welcome. 现在我们有请 Richard 上台，我们分享科技如何赋能零售交易者，以推动流动性。Thank you, Richard.
Good morning. Thank you very much, everybody. And what a pleasure it is to see so many participants at this amazing venue. I've only got a relatively short amount of time to speak about a subject which is very dear to me and I could talk about for hours and hours. It's about liquidity. Where do we get our prices from that we all trade on? Where do we find the price to sell gold or buy gold or energy products or foreign exchange? Traditionally, this belongs to the institutional space, which is where I come from. Many, many years ago, I used to work for a very large French bank, and I was a foreign exchange trader. All the pricing and all the activity then was solely within the institutional market. There wasn't really a retail market 20 years ago. And if there was, you only found about the events that happened, economic releases or news events, you only found out the next day. Whereas the institutional market would react and act and trade straight away. But times have changed. The population of the world now is something like 8 billion people. And of those 8 billion people, 5 billion have access to the internet. Obviously, 5 billion people don't have access to financial markets, but it's something that's growing rapidly. And this shows you how it's changed since 2015. Just look at the size now of the internet activity over these years. And this is the participation of retail clients across these areas. So what I'd like to stress to you is that you may feel that as a retail client that your participation isn't very important. Well, I assure you it is, because now you add very significant volume and liquidity to the markets. If you look at the size and scale of the activity. Now, this is my favorite one. Back in January 2021, there was a flotation of a very large American company called GameStop, video games. And they had a number of retail outlets. And this is a story of David and Goliath. Goliath being Wall Street. Wall Street, all the big brokers, the big banks, the institutions, they didn't like GameStop at all. And what they did, they borrowed the stock and sold it heavily. All their highly paid analysts and economists, didn't like GameStop one little bit. In fact, they sold it so heavily, something like 140% of the stock was sold short. And for Wall Street to sell stock, they have to borrow it first to sell it. And when you sell it and when you borrow it, you have to pay interest. Now, a group of individuals got together on Reddit and formed a small group, and they weren't so sure that Wall Street had got this right at all. And this is where the power of the retail trader and social media comes in. So these guys on Reddit, they knew that Wall Street was far too short of this stock, GameStop. So word spread, and see that rapid rise on that first chart where the price went up within like 24 hours and it squeezed out the entire market on Wall Street. So much so that the losses were over $1.5 billion. So that is the power of the retail market and the influence that you have on it. Again, I stress, everything you do, every single trade you make is very important to the market. And you can look at this if you Google this when you get home. Have a look at GameStop. It's a fascinating story. So this is some of the participation, again, that's taken over. You'll see the volumes of retail trades in different areas here, and the share of trade and the participation of retail clients. So what are the influences that would make anybody want to take a trade? Well, we have macroeconomic factors, and there are plenty of those around at the moment. With the newly elected president of America, he's creating a great deal of volatility and many, many opportunities. Technology. Rapid technology improvements and advancements are allowing everybody to access new products so that you can trade a lot easier. Volatility, there's plenty of that around at the moment. And to social media influence, I would express a little bit of caution. It's very tempting to follow influencers, but some of them may not be in it for the right reasons, but by all means you should pay attention, do your homework, investigate that particular influencer, and make sure you're following for the right reasons. It is a good tool, but proceed with caution. Now, CFDs, I don't know if many of you are familiar with it, but it gives you an opportunity to access a market where you don't have to take physical delivery of the underlying product. For you, your sole interest is capturing the price variation, hopefully in a positive way. So what gives you the incentive or the interest to do so? Leveraging. Many brokers will offer, in the United Kingdom, where I'm from, leveraging is very highly regulated and it's relatively low, 30 to 1 for major currencies. At NEEX, where we are regulated in South Africa, Australia, and Mauritius, so we can offer very attractive leveraging and give you protection at the same time. Access to the markets, 24 hours a day. There's always liquidity to trade major products. Gold is obviously one of the major interests at the moment. In volatile markets and global uncertainty, we've seen gold now ripping through the $3,000 mark, and I think that's going to go even higher. There may be some corrections on the downside, but it's a great opportunity to trade precious metals like gold and silver. And the beauty of it is, if you were to buy gold on a physical basis, you've got to take that gold, store it, and insure it, and that's quite expensive, and find a respectable partner to sell it on for you. But as I mentioned before, your interest really is to capture the price difference. So with CFDs, you don't own the underlying product, you're just capturing the price variation. And hopefully that will lead to success for you. Again, if you want to sell short, you don't have to take physical ownership. You can just sell on the platform and capture, again, the price variation. You can also use CFDs for hedging against anything that you own on a physical basis. They're very, very convenient. They can be traded online with user-friendly technology. At NEEX, we have state-of-the-art technology. We have excellent liquidity, tier 1 liquidity. There's very high scope for tight spreads, no slippage, and plenty of depth. Risk management, very similar really to hedging, but you can offset your losses and hedge anything that you may be exposed to. These are some of the most commonly traded stocks at the moment. Again, Tesla has been experiencing some negative news recently. If you wanted to sell Tesla without owning the product, you could indeed come to NEETS, open an account, and short sell Tesla without having to actually physically buy the stock. So there are multiples of opportunities for you as traders. And this is some of the products that we trade here. So US stocks, which are very, very popular at the moment. Again, I stress plenty of volatility now with President Trump's decision on tariffs. It's causing a lot of disruption globally. Indices, the same. It's the stock market indices, commodities, gold, silver, energy products, and of course foreign exchange. You can capture huge opportunities if you're very, very cautious and you manage your risk. I think I'm running a little bit out of time of the prompter at the back there. So these are our trading tools, MetaTrader 4 and MetaTrader 5. What I would urge you to do, if any of you are beginners, is to take a demo model first, do some research, look into what you want to trade. Do not make snap decisions. Think about it. There are many different opportunities and different styles of trading. Approach each one with a sensible risk. Look to make 3 times more than you intend to lose and manage your accounts properly. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm running out of time, but we have a booth down the hallway there, and we'd be delighted to talk to you more about opportunities to trading with NEETS, the risks involved, and the products we have. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you very much for the NEETS. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to present the next roundtable discussion on the evolution of capital markets and derivatives innovation shaping the future of investment. To moderate this discussion, please welcome Jing Daotai, Managing Director of jingdaotai.com. And also joining him are our distinguished panelists, Seth Chow, Strategic Advisor, Second Swap, Andrew Crawford, Senior Director of Digital Access at Franklin Templeton, and Brenda Pham, Investment Manager at the Sandbox Co-Founders Family Office. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome to the stage. 现在我们有请主持人金道在以及原作嘉宾 Seth Chow、Andrew Crawford and Brenda Pham 上台，议题为资本市场的演变与显新品创新，塑造未来投资格局。现在有请各位。
All right. Okay. So before we get started, good to see everyone here. Quick apology first, because I just arrived in Hong Kong at 6 a.m. this morning. So I've got a whole script here, but I don't think I'm going to stick much to it, right? So yes, we're here today talking about the evolution of capital markets and derivatives, innovation shaping the future of investments. Caught up with everyone here just before this session, talking about Web3. Are you here about Web3? Are you here about traditional finance? Get a bit of a show of hands. Web3? I got 2 hands. Okay, let's try again. Web3? Traditional finance? You just here for the coffee? Okay. And us, the best panel. All right, let's jump straight to it, okay? Capital markets have never stood still. From the days of open outcry and the trading pits to high-frequency algorithms, now blockchain has powered assets, innovation, and it's been relentless. Today, we're not just talking about faster trades. We're talking about fundamentally changing how assets are created, owned, and exchanged. I mean, you guys are the experts on that. So you want to do a quick introduction just to share everyone what you do and who you are and what you do, so that later on, if you get any questions, you can reach out to them as well.
Sure, maybe I can start first. So I'm Seth Chow. I am advisor for Second Swap. We do decentralized exchange like a DEX for lock token. Lock token has been known for like OTC trading, maybe happening in Telegram group. Lock token means that like for an investor to invest early on in the project. Since not many people here are familiar with Web3, maybe I'll explain a little bit. So a lot of investors invest early on for a project, and then their token would be locked and then being fast maybe over 3 years, 4 years of time, giving time the project to be mature and to be successful. So during the lock period, there's no exchange of hands, but normally people would do it in an OTC way, like maybe in Telegram group or in like really manual method. And Second Swap, we're doing it in an automated way, and every transaction is on chain, giving it a way for investor to maybe exchange hands early on before the unlock, but for the project, the token issuer to actually earn the transaction fee along the way without changing the vesting period, the locking period as well. So this is what we do.
Okay, thanks for that. Andrew?
Good morning, everyone. So it's a bit noisy here. Hello, I'm Andrew Crawford. I'm look after digital assets for Franklin Templeton outside of the US. We're a very large 75-year-old fund manager. We manage around 1.7 trillion globally for about 14 million clients. We took the view back in 2019 that blockchain was going to have a fundamental impact on the way that we recorded assets on behalf of our investors. And to that, we went and spent a lot of time and effort to explore how we could leverage the technology, and it ended up launching the first tokenized money market fund in 2021. We've now, there's probably about 700 million in that. It's been a very good experience. We're the only one that's native. It's a native token, all on chain. We do everything, from the start to the finish with respect to the creation and the redemption. And I think what we've seen coming from, we're hardcore TradFi. We are the old school guys. I'm the old guy with the white hair. We see this is going to fundamentally change what we do. And what's been phenomenal in the last year is this time last year, or the year before, everyone thought blockchain and crypto were the same thing. What we saw happen last year was people realized that crypto is the main asset that operates on blockchain. And what people have done is, because they've been able to bifurcate them, they're looking at blockchain and saying, wow, this actually really works for me. I can do my business a lot better. I've got one ledger. This gives me a lot of advantages that I didn't have in the traditional method. So what we're seeing now is this huge shift of traditional players like us coming in. And there's not a market, so we've had to build infrastructure. We're doing something at the moment where we'll enable institutional investors to come in and have more safety and soundness that they haven't had traditionally. They've not wanted to deal with exchanges after what happened with FTX. So we're building in trying to satisfy the expectations of our market to operate in the DeFi market. And I think we're going to see some huge amount of liquidity coming in, which is great.
We'll probably need more time because I've got so many questions about that. We'll continue after this as well. Belinda.
Hey, thank you. So my name is Belinda, and I work for the co-founders of The Sandbox. So they have a family office. So The Sandbox, as a context, is a virtual platform where people own, create, and monetize assets in a more immersive way. So we have a family the co-founders of The Sandbox have a family office, and we basically invest in direct investments on the venture side. We have more than 300 portfolio companies to date. So we have a good visibility of what's happening in the market. We not only invest in gaming and across the Web3 stack, but also in more traditional SaaS tech enabled to try to bridge them at some point. Then we also do fund investments in the established funds, Kraken Ventures, Sound AI Ventures, Griffin Gaming, and so on. So that's in a nutshell what we do. I'm happy to meet you guys after all.
Super. Okay, so if we have time as well, we'll get questions towards the end, but no questions on what's the next Bitcoin. All right, just promise me that. Okay, so let's get started. First question, starting broad, really broad, because I do FX, I do currencies, not crypto, I do commodities, I do real estate. I'm traditional, that's what I would say. We were just talking about Web3, and I said, I know it's coming. Well, it's not coming, it's here, right? I know it's going to be a huge thing, but I just haven't set that portion of the brain to go learn more about it, and I really should, and this is one of the opportunities. So let's start broad. The pace of change in capital markets has been accelerating, especially in blockchain, tokenization, and new asset classes. From your perspective, what's been the most significant shift in the recent years? You can just take turns and go through that.
Yeah, I think 2-3 years ago, excuse me. So everyone was talking about like NFTs and all that, and people are trading those profile pictures like Bored Ape, Azuki, and all those. And I think the major shift that we're seeing right now is from NFT to RWA, real world assets. And also, of course, like we'll go into like ETF and all these later, but like RWA is really significant change in my opinion, because it actually attracted the eyes of a lot of traditional finance investor or operators trying to look into this, how to use blockchain as a technology to make the trade more easy, efficient, and like removing a lot of like hurdles in the middle, like all the settling and all that. And also, I think the real world assets can be representing a lot of things. For those who are not familiar, it can go from like gold, commodities to like real estate, even to like art, to like collectibles like Pokemon card. And there are a lot of people trading that right now in the blockchain space. And I think this is like a really good opportunity to have like a creation of a new assets class. So I see the potential in this. And also, of course, with all this like new ETF happening, and that's why I think like what Second Swap is doing is interesting. When we talk to family offices in Hong Kong, they're not only interested in ETH or Bitcoin right now. They're looking into more like deeper in the cryptocurrency market. They're looking into maybe like Cardano, looking into Solana, looking into Avalanche, some others like not the only two names that you know about, like Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? And the reason why like there's a market here is there's more interest from the traditional markets, traditional money, and there's actually need in the Web3 space. We need more new money coming in to keep it liquid and to expand the market. And this is what I see the major shift happening in the recent year.
Yeah, I think what we're realizing you've got to go to where your market is, and I think for us we need to be appealing to new younger investors. They're going to be on an app. They have a different approach to investing. Traditionally, people invested, they outsourced it to an advisor. I think with the much better accessibility and less asymmetry of information, they can make decisions themselves. They've got a lot of research readily accessible to them. But they're investing in different things. They want assets that they understand and they know, and they're not necessarily looking at financial returns as a sole metric. They'll want to look at non-financial returns. What impact does this investment have on the environment? What rewards does it give to them? So we're really looking at that, in a holistic manner, trying to work out how do we work with DeFi. We've got a lot of skills and things we can deliver to them. In the DeFi, stable coins are huge. Yet from our perspective, we sit there and say, you're effectively paying this company 4%, giving them 4% to have liquidity, which is really a huge price to pay. We've got a token which gives you the yield to you instead of keeping it with Tether. So I think there's a lot of skills and ideas we can share with DeFi to help them, leverage, get a better outcome. And I think then the other big thing we see happening is, 60 or 70% of TVL is sitting in China. That at some point, the Chinese capital markets are still quite unsophisticated. In order for a Chinese investor to build a diversified portfolio, they are going to have to invest overseas, to get access to different forms of risk and return. And we see this is one of the big shifts coming that we'll see There's some things with Chinese blockchain that will be launched very soon globally, but we say that's going to be the big thing that happens this year, that China is normalized in the global capital markets, because blockchain gives, satisfies a lot of needs of transparency, traceability, trackability, that the government has not had when investments have left the country previously. So I think that's going to be the other big thing we see this year. That's going to be a huge. We're all about liquidity. We're bringing fresh liquidity in, but I think we've got all this dormant liquidity sitting in China, and I think that'll be the big news this year.
You've heard it first here. Well, I hope you have heard it first here. Taking notes, that's the next big thing to look out for. Belinda?
Well, to me, not to echo too much, basically, there has been a lot of shifts looking at like the past years in DeFi. And basically, it really mirrors like how the traditional market grew, basically, starting with like fiat currencies and in our case, stable coins, like means for you to do cross-border payments at a very low cost and like a near instant settlement, right? And then you have USDC serving as like digital cash reserve for a lot of people. So basic needs, and then it evolves into more vanilla products like the seek for further yields, right? So you had tokenized T-bills, equities now, and then RWAs and ETFs that brings this and unlock liquidity for those kinds of assets. And then what's interesting, and the topic of today, more complex products, like we've seen with staking, restaking, that are new primitives for us to look into, which brings further risk and not only alpha generation.
Right, so I'm just gonna, I had the questions here, but talking about risk, right? Is there a proper risk management strategy to adopt on this? And how do you even go about mitigating the risk? I mean, everyone's here thinking, yeah, great, I can invest, I can make a lot of money, I can, it's long term, but as quickly as it goes up, it can't go back down, and how do we mitigate that risk?
Well, one of the first ways to mitigate risk, firstly, you've got to work out what risk is. Risk is the difference between what you expect to get and what you actually get. I think, from a regulated economy like Hong Kong, regulations are the key things that protect investors and make sure that markets operate fairly. I think that's one way you can achieve that. But I think it's really the players have to be. I sound like I sound like an old dude that I am. It really, people have to be regulated. I think if they're regulated and they're transparent, about who they are, what they do, I think that's really one of the best protections. I mean, it's you want to stop malfeasance, and if people are hidden, if they're that's very hard to track them. I think it's really, they just have to be known and to validate and verify they are good actors, and they will act in accordance to laws which are there, put in place to protect people. But I hate to say it, but it's laws and regulations are really, the volatility is good. We have.
I love volatility.
I come from the hedge funds world. The hedge fund. I mean, we speak to hedge funds a lot, and we're putting in this program we'll launch next week to enable them to access the volatility of crypto. It's phenomenal because there's, as markets have become, more sophisticated, there's less volatility out there. Yep. And this is one of the last, places where you can get masses of volatility. But it's, it's knowing what you're getting. There's not a lot of transparency with the DAOs outside of what you get in the community. So, I think we're going to see a lot of company structures operate on chain as a DAO or something. We don't have all the reporting that you get with a, Hong Kong private limited company. So it's going to be laws and regs, unfortunately.
Anything else to add on laws and regs?
Yeah, so absolutely agree with what Andrew mentioned. Of course, like regulation and all that is important. Knowing what you're getting is the most important thing. And I think is like the major shift, like from 2-3 years ago to now, is that 2-3 years ago, you're basically betting on a dream. You're basically betting on like something that you see on the surface. You don't really know, for example, like what the crypto company, what the Web3 project is trying to build or they dream to build. But you're just betting on the surface information. But right now, like for example, RWA, the real world assets that we've mentioned, is actually backed by the real world assets, like in the name itself, right? So you know what you're buying, and it's just like providing you a way to trade it more efficiently. So I think that in that way, the risk is being mitigated in that way. And also, all these like projects, if they survive the last bear market and is still here building like ecosystem or like the basic like chains, layer 1, 2, I think they actually provide more information for investor to think about what they can achieve, and they show more like use case, how to use their blockchain to build something already. So I think the whole atmosphere is much better right now because we have more information to know what we're betting on.
So for me, the risk that I'm seeing on top of like, well, that is brought by decentralization basically, because DeFi is adding decentralization into the picture. And basically, it's how do you de-risk while scaling, right? There's always this triangle that we're trying to solve. And basically, what we are seeing on the venture side is how this economy that is driven by credit and debt, that has counterparty risk, how do we actually solve these risks while adding decentralization, right? So a lot of startups, in the case of like staking and restaking, which brings cascading risk, that are pretty similar to CDOs and CLOs, and we all learn from it, right? But then there's this blockchain aspect of it. And the main solution and where the whole capital is flowing into is the infrastructure, right? Like, we need an infrastructure that allows for this capacity, like, of trading and transaction volumes, while also avoiding slashing risk, censorship risk, validators that can become activists. And there's also many, many networks and protocols. And if one is failing, how do we prevent this? So we see a lot of like interesting solutions that actually is a key element for institutional adoption.
Right, so what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is like we had the whole disruptions, we had the whole big disruptions at the start of the cycle, right? Whatever the cycle is. And now with regulation, increasing regulation, with more structures in place, we're looking at more incremental changes in the industry rather than that big disruptions. Is that a good thing? I mean, we're looking at more liquidity. So, everyone's going to jump into disruption more than incremental changes. So do you think it's that balance, isn't it?
I think it's not entirely true. For a lot of like more traditional investment firm or family office, they were looking for more, not the disruption phase. They want to see how it goes for a few years first, and this is the time now. And this is why, like when we talk to many of them, they're looking for ways to invest more sophisticatedly, like in cryptocurrency. And like for example, like for Second Swap, we offer some kind of like lock token. And for example, the token that you buy will be unlocked in 2 years' time. And for a family office, they plan to hold on to the cryptocurrency for long term. So they don't really care about the 2 years locked up, but they can buy at a discount to the market price. The market is like totally liquid, and the price discovery is transparent, but they can get like, for example, 30% of the market discount. And 2 years later, their yield would be much higher than they bought from the market itself, right? So I think something like this would help the traditional money to see the opportunities in this like Web3 space or the cryptocurrency space without taking much of the biggest risk of disruption. But I think this like incremental building space is like perfect for traditional money to come in right now.
So it's a bit less of a boom and bust kind of phase than a more incremental climb. What's the challenge? Sorry, but what's the challenge you've experienced with traditional finance adopting this?
I suppose the first challenge you have is, getting to understand what the risks are inherent in what you're doing. We're moving from a market system where we would issue a financial product and there would be say for example in Hong Kong, the SFC would effectively outsource their monitoring responsibility to a trustee or a custodian to make sure we did what we said we'd do in the prospectus. Now we're moving to a system whereby all of the records related to your ownership of that fund are recorded on exchange, whereby a number of people we don't know where they're located, but they're following a protocol to say yes or no whether this blockchain should be created. That's a totally different system for us and comes inherent with a number of different risks. And, we operate 145 nodes around the globe to make sure we've got a last system of record. But I think there's, I don't think, a lot of people say disruption. I think it's disruption at a micro level. At the macro level, it's just evolution. I'm old enough to remember when stock markets operated with people writing prices on the chalkboard. To me, I just see this as evolution. This is a better way of doing it. But I think we operate within the boundaries set by the laws or the regulators and laws on the other side. So we can only do what the SFC will let us do. There's a lot we'd like to do, a lot more. Philip and Hex Trust, there's a lot of stuff that Hashkey would like to do. We'd love to get a lot more products out there, but there's a process we have to go through. And you have to follow that process, and that's there to ensure that investors are protected and markets operate efficiently. But it's regulatory guidance and regulations to tell us what we can and can't do.
No one's come to me about time, so we'll keep going. Belinda, what do you think about scaling up? How does, talking about family offices getting into Web3, it's not a common thing right now. How do we get more adoption on that? How do we get more family offices in Hong Kong, in Singapore, where I come from, all around? How do we get that?
So actually, it's interesting, and it also echoes the previous question. Here, we all have very different pace of adoption, right? Retails are the first one, try hard, experiencing everything they can with a lot of risk, but also a lot of return. And then you have semi-institutionals, VC funds, family offices that have a bit more flexibility than institutional investors like Andrew. Where we're experiencing tools like Second Swap, by the way, we are also investors. So family office, to me, we've been getting into the space because we realize that the alpha and the growth is actually not anymore in traditional assets. I mean, it's not performing as much as we wish, and we want diversification over a more aggressive yield asset. And so a lot of, actually, there were a study by Paradigm, actually. They were saying more than 76% of financial institutions, including VCs, family office, have actually experienced blockchain use cases into either internally, how to actually generate more yields for their LPs, for their family. Staking, restaking, instead of calling capitals, letting it sit in a bank account. How do we optimize your treasury, not only on the level of a family office, but for portfolio companies as well, for their treasuries. So there's a lot of levels with different adoption pace. And so for us, basically, we are very flexible as a family office.
There's actually, by being a family office, they're smart because they've made a lot of money. So these people are not stupid. There was a very good piece of research that was done last year talking about if you became invested into the themes, megatrend themes in the investment markets dating back to 1950, I think on average you made 250% for the length of that theme. And I think what these family offices are doing, they're saying is, we know there was a theme around Web 2, that was the centralization, of transferring information from to. This is peer-to-peer. We can see it working. We can see it starting to happen. We want to get invested early because we know that this theme will start to evolve. And the best returns are had usually at the start. So I think they're looking back historically, and I think there's been 12 large investment themes over that 70-year period, and the returns are very much like that, and then they taper off. And I think they want to get that high growth area, and that's why they're investing early. And I think people they're probably sitting there and saying, I've got 1% of my portfolio that I'll 1 or 2. Yep. That's for normal people, that's not much money. For a family office, that's $1 million or $2 million.
It's good exposure.
So it's wealthy people problems. But I think they're smart, and that's why they're getting in early.
Okay, so the major takeaway is you're still not too late to learn, to adopt, and to get into it, I guess. How long have we been going on for? Are we still good? Oh, there's 3. All right. We still got 3 minutes. All right, keep going then. So I was going to talk about regulation, but we've done that already. We've talked too much about regulation. Looking forward, what's one piece of advice you'll give to everyone out here, investors and institutions, preparing for the next wave? Well, we're still in the first bit of that wave, or the crest, of the financial innovation, and what would it be? What do you think is next?
I think definitely it's payment. Like I'm seeing all these blockchain trying to facilitate cross-border payment right now. And in fact, in Singapore, I think some of the chains are already working with like Grab, with Alipay, and trying to settle with in a non-traditional way and in a more efficient way, so that the merchant can actually get the money faster. It's instant. Like all the transaction happen on blockchain is instant, right? So you can, as a merchant, you can get the money immediately. So I think the payment part is really crucial for a next step for mass adoption. And if you're investing or trying to look into this Web3 area, I would suggest you to look into payment. And I think that would be the key for the next wave.
All right, so we've got payments, and then we have...
Yeah, I think with Hong Kong's got a stable coin bill that's going through the parliament at the moment. When you speak to these providers, what they're going to be able to do with the old days of remittance, going, if I go to Singapore, I could use my octopus in Singapore. I think it's going to be ease and efficiency around payments that's going to be the big change. I wouldn't want to be MasterCard and Visa card. If we look at places like the Philippines and China, where we've seen the adoption of QR codes, which is effectively a peer-to-peer transfer between one person and another, except through Alipay or one of the gateways, that's going to be the future. But it may just be, Zaf and I, we peer-to-peer do it. Have I got the money? How much does she want? And we don't need to use a centralised, we may not use a centralised authority to do that, but we may use a regulated coin to make that payment. That's probably where the difference is. I think they're going to be taking the responsibility away from the centralizer to the actual instrument she and I use to transfer, to exchange value.
Interesting. Melinda?
So for me, real quick, 2 things, and both are pretty much led by decentralized debt. One is more exotic products, complex products, as I mentioned earlier. And the second one is those use cases in consumer finance. The average person, how is it changing, how DeFi is changing their lives? Basically, tomorrow, I'll be able to borrow money from Andrew, and he will know that I will be the capability of paying him back, and not because I give him more collateral, just because of my digital identity or credit score on chain. And we see a lot of use cases for the consumers that will arise only after DeFi adoption by institutionals. And one piece of advice maybe for institutional will be stay close to innovation, VCs, because we're in a transition period at the moment, and there has never been a better time to activate technological levers to generate more alpha. And we see it in private equity at the moment, where private equity funds are leveraging AI to improve and accelerate the growth of their buyouts. So yeah, that's my final words.
All right, you got it. Any questions out there? No one usually puts up their hand. Oh, there's one. You have to shout it. I can throw you the mic. This wasn't scripted.
Yes, thanks for the amazing panel. My name is Jade. I'm literally building an RWA platform, and what we do is to tokenize real estate. And our pilot version is already live, offering 8% annual yield for our users. And my question is, because our team is coming from a more Web3 background, and when we try to sell these tokens to Web3 users, 8% annual yield is like nothing to them. And when I heard a panelist talking about bringing more liquidity from more traditional side, I would like to know more about what is the attraction here for the Web2 or traditional investors when they are trying to tap into RWA. Is it a liquidity on the blockchain or flexibility, leveraging blockchain to do the transaction or anything else? And also the risk appetite here, what kind of yield they are looking for RWA?
So I think one of the good things that TradFi has done very well is portfolio construction. So, how do you build a portfolio? You can't have all high return, assets in your portfolio because there is a generally accepted rule: the higher the return, the higher the risk. So, you want to build a portfolio which may have an allocation to low risk, and you design that accordingly. I think we haven't seen that come to Web3 yet. It's not offered in Web3. We are having discussions with a very, very large entity in China where we're saying to them, this is what people have to do. They can't just have all their eggs in one basket. There's diversification across, whether that's, different, I suppose, endogenous. I'm trying to not use a technical word. I think that skill is something that we're at Franklin, we're looking at ways to do that. I think we'll do that first in China. That's the market which is the most absorbent to it. But what you've got has a role to play. It will, we want to build a portfolio that is robust enough to withstand shocks that may come, to the economy or to your personal circumstances. That's the skill we're going to bring to the market, which includes Web3 assets, because they are part of people's portfolio and they have a role to play. Traditionally, we've just said they're not. If it's not a traditional asset, we won't put it in portfolio construction. We're working out how we add it in, and we're not just going to optimize that by returns. We're also going to say, look at what impact does it have on the environment? What impact does it have on society? Because we think that's what, especially in China, people are very focused on non-financial returns. What impact does it have on the environment? We think that's going to be another part of this developing a portfolio that gets you to where you want to get to.
You might want to continue that after this discussion. I've had the sign. You can continue this after that. But yes, I had the whole ending thing. But thank you all so much. Was it a good panel? Is it the best panel for today? I think it is. Round of applause for our panelists. Thank you all so much for being a great audience. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jinsen.
Can we take a picture together? Yeah.
Thank you once again for the remarkable section sharing with all of our beloved guests. Once again, thank you so much for all the panelists and also our moderator. Thank you once again. Just have a quick photo together with all of us. Thank you. Please keep up your smile. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next section would be the other panelists to come on the stage to have a sharing section. We have an exciting and insightful section titled, How Are We Both Bullish and Bearish on the Crypto Market? To understand the dynamics that shape both optimism and caution is crucial nowadays. Please join me in welcoming Kevin Lee, CBO of Gates.io and CEO of Gates.hk, to share his perspectives on the crypto market. 有请 Gates.hk CEO Kevin 为我们发表主题为我们如何在加密市场上既看涨又看跌。有请 Kevin。
Hi, morning everyone. Oh, here we go. Hi everyone, my name is Kevin Lee. I am the Chief Business Officer of Gates.io, a top global crypto exchange, if you haven't heard of it. So, really quick questions. How many of you are actually bullish about the crypto markets? Could you raise your hands? Bullish. All right? How many of you are actually bearish right now? Okay, so you guys still haven't woken up. That's good. So this is the thing. I come from a traditional finance background. When we talk about bullish and bearish, it's actually pretty easy. Everyone just kind of agree with like each other, right? So when we say like it's going to be bearish for the next 5 years, we're kind of like, yeah, it is going to be bearish. And we agree on the horizon as well. 5 years, we're going to suck it up. In crypto, no one's ever going to agree with each other. Oh, no, it's going to be bearish. No, it's going to be bullish. I'm going to go long. I'm going to go short. No, it's going to be bearish for the next few weeks. No, it's going to be bearish for the next 2 hours. That's the problem that we have. And first and foremost, the biggest questions I ask is, what kind of cultural appropriations, stereotyping, name-calling to our animals around us? What the hell is that? All the bear and bull and the hawk and the dove. With 2025, we don't do it anymore. But it gone worse. It gone worse. In crypto, when it happens, earlier this month, when the market is 77,000, everyone's screaming, it is so over, it is over. The crypto industry as a whole, as we know, comes to an end. As the bear market, better find a job in McDonald's. Now, this is real. This is actually happening. And this also Bitcoin, right? Everyone sees this is like a Bitcoin chart, right? Okay, so this is what happened. We have let it pumped back to 83,000, and everyone's screaming, "We are so back. We're back." I think we have a better definition about back. When we say back, we're back to the original point, right? We were 100,000 before, and 83 is not technically back, but we do it. That's why I have this like topic. When Justin asked me to be a keynote speaker of like Wiki Expo, that's like 2 months ago. I was like, I don't know where the market's gonna go. I don't know what I'm gonna talk to. I don't want to make myself an idiot. Why don't I just prepare like 2 different presentations, and I'll pick one, depends on the market. And I did. I just do 2 presentations, which actually is the same one. Then I presented. Why is it the problem? This is the problem that we have right now. We never actually understand the scales of the growth in our crypto market right now. This is a daily figure. Every day there are 250,000 users join into the industry for the very first time. They either buy a Bitcoin, they either create a wallet, or they buy an NFT. No, who am I kidding? No one's buying NFT these days. But it's 250,000 users. And then there will be 60,000 new tokens created every day. It's just like, all this meme content, shitcoins you never heard of, but they are being created every day without you knowing it. What's worse, that's the monster that created by Elon Musk. 2 million tweets every day about crypto, just flying around, just talking about bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. This is the problem we have right now. So when we talk about this industry, we're just like, oh, wait. If you do the math, 90 million users never actually see the actual bear market from the last cycle. And then there will be tokens that will not exchange a share after the first trading day because they're just coming in and out. There will be tweets. Half of them will have no engagement, no interaction. They're just there in the platforms and they become history after the first day. This is the industry that we're talking about. This is so fast. Now, I'm not allowed to sell you guys anything today, according to the SFC. But if I were to sell you guys anything, I would say Gauge.io as a platform has been around for like 12 years in crypto. In crypto, that's almost like eternity. It's a long time. We've been through 3 cycles already, up and down. So it's kind of like a proof of resilience, etc., etc. 3 cycles in 12 years. Great. I've been through 3 cycles in the last day. Yeah, so that's the response I get, and I know that 12 years history is not a good selling point. That's the thing. I feel sorry about the last panel, by the way, and I know them as a friend. I have this on the script already. So Bitcoin's already boring. Stablecoin, oh, it's boring. It's 10 years old. It's 10 years old and it's already boring. Meme coin's boring. RWA is boring. We need to find the next thing. We need to find the next thing after the next things. What about DPIN? What about DeFi? What about D-Science? What about DeFi but with AI, so DeFi? No, it's like, well, AI tokens like been like 10 months old and people already think it's boring. We like in the industry, collectively, we think what's happening next week doesn't matter. What's happening today, what's happening next hour. No, it's actually better. I want something gonna 10x with the cash on my hand to make me rich before I wake up in the morning and go to Wiki Expo. This is the state of the market. This is the problem that we have right now. So what I do, we zoom out. We zoom out. Take a look. Now, like Gates and Bitcoin's like all the way to that side. Think about ETFs. We all know ETF, right? Actually, ETFs invented in 1995, exactly 30 years ago. And for those of you, it's actually based in Hong Kong. You probably know the first ETFs in Hong Kong. It's tracker funds, right? I used to have a junior trader on the desk. They say, wow, you know what, Kev? The tracker funds actually invented because of the Asia financial crisis. I was like, yeah, I know. How do you know? Yeah, Wikipedia. No, yeah, I was there. I know because I was there. Now, credit cards, JP Morgan's, all have like a history a long time, and if you zoom even way more out, just think about this. The part, like that part doesn't matter anymore. We're talking about an industry that potentially going to disrupt the modern banking history with like 400 years of history. We're talking about a currency that is going to be alternative like options to challenge the traditional fiat systems that's been around for like 1,300 years. And also we're talking about a technology, the blockchain technology, that is going to potentially replace the physical token and coins that have 3,000 years of history. That's what we're talking about, but no, we want to focus on what's happening next week. No, I don't think that's right. So that's my idea. Let's zoom out, everyone. Let's zoom out. Now, I don't think you're gonna let me go. As soon as I come off the stage, you will come to me as like, Kev, like, are you bullish or are you bearish? Are you bullish, bearish? Tell me. And this is a true story. I try to answer the questions. Really, honestly, I try to answer the questions. Kev, are you bullish or bearish? Well, it depends on the sector, and you know, it depends on the time horizon. No. Just tell me. Just answer. Just a simple answer is fine. Bullish or bearish. Now, well, yeah, in the longer terms, you know, jurisdiction is gonna put in Bitcoins and other cryptocurrency as a treasury reserve. So in the longer term, that's gonna be bullish. But then, like, there's gonna be a liquidity problem, so that the banks and the brokers will come in and they're gonna create products like CDOs or like synthetic CDOs, like the prime days. They're going to increase the risk of the overall markets, so we're going to be bearish. So I guess I'm bearish and bullish at the same time. No, Kev. Just simple. I want to know if it's bearish or bullish so I can invest. Okay. Well, I can't actually give you individual advice because it depends on your investment objective and your risk tolerance, etc. No, Kev, you don't know. Like, I just got someone that pitched me about this meme coins. It's going to 100x. You know what? I'm going to buy it. It doesn't matter. Thank you so much. So you don't ask me about the market. It's going to be bullish or bearish. God damn it. It's something I should have said, but I didn't say it. So thank you, everyone. If I don't have a chance to talk to you today or tomorrow or even rest of the year, I hope I'm going to still see you guys next year, because I'm here for the long haul. We're here for the long haul. Zoom out, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for your sharing section. Thank you. 接下来，我们大家欢迎 ATFX 亚太区首席分析师 Mr. Martin Lam 为我们带来主题演讲：金融科技如何助力投资者心态调整与交易策略优化。Let's welcome Mr. Martin Lam, Chief Analyst of Asia Pacific of ATFX, to present the topic How FinTech helps investors adjust their mindset and optimize trading strategies. Let's welcome Mr. Martin.
Hello everyone. My name is Martin from ATFX. I'm a Chief Analyst in ATFX. Our ATFX is a global online broker. So you can do a lot of the currency, commodities, index, and all kind of the CFD we provided. So today I would like to do to say is a fintech, financial technology. I'm so sorry I make a Chinese version, but I can speak English. So if you don't mind, I will keep going like this. Okay? All right. So in our angle and our in the financial market, we have faced a lot of the changing. So now we're talking about the fintech, financial technology. So how to financial technology help us to do more and do more easier? It's our client, our investor talking about. So they want to easier to trade and easier to understand the market situation. For me, I'm doing a training for over 20 years. Kind of the people, they like to learn, but they cannot trade easier because they have no answer. They have no information. They have no news. They have no time. So many no. But they want to trade with the market and make a profit. So I will convince them, you say, we have to understand the market situation right now and the market trend. This is for the technical part. For fintech, we did the technical part. But for the future, our financial technology will looking for the information, news, and the trend provided. Why? Because we not understand what is the future. When we trade, when we put the trade, we trade for the future, not the history, right? So what is the next? How's the Hang Seng Index right now? But what is the next? For this morning, Hang Seng Index is a drop 1% in technology sector. But after 2 hours, they jump up to 1%. So what's going on? So we're talking about is how to convince our client to understand and more information to get that. So the fintech can change a lot of the clients or investor faith. So what is the definition and the development for the fintech? Fintech is for easier to understanding, easier to trade for the investor. But for us, it's more convenience, more information. This is the definition. For consumer market, it's more convenience. Easier to buy, easier to take, easier to get. All right? So what is the next? The concept is understanding. It's more easy, more convenient, more understanding. So we can do in the future is change investor behavior or attitude. This is the challenge because most of the investor, even the trader, they cannot control their emotion. So excited, so bearing, so greedy, so fear. For example, what is the non-farm payroll? For general, they don't understand what is non-farm payroll. NFP. So for the trader, for most of the funding house, they will focus on this. But we understand. If you learn from the data and get some data from the internet or the websites, so you can easier to understand what is the NFP forecast and compare to the previous. Better or worse? For the trading theory or philosophy, it's so easy. How so easy? You think good? Buy it. You feel bad? Sell it. For the whole market, it's also more benefit, more return, lower risk. So if I find a way to get the good news, I will hold the trade and buy it. For example, FOMC, in 2023 to 2024, the rate is hiking. So more fund inflow to the US dollar and trade US stock. Now, we're talking point is a changing. We're talking is a cut rate, right? For the history, cut rate, the stock market still holds stronger, but the dollar, the value of the dollar will be changed because we know the value of the dollar will rely on the bond yield, return, and the ratio, and the risk ratio. So for this, we can get more information about the market. What is the next? Sell dollar and hold what? And the fund will shift or inflow to where products. So this kind of the thing, most of the investors, especially individual clients, they don't understand. They just watch the news for the heading, no idea. They most of the time to check the chart and see 1 hour, 4 hours, weekly, what's happening going on. Over 20,000 indicators in the world. So we have no any idea to trade with the whole real market. That's why we find most of the clients, they overconfidence. The trade is uptrend, absolutely uptrend. Now, they will changing, they will correction, they will reverse for something happens. So the herd mentality is the dangerous. So Bitcoin is good, BTC is good, stock market, Nasdaq is good, but sometimes they will correction. They will lose the confidence because we have no understand the market situation right now or the talking point right now. So the fintech right now, we're going to control yourself. If you understand our talking about the market trend, market situation, and the signal. So you can change your emotion and follow the emotion to trade. So most of the trader to learn how to invest, follow the emotion, the market emotion. So the fintech is they cover all the kind of the things to calculate, to let you know what is the momentum right now, and the market emotion, and the sentiment as well. So we can ignore the underconfidence or not understanding the market. You just read that. It's easier to show that. This is the chart from MT4. So what's going on for this product? This is the goal, 4-hourly chart. So you can put a lot of indicator and Fibonacci retracement, moving average, everything. So what is the signal right now? The time is say 2,915. What is the gold price right now? 3,015, right? So the price, in case indicated in this chart, is not work. But we can do is say for the short term. At least the price is under moving average, the red line and the blue line. So for the short term, everything. And also, they have the data to say bullish or bearish. So you can collect according this news to get the trade idea. But here, maybe not to say, oh, where is the target point. So you can click in and check it. Trading Central, they follow the Dow Jones Bloomberg news and the indicator and the information. So this is so powerful. And Economics Canada is my favorite one. You follow the Economics Canada, and then you can trade before and after. Before the good news, before the data release is good news, buy. After that, they will correction because they have to take profit. And check the next one. Next one is a favor on this product or not. If not favor, okay, I'm going to sell. So this is one of the ideas you can trade with us. Is we can get more information, more idea, and trading pattern, even the strategy. So I have to understand. We have to wait until tonight at 8:30 after the US data release, show what is the next pattern or next trend, something. So most of the strategy in our client portal. We also have the chart to show the history. In the history, what is the next momentum and the effect? So next 4 hours in the history, after this data, will be down how many percent? And up how many percent? So we can check that, and we can refine or say, we're thinking, what is my strategy? Most of the client investors say, okay, I want to make profit 1 million. What is your capital? $1,000 US. Impossible. So we have the thinking is like, okay, the percentage change is 2%. With the gearing or say leverage, 100%. So maybe you can say $200 US, right? So this, I have idea to trade, how to get in and how to get out, and the percentage return. So here is all the thing. So this is the fintech technology we have to thinking. How to change my trading idea and how to change my attitude. Follow the structure, follow the fintech provider, we can trade more easier. So make it easier. In fintech, we can trade with the stock, Forex, and commodity. We follow by this Trading Central and the auto charters. We can trade more easier and more convenience and more confidence. Looking for the future, technology will be changed. We are doing a lot of the things to change the market angle and the attitude. So we have a lot of the idea, like ChatGPT, something like that. So if you follow us to follow this fintech fashion or trend, so we can easier to trade with the market and more understand how the market easier to trade. Thank you.
Thank you, 谢谢 Martin. Thank you very much. Next, we're pleased to welcome Alexei Perlevich, Global Business Head at Expo, who will be presenting on the topic how IBs introducing brokers and affiliates can maximize earnings. Please join me in welcoming Alexei to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it's working. Okay. Good morning. I hope you're having one. I'm here to introduce you to how IBs and affiliates can maximize their earnings. Okay. This is a strategy from XPO markets to generate more profit. Okay, we're going to distribute this presentation in 4 different topics. Who are IBs and affiliates? How can they earn commissions in Forex industry? The importance of choosing the right broker partner and account type. That's something we're going to discuss later. And how XPO markets offer the better earning opportunity. Okay, this is the industry standards, okay? This is the industry broker standards in IB commissions. You have fixed CPAs, you have 30 to 40% of the spread charges in revenue share, and then you have a mix, okay? And this is the difference between XPO markets and the standard one. We have 3 different types of accounts, okay? We have the core one, okay? This is 70% of the spread charges are divided into the multi-level system we have. The plus, 7 per standard lot, okay? And the ultra, 3 per standard lot and only 1 level. I'm gonna focus the more of this presentation on the core one, okay? Core and plus. The ultra will leave it to the late of the presentation. So, 70% of the charges are distributed between 5 multi-level programs. The first level is going to have 30%. Then the second level is going to have 20, okay? Third level, 10%, and 4 and 5 are 5% each, okay? Here, how can you maximize your earnings choosing the right account type? If you choose core, that means you will have to do some volume tradings, okay? Some volume investments. That's why the 70% is important. If you have a lot of active traders, then you can choose to have the ultra or the plus account. That's better for micro transactions, okay? Then, expanding your network. That's why we talk about 5-level deep commissions, okay? Then you have here all income, passive income. Use content marketing and CEO. Large social trading and communities. Engage in Forex-related Telegram, Discord groups. You can learn from the people that's creating this stuff. You can learn from them. You can have advertisings. You can have the opportunity to stay active and ask for guidance to other traders. This is an example of what I was talking about on the core account. When you register into the XPO markets with a core account, this is the multi-level program we have. 30%, 20, 10, 5, 5. This is an example of an earning you can have with 50 traders under your affiliation, okay? You have 10 traders, you earn 1,500 commission. From the 5 IVs, 10 traders, you can generate up to 5,000 commission and so on, okay? This is a core account. Okay, now, how do I join XPO markets? This is simple. This is 5-step to create an account and to start trading with XPO markets. You have to visit website. This is very simple. Choose the best commission structure. That's what we were talking about when we talk about the accounts. Get your referral links. Start building your network. Start building your multi-level team, and grow your business and maximize your passive income. That's when we trade or invest. This is what we look everyone. So, why IBs should choose export markets over other competitions? That's what we were talking before. 70% is what you get from revenue share between against 30 to 50% in another brokers. Flexibility is a spread-based model, so you can get lots of income from your IB's spread charges. Marketing support, we have a good and a very user-friendly supporting team. Multi-level structure, 5 levels versus 1 to 2 levels in most brokers. And scalability. IBs can build a long-term passive income. That's the graphic I showed you before. To conclude this small talk and small chat we have here today, we have XPO markets offer one of the highest commission structures in the industry. You can build a strong network using smart marketing and leverage multi-level commissions. And last of all, the next step you should take is sign up as an IB and start earning more than the other brokers and other competitions. Thank you guys for your attention. It was a pleasure. Have a good day.
Thank you, Alexi. Thank you so much. And now we are excited to welcome Roby, the MH Markets brand ambassador, to present on the topic MH Markets, a trust global Forex and CFD broker. Please join me in welcoming Roby to the stage. Thank you.
Is it working? Yes, it is. Good morning, everybody. Just got to get the height right. So today we're going to have the presentation in Chinese, of course speaking English. I can't read Chinese, so that way everyone wins. Just got to work this clicker out here. One moment. Which way is up? This one? Back, right? Okay, we have got it sorted. So once again, my name is Robbie V. I'm the Global Brand Ambassador for MH Markets. And if you want to come and speak to us in person, we're available on the other side of the room at booth C5. So just a quick introduction about MH Markets. We're a global leader in online trading for over 9 years. We support all different types of traders, from beginners to pros. Our mission is fair, efficient, secure access to the markets. We're powered by tech, risk management, and also technology, and we also have a strong focus on client education. Okay, so just our story now. We were founded in 2014. Our mission is to empower experts and educate beginners, and also give inclusive access to the global markets. We're very strong on compliance, capital reserves, and advanced trading tools, and committed to ethics, of course, and client protection, very important. We've grown steadily via our investment in technology, and also we believe very strongly in talent investment, investing in the best talent out there so we can give great service. And of course, clients of all sizes, emphasis on core values, longevity, and consistency. So next, have a look at our vision and our mission. And our vision is paving the way for global investors with easy access to diverse markets, and also to empower strong investing and supporting client goal achievement. And our mission is via our global platform with our tools, education, and community. And our goal is to drive financial literacy worldwide. And next, we'll take a look at our 6 core values. First of all, customers first. Very important to put our customers first. Tailored services for both traders and investors. Number 2, innovation and technology. We have cutting-edge tools that we're always developing for the evolving and ever-changing markets. And trust and transparency. Integrity is non-negotiable. Education, always providing free training and resources to empower our clients. Always improving, always open to getting feedback from our clients and aware of the different trends out there in the markets. And finally, global reach, local support, 24/7 multilingual help, and client-focused. Of course, we're licensed across 5 different key areas. We have our ESCA license in the UAE. We're licensed in Canada with our MSB license, ASIC in Australia, and also licensed in Mauritius and St. Vincent's. And you can see there our global presence. We have a strong footprint in Asia Pacific and all of these other regions as well. We're not just present, we're recognized. We have many awards there. I'll just read through some of them. Some of the 16 awards. Best Regulated Broker in MENA, Forex Expo 2024, Best Trading Environment, Wiki Expo and Wiki FX, Best Forex Broker Australia, Global Banking and Finance Review, Top 100 Trusted Financial Institutions, MEFA 2023 and 2024, Best Trading Platform, International Finance Magazine, and Europe's Best Most Trusted Broker, Global Brands Magazine. So 15 plus awards across trust, tech, performance, and clients' experience. And our products, our CFD products we offer, of course, is Forex. We have 40 plus currency pairs with very low spreads, indices, S&P 500, NASDAQ, commodities, oil, gas, and more, stocks. We have the big names companies, and of course, gold's been doing a lot up and down like a yo-yo lately. We have gold, silver, copper, and more in regards to our products. And of course, our platforms, just like most top brokers, we have MT4 and MT5. It's available on desktop and also mobile. You can get that from the Play Store or from Apple. And look at our services next, our 3 main services. Our first one is our IB Partnership Program with competitive commissions, social trading where you can copy top traders, and also we have our percentage allocation, our PAM account, so you can basically stay in control, be flexible and transparent. So to summarize, why MH Markets? Fast execution, strict regulations. We're regulated across 5 key areas, as I mentioned before, 24/7 multilingual support, and we're very big on account risk management, so we combine speed, trust, support, and security. That's our edge. There's our details up there, mhmarkets-zh.com. You can scan the QR code. Once again, you can come and visit us at booth C5. Thank you so much for listening, and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Thank you so much for your sharing. And next, we're excited to welcome Alexander Sashi, Business Development Director at GTC FX. Let's welcome Alexander. 我们现在很高兴欢迎 GTC 业务发展总监 Alexander 为我们带来主题演讲 GTC FX 迈向全球金融巅峰战略。有请，有请。
Hello everyone. A very good morning to everyone. I'm Alexander, Business Development Director in GTC FX, an online broker. Well, today I'm here to share about GTC's growth and our near future developments that is in pipeline. However, I was requested to present this in Mandarin, ladies and gentlemen. So please allow me to proceed in Mandarin. Thank you. 上午好，尊贵的行业专家、嘉宾和 VIP 们，感谢大家今天的到来。我是 Alexander GTC 业务总监、业务发展总监，很荣幸代表 GTC 在这里和大家分享今天 GTC 公司的成就和未来的发展计划。那由于时间有限，那我现在直接奔入这个话题或者主题，我们开始。好 ，GTC 迈向全球金融顶峰战略。GTC FX 成立于2012年。目前我们业务已经涵盖过20个国家，其实我们的客户已经达到了快要100万个客户。那我们目前也在很多个国家都开发了很多的代理。那其实真正的这个数据来说呢，已经是超越了85000位。那当月的每月的这个交易量已经其实超过了1500亿。接下来呢，我会为大家播放一个视频，这样的话呢，就可以快速，因为时间的关系快速了解一下 GTC。
GTC 泽汇资本立足于阿联酋迪拜国际金融中心，经过10年发展，现已成为阿联酋首屈一指的 STP 经纪商。我们的业务遍及全球50多个国家。GTC 泽汇资本为来自世界各地的交易者提供最佳的交易机会。在 GTC 泽汇资本，优秀的团队是我们成功的基石。他们具有专业的技术知识，时刻准备为您提供各种专属于您的交易策略和合作方案。他们不断推动 GTC 为客户提供卓越而优质的服务。我们的团队成员来自世界各地，这是一支多元化的团队。我们了解不同文化背景客户的独特需求，这种多元文化视角使我们能够为每个客户提供个性化和包容性的服务。7天24小时，无论何时何地，只要你需要，我们就在您身边。GTC 在全球15个国家和地区拥有分公司：英国伦敦、悉尼、迪拜、塞浦路斯、香港、土耳其、毛里求斯、马努阿图、南非、尼日利亚、马来西亚、巴基斯坦、印度、越南、印度尼西亚等全球性的办公室，国际化的专业团队，为您提供全方位的交易产品和服务。经过多年的沉淀和打磨， GTC 泽惠资本品牌从2016年开始在全球冉冉升起，相继在美国世界广场、迪拜地铁站、迪拜出租车和机场向全球客户展示 GTC 品牌的力量，并在伦敦、曼谷、迪拜、开罗、孟买、巴黎、塞浦路斯相继参加国际金融展。丰富的产品带来全方位的交易机会，在 GTC 泽惠资本，您可以探索盈利的无限可能性。外汇、贵金属、能源、股票、指数、期货，数百种投资产品，7天24小时，每时每刻，投资机会近在指尖。通过 GTC 泽惠资本，您能体验最先进交易平台的科技力量。您可以在手机上、平板上、电脑上使用 MP4 和 MP5 IC区块进行交易。这些交易的平台为您提供先进的图表工具，实时市场数据和无缝执行，让您的交易领先一步。GTC 泽惠资本拥有全球性金融监管牌照，全球顶级牌照阿联酋 SCA、毛里求斯 FSC、马努阿图 VFSC， 为您提供全方位的资金安全保障。GTC 拥有阿联酋阿布扎比银行的客户保证金合理账户，保证金账户和公司运营资金完全合理，并接受政府实时监管，让您的交易后顾无忧。GTC 泽惠资本重视您的交易体验，我们将不定期提供独家拥有的各种惊喜活动，包括 GTC VIP 俱乐部活动、线上的交易奖品、现金奖励、专家分析及线下的金融展会、礼品配送及高端会谈等。GTC 泽惠资本将与您一起在线上和线下紧紧连结，让您时刻感受到我们全方位的服务，让我们一起分享交易的乐趣和盈利的成果。闪电般交易执行速度，专家分析讲解，7天24小时客户支持。请访问我们的网站或立即联系我们，踏上非凡的交易之旅。GTC 泽惠资本，阿联酋首屈一指的 STP 经纪商，加入我们，成功离您仅一步之遥。
好，刚才通过这个短视频啊，大家也可以有简单的对 GTC 的一些理解。接下来呢，这里呢，我想跟大家分享一下，我们在过去的12月份，也在迪拜举办了这个雄鹰大奖之夜，超过700位的这个嘉宾出席。那当天的这个媒体播放呢，都超越3000万赞赏200万，然后呢，浏览量2.3个亿。那这次我为大家也准备了再多一个视频。
About being here today? I'm really happy and excited, especially to see Nora Fatih. All of us. All of us. We're waiting to see Nora.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and I congratulate GTC for their 12th year.
I did. It was very, very nice being greeted by the Emirati dancers.
I'm super excited for that, actually. I'm just waiting to share with my audience and everyone.
Yeah, I feel very good and we are enjoying. It was a wonderful welcome. Thank you so much.
Amazing. It's too good. And we are really excited, actually.
Yes, I'm so excited because I'm here. My favorite is GTC.
好，接下来我们来总结一下GTC FX 品牌成就和稳步发展的18项的要点。那首先 ，GTC 取得了卓越成就，为客户和伙伴树立了选择经纪商的一系列的标杆。那首先我们 从发展里程和成就的角度来看 ，GTC 超越12年的这个卓越服务经验。那我们拥有来自5个不同的国家的金融牌照。那全球的这个员工 ，sorry， 全球的这个员工的这个模式超过500人，获得全球近100万个客户的这个信赖，客户资金安全，以及这个赔偿基金。接下来我们从这个全球声誉与认可的这个角度来看，获得多项服务卓越奖项，我们也频繁的响亮全球财经的这些媒体专访，然后积极的参与金融博览会，那也得到了赞助，我们也赞助了多项的这个品牌项目与活动。接下来，好，第3，以客户为中心的这个理念其实我们的总部是设在迪拜，那我们也欢迎任何客户参观我们。那接下来我们看，为了提供本地化的支持，我们在全球设了20多个分支机构。然后呢，我们是全力支持众多的这个线下合作伙伴。那我们除此之外，我们也共同庆祝客户的交易成就。最后，我们在这个卓越的交易的这个角度来看 ，GTC 我们拥有这个首席分析师，每周我们都会给这个分析。那接下来我们看这个行业的这个领先的这个交易平台，然后呢，我们也具备先进的这些自动化的这个操作功能。那我们高度重视科技投资，继续不断的在发展。再接下来我们看更重要的就是提供多样化的这个出入金的这个渠道。那还有就是一般客户一直在这一方面都很想要达到的，就是及时出入金。我们 GTC 都做到。好，接下来我们看一下我们今年重大的这个扩展计划。那简单来说呢，我们是一直不断的在今年的这个计划是一直不断的参与超过20个金融展，然后呢，所有的这些分支机构地点举办活动，然后呢，参加更多的这些全球媒体专栏和采访。好，其实今天我就说到这里。那我邀请大家到 GTC 的展位 C2 号进一步了解我们的产品和服务。此外，我们今天准备了专属的优惠，我们的团队也在展位等着大家为您服务。期待在这个展位见你们，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you so much. And in the comment section, we move to an exciting roundtable discussion on Bitcoin strategic reserve, the beginning of a new economic order or a digital adventure. And now, please join me in welcoming Caroline York, Marketing Director, APAC and Serotonin, and co-chair of the Web3 and Blockchain Committee at the Fintech Association of Hong Kong. And now, also, please welcome our distinguished panelists, Ryan J. Miller, Managing Director and Head of Sales at OSL Digital Securities, William Kong, Director and Portfolio Manager at China Asset Management Hong Kong. Brian Norman, CFO at Oros, Co-Chair of Web3 and Blockchain Committee at Fintech Association Hong Kong, and the Partnership Committee Advisory Group member and mentor at Cyberport Hong Kong. And last but not least, we have John Cahill, COO Asia at Galaxy Digital. Let's give them a warm welcome to come on the stage, have the sharing session. Thank you. 现在我们有请主持人 Caroline York 以及原作嘉宾 Ryan、William、Brian and John 到舞台上面为我们分享议题为比特币战略储备、经济新叠缀和开始还是一场数字冒险。现在有请我们几位嘉宾。
Good morning, everyone. Still morning here. Thank you so much for joining us on the panel today. And thank you for the introductions. So, you know what? Without further ado, what I'm going to do is we'll kickstart and talk a little bit about Bitcoin Reserve, hot topic. Maybe we'll go around and just say hi to each of our speakers, and then I will kick off with a round of questions. So over to you, Ryan.
Sure. So just looking for a quick intro. Yes. So good morning, everyone. Ryan Miller here. I head up sales for OSL Digital Securities, which is obviously based here in Hong Kong. I've been with the firm for about 7 years, but the firm is around, I think the 3 co-founders stepped into space in 2013. What we do very well is we really kind of focus on the regulation side. We're owned by a main board listed company here in Hong Kong, and we provide sort of trading and custody services for our clients, both in Hong Kong and worldwide.
Thank you for that.
Hi everyone. My name is William Kong, China AMC Asset Manager. And then China AMC is the largest ETF issuer in China. And China AMC Hong Kong is the first Asian ETF spot in the Hong Kong, which is right now trading in Hong Kong right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi everybody. I'm John Cahill. I'm the Galaxy Asia COO, effectively running the region. We are a global diversified financial services company focused on digital assets. We do sales and trading, both as proprietary operator and for customers. We do investment banking and advisory. We have an asset management business with $5.5 billion of AUM across a whole bunch of different products, ranging from venture to ETFs. And we also have a digital infrastructure solutions business comprised of a Bitcoin mining operation in West Texas, a bunch of validator nodes that we run for different chains, and a custody solution called GK8. That's us.
Hey everyone, I'm Brian Norman. I am the CFO for Oros. We are a market maker, liquidity provider. We do a bit of OTC. We also have a ventures arm. And happy to announce I just joined the board for another VC called Token Bay, which just got its first, one of the first 2 licenses out of ADGM in the UAE. So looking forward to that.
Thank you, gents. So going into this, earlier, Trump came into office and immediately, there was a whole host of crypto-related events. One of the ones that we're touching upon today is the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, right? And obviously, he announced this right after there was a huge Trump coin pump as well. So it's a very interesting time for all of us, globally speaking. So I'd love to hear each and every one of you's perspective on this, right? So I want to know, what do you think this means? Is it hype? Are you bearish? Are you bullish? Or it makes absolutely no difference for what Trump was saying, his $200,000 Bitcoin reserve locked in a digital Fort Knox? Maybe we'll start with you, Ryan.
Okay, great. Yeah, for me, and again on kind of a personal level and I guess professional level, I think it's very bullish. I think it's just another step in the evolution of crypto. I think something we've always said, we maybe use too much is institutional adoption. But I mean, if you look back even if you look back at Trump in 2019, I'm sure he tweeted out something like Bitcoin sucks. And now he has Trump coin. He has, he's really a big advocator of the space. Again, going back 5 years, there was no ETFs. There was very little regulation. There was no listed companies on Treasury. We had no strategic reserves. There's about another 20 different headlines that is bullish for the space. It helps the adoption. It really kind of brings digital assets to the forefront of everybody's mind. And I think one of the key things that he's doing as well is he's really making it something that's it's like for a corporate to get involved in the space. Trump is doing it, or President Trump is doing it. A U.S. government is holding Bitcoin. Why now, when I present to a treasury firm, they want to get involved? It's not a sort of a dirty word anymore. It's now, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to step into the space. So, yeah, I think it's bullish. I think it's another step. And then maybe just quickly to your point on, 250,000 or 233,000 Bitcoin. I mean, that's still 1% of what's out there. And what we have seen 100% is, in terms of regulation, in terms of governments, is they take baby steps. They launch the ETF, it's just Bitcoin. Then they add some more. They do regulation, and it's just professional investors. And then a year later, it's retail. Then it's omnibus. So I do think that's just effectively the correct way to do it, and then just slow and steady wins the race.
All right. Okay. Bullish on this side, William.
I'm quite positive on the Bitcoin announcement, even though that day the announcement of the U.S. does not have any real buying on that one. But Donald Trump saying that they will buy the Bitcoin at a sector or the financial neutral. I can give you a free figure to how to make that a financial neutral. For the first one, you know that U.S. have a stabilization fund, which has more than $39 billion, which can be used. First thing. The second thing is that in the U.S., the SAR, which is the IMF, the special drawing right, in U.S. they have a more than 160 billion special drawing right. The use can be sold, and then for the sake of the Bitcoin, that is second thing on that one. I think the first more important thing is about the gold reserve for the U.S. Right now, U.S. hold more than 8,000 ounces of the gold, and then 8,000 tons of the gold of that. 1 ton of the gold is equivalent to 35,000 ounces of that. And then you mentioned that the gold is evaluated at the $44 at that time back in the 1933. So what can U.S. can do that is that they can evaluate the gold price at a market. Right now, for example, 3,000 gold per ton. Then which can create approximately 700 billion for that one. So it's a huge room the U.S. can do it, but I think U.S. will do it a secretly. For example, if they buy the Bitcoin, they will not say that after they bought it, they will say that they will accumulate for that one. So I'm quite positive on that front.
You think they can be secretive on blockchain, so they're going to come through some other wallet? Okay. All right. No, thank you for that. So we're seeing this as digital gold, holding it. Over to you, John. Are you going to give us a contrarian view or bullish as well?
No, but I will frame it a little bit differently. Digital assets is a wide spectrum of things. Bitcoin is in its own category, and I think we should focus on Bitcoin as a part of portfolio construction. And we've spent some time over the years. We have a lot of Bitcoin maxis in our company. One of them runs research for us. He does other things, but that's really the magnet that brought him into the business. But we think about what does winning look like for digital assets? What does winning look like for Bitcoin? And last year was a watershed moment when the ETFs were approved in the U.S. That gave it access to pretty much the entire 401k universe in the U.S., which is a huge amount of investable assets. And so I think Ryan was talking about this slow and steady pace of change, and I think that solidified Bitcoin as an asset in part of the portfolio construction. And you can say, oh, I don't like Bitcoin, it's a zero allocation. That's fine, but you can't just dismiss it as, oh, it's a fraud, or oh, it's only used for terrorist financing, or oh, any other the number of things that we've heard time and time again from different operators, and a lot of those have come from more permanent capital sources, right? Generally more conservative investors. But I think the announcement by the U.S. is just another conversation that they're saying, well, we want this in our portfolio allocation. We think it deserves a place alongside oil, for instance. And you can debate how big that allocation should be. You could debate whether they should raise the sovereign wealth fund to increase that ownership. I know the administration is looking for tax neutral ways to buy more. I think that's genuine, and I think those things will all have knock-on effects outside the U.S. If you're a sovereign nation anywhere that has reserve assets, you have to think about. You have to at least have a conversation. You go to the board of directors or whoever runs the Treasury Department. You have to ask the question: hey, should we be doing something here? You're seeing Bhutan is leaning into it. El Salvador's been at it for a couple of years. So you kind of can't ignore it. We spend sometimes too talking about, the competition. For a lot of the stuff that we do, the competition is inside of a portfolio. We're competing against commodities and fixed income and equities, not necessarily with other people in the industry. And I think this is just another step towards solidifying Bitcoin as part of the portfolio construction.
Sounds good. I know we're staying on the Bitcoin reserve, even though, you know, the president himself has suggested other altcoins. Might not be able to touch on that today, but maybe we'll go over to Brian. What are your thoughts on this? Is this bullish, or is it actually pig with lipstick, so nothing has changed thus far?
I mean, Trump is, you know, the grand poobah when it comes to hype, right? So he's the guy that's going to go out there, and whether it's Trump coin or anything else, you know, he's going to be able to make things spike. So obviously there's the hype element of it, and that's undeniable, and crypto is all about hype. You know, that's where we all kind of came from, and if you're not hyping something like Trump coin or another meme coin or something, you're kind of nothing. So it's kind of cool to see it come back to BTC. But, you know, going back to like John's point on just the reserve and everything else, you have to kind of wonder where things are going to go from a government and why do they want to have control over it. So it's not just about, you know, saying, oh, we're going to create reserves. They're talking about, you know, bringing, you know, mining back into the country. They're talking about bringing other things back into the country. And if we're talking about, you know, competing with, like, let's say the US dollar or gold or any other things, you know, what is their intention? Where are they going to go with it? And that's what I find really intriguing with this, is that now that we're kind of staking this claim and saying, right, we want to bring this in and start investing in it and having some of that, and we know what's happening with, you know, other avenues as far as like kind of controlling US dollar through correspondent banking or something along those rails, what are they going to use Bitcoin for? So overall, for the industry, it's great. There's going to be a lot more money coming into it, but it's the future, I think, is a little bit more concerning from my perspective.
I love this because, oh, yes, John, go for it.
I just want to add something. I agree with what Brian said. I also think that, you know, we saw this tremendous amount of enthusiasm post-election where everything related to Trump or tied to Trump. So that was kind of the, you know, we had some news and all the excitement was pent up because it's been a long 4 years prior, at least in the U.S. And, you know, for better or for worse, the U.S., you know, rock drops in the U.S. pool and the ripples really do go everywhere. And so we were running into a headwind, you know, that was very strong. And so just the lifting of that was already very bullish for the business. But, you know, the run up and crossing 108K or whatever we topped out at was all this expectation kind of manifest. And the reality of governments, and even if you're, you know, want to be a dictator for a day or whatever the hell he said, it takes time to actually implement this stuff. And, you know, exuberance on the way up with the expectations. The reality is what we're in now. We're in execution mode. That takes time. You got to build consensus. You actually need legislators to do their job and call together coalitions to vote. And so it's just going to take a while. I think undeniably the foundation is very strong, though.
Yep, for sure. And I think that just leads us directly into that second leg of it. What are the implications? So we're bullish on this, but there are definitely risks as well and pitfalls along the way, right? Where are you guys seeing that? And what are the wider implications of now that this is part of the assets? Maybe it's affecting certain types of business streams as well. Maybe you're seeing kind of different market reactions within your own kind of business sphere, right? So I'd love to actually tap into a little bit of that. And maybe I'm just also aware of time, but also I wanted to add in, we are all here situated right now in the APAC region, right? Where are we seeing this on a more regional map, right? How is this affecting business here in Asia versus, you know, with Galaxy, you have a US counterpart as well. That should be a very, very interesting kind of discussion point.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, obviously in preparation for the panel, I was looking to try and find some really quote unquote downsides, some real risks of adding, you know, Bitcoin to strategic reserve. And I mean, I guess if anything, you can divide. If there's a little bit of divide between the U.S. or from another nation, and they are anti-crypto or anti-Bitcoin, and I guess it could add a little bit of further divide. But I think that ultimately it's again goes back to adoption. If you are, I'm not going to pick any countries, China, you know, they have to reevaluate. If it's Korea, if it's another country around the world, they have to reevaluate their stance. Now that stance can be in a very positive manner. It can be, okay, well, we need to move forward. We need to turn back mining. We need to turn mining back on. we need to, we don't want to lose that business. We had something there. We had something that was effectively using the hydropower. It was, I wouldn't say free, but it was a way in which to generate this and to stockpile it. So there's definitely that kind of stuff. Around the positivity, yeah, it can bring countries together. It can really lead to further collaboration. And I think as well, maybe if you step outside the sort of the larger the countries around the world, I think it gives the smaller countries an advantage. Okay, let's look at it this way. I'm a country that's just come off the sanctions list. They will not have the traditional banking. So they could say, look, I'll start using Bitcoin as a store of value. I'll start using this as a means of payment, because the traditional banking wouldn't have caught up that quickly. So, I mean, again, maybe I'm a maximist or for this. I just don't see any sort of major downsides to doing it. Yeah.
I think last week IMF also made a great announcement about the Basel payment manual. They amended since the 2009, and the first time they're talking about including the digital asset into the reporting framework. Because you know the IMF is an international organization, they have what they call a special joint right? If the Bitcoin is already parking it from that, I think lots of the company or the country, even someone will try to get involved in that one. For example, Bitcoin can be a source of the web, also a minimum exchange. And in terms of the exchange, they can use, for example, another way. For example, Ethereum for that. That is the first part. I think the second part is more than that is about in the U.S. Right now, the Senator, the Sylvia Loomis, they're talking about the Bitcoin Act for that one, in which they try to persuade U.S. government to try to accumulate the Bitcoin each year for 5 years and each year for 200,000 for Bitcoin, and then sold it for the 20 year. And then after from the 30 year, which is approximately 2050, they can pay off the debt for that one. Other than that, I think the next one is also important about the Stablecoin Act, which is proposed in the U.S. You know what it means that, you know, the stablecoin normally is backed up by the U.S. Treasury. As long as the stablecoin could be ultimately added, and together with the Bitcoin style, I think there's a great, maybe the ecosystem for that one. And in terms of the geography or generally of the technology, you can think about it. For example, if we do a transfer in a money transfer, normally it takes approximately 2 hours, 3 hours for the transfer, right? But you can imagine in the blockchain, you can transfer the money out in a 3 seconds. 3 seconds. You can imagine if the United Nations, they gave a donation to Ukraine, right? Normally it takes approximately 3 hours, but using the blockchain, they can use it for the 3 seconds. So I think it's a great advancement for them. And also, IMF also talking about as long as the Bitcoin going up, and then the synergy, the ecosystem can bring up the U.S. GDP by several basis points for that one. But that's a number to be proved that as well. So I think quite positive for that one. But even though the volatility is getting less, because you know that back in the several years ago, Bitcoin can down one day in 30%. But right now, for example, last year, Japan unwound the trade in the last year, August 5th, right? I think that day Bitcoin shoot from the approximately 65,000 to only 50,000, right? So which means that the volatility or that one is good for the asset allocation for that one.
Thanks for that. So, John, I saw you smile at me just now as we were having this conversation. Would love to hear. I feel like you have something to say and input on this.
No. I mean, I think that the downside for owning Bitcoin is somewhat limited, but you know, it's a risky asset, just like other risky assets, just like oil. And the U.S. has a big oil reserve, or they used to. So that's the downside. You know, then the old standbys of quantum computing is going to wreck it all, or the Jamie Dimon, you know, Satoshi shows up and deletes all 21 million Bitcoin and has a big laugh. So, you know, but I think the risk is market risk. You know, it's meant to be a store of value, but when risk sells off, so does Bitcoin. We're still there. I think that continues to evolve. You know, the movements and the volatility has come down substantially over time, and I think it has been proven to be a good portfolio diversification tool. But I just wanted to get that on record to be out there.
Great. Brian, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I fully agree once again with John from a market perspective. You know, taking a little bit of William's comments on just the payment side, I think in even your question and how it is in relation to Asia and APAC, I think you're going to see some risks come out with for instance like China, right? They obviously have somewhat secure financial borders. They do not like capital outflow. Obviously, Bitcoin is a means that, if you look at the origin of Bitcoin, why was it created? It was created to circumvent traditional finance systems and governments to be able to do peer-to-peer transactions. That was the initial use case in the white paper. And now we're in a point where you're actually having governments that are trying to figure out a way, how in the world are we going to control this thing? So I think you're going to have some countries that do want to have control struggle with that. And there's going to be risks inherent with that, and as far as what they need to do to control it, whether it's certain laws through accounting regulations, tax laws, you name it, or even just different payment rails. And then you, of course, have the cybersecurity element to this, right? You mentioned, I think, digital Fort Knox earlier.
So we say, but
right?
Didn't we just get a huge hack happening like very, very recently? I'm just thinking about that, but it'd be interesting if we have hackers that went into the U.S. Treasury, which is a huge bounty for them anyway, right?
Yeah, you'd have to assume so, right? Like, why wouldn't you do that if you are North Korea? Like, of course you're going to try to do that, as opposed to trying to attack Fort Knox on U.S. soil and try to get to the gold. This is a little bit easier.
For sure. So, this is interesting because maybe one of the implications is that with some of the more restrictive countries, this move may actually be pushing capital out of that and into the flow. Interestingly, Hong Kong stands at the very cross path of that. So would love to hear your thoughts on it. Like, are there certain opportunities involved here specific to our region? And where do you really see that as coming through? Maybe give it a time horizon of maybe like 3 years, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, or the implications are probably not as widespread as you think in about 3 years' time. I know this is super speculative because, in crypto it is a little bit of the Wild West, but, I feel like this is a kind of good, fun question to end before to end on, I should say, yeah.
Maybe I'll let John go first.
Maybe we start on that end.
Yeah, I'm happy. Do you want to start? I'm happy to start.
Go ahead.
Look, I'll take it real local. Here in Hong Kong, it's a center for trade. It's a wealth center. It's still the largest in the region, and it happens to be part of China with a slightly different, system. I think the opportunity here to be the gateway in and out of China continues to be incredibly good, and I think, we spend a lot of time with HKMA and SFC, even though we're not a regulated organization, talking about how to get more liquidity into markets, talking about how to bring more capital here, how to attract more talent. And I think the opportunity really is to, figure out how to position Hong Kong again as being that gateway. And I think the conversation has never been more open, at least in the last 5 years with the mainland around, Bitcoin, both mining and access to markets. Bitcoin, and digital assets are still officially banned in China. I think we'll see some relaxation well inside 3 years.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah, thanks. I think for one of the key reasons, and maybe again from a personal point of view, the reason I got into the space was the Blue Sky event. The ability to be part of something that was brand new. I left the sort of the FX world before, and that was, dare I say it, overbroked. There was just, the margins were extremely tight. Everybody had been spoken to. And then you step into the digital asset space, and there is an opportunity to be part of a platform, be part of a layer one, be part of a protocol, be part of regulation. You can be first, and being first is always very beneficial. So I think, again, it's for us and for me, again, it's all about adoption. It's all about when I walk into a room, 7 years ago, I'm walking in and I'm selling digital assets. I'm selling the ecosystem. I'm selling, this panel would have been on blockchain. What is blockchain? What is Bitcoin? What is Ethereum? What is the differences? Now that's all aside. Now it's like, well, what are governments doing? And for me to walk into a room now, I just go in and sell the product. Do you want to get involved? And then they start going out into altcoins and tokenization and ETH staking. The SFC had mentioned that. All of these things have come from this, from government saying it's okay, from a regulator saying it's okay. So Yeah, I think the opportunities are huge, and I do think it's just going to be, if we just have to look backwards. You know, we just have to go back 5 years. How far has the market come? If it doubles that, hopefully in price and in terms of adoption, then it's obviously going to be a fantastic couple of years.
I'll be a little bit more controversial on this one.
Please do.
No problem. So, you know, Hong Kong, we don't have the first mover advantage. There's a lot of other countries, even in Asia, that have kind of beat us to the punch. The regulations probably aren't even up to the level that you can have at certain other countries, and I won't get into a competition with them. And we all know that, like for instance, when all the regulators were allowing exchanges to come on, like OSL and many others, they immediately went and said, okay, right, do you promise that you're not going to be allowing Chinese onto the exchanges? So similar to what John mentioned is until we get China, you know, China kind of relaxes some things, until you have that huge pile of money that's kind of sitting up there in markets from China coming in, I don't really see where Hong Kong has its position to move forward. It's really always been about China in that kind of east meets west, and that's still where it's at.
Do you think that with U.S. actually declaring that Bitcoin reserve is happening, that China will actually be making a move? I mean, predictive, obviously predictive.
It's intriguing, right? I mean, China still has probably as much BTC in its holdings as the U.S. does. So they're not out of the game for sure, but we just don't really know exactly what their idea is and how they want to progress things.
Yeah, maybe if I quickly add on to that, we always talk about catalysts, and there was ETF pump, and there's a lot of different catalysts that have pushed the market higher. If we want to talk about a catalyst, and very speculative, if China turns on the ability to trade, maybe then
when. Huge. It's when, buddy.
Yeah.
When.
Yeah, exactly. When they turn it on, I mean, they're north and southbound, the access to the ETFs.
Yep.
If that happens, well, you know, again, I will never predict the price because it was never a good idea, but that would be the ultimate catalyst and really drive the price and adoption. And yeah, I mean, they'll be good.
That'd be amazing.
I think in Hong Kong, other than the spot ETF, right, you notice the whole the Web3 ecosystem. You know that they also announced to have a tokenized money market fund and that one, right? That is first thing. I think the second thing is serious about that. In the past, when the people get caught about trading the Bitcoin, they will say it's illegal in the past. But I heard the news from the China source saying that even though some people traded in the Bitcoin, but at that time, China saying that Bitcoin is subject to other jurisdictions. At that cases, maybe I think too much of that. At that cases, I started to think that the tone of it is a bit changing. But I think it is a steadily, gradually changing over the time. I think it is also predictable for the future. Yeah.
Well, as steady and as gradual as changes may take, we're hoping that this is faster than shorter for sure. Well, this has been an absolutely fantastic panel. Absolutely delightful to have everyone here. Thank you so very much for your time. I hope you guys gleaned some interesting insights as well. Feel free to find our panelists for further discussion. And I thank you all for listening today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of our beloved guests, once again. Thank you. And now we are going to have Albert Yip, CEO of Syndicate Capital Group, who will be moderating this section, and Stratos Postoudakis, PhD, Head of Digital Policy APAC at HSBC, to share Hong Kong's digital currency road, a symphony of CBDC and crypto XX. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Albert and Stratos to the stage. 现在我们有请主持人 Albert 连同 Dr. Stratos 发表香港的数字货币之路 CBDC 与加密资产的交响曲。我们现在掌声有请 Albert 还有 Dr. Stratos 有请。
Good afternoon, everyone. Stratos, I didn't realize I'm the MC for today.
Am I?
Yeah, I'm the MC.
You are the MC.
You're not. So you don't want me to introduce about you?
I can do it myself. You can do it.
Please,
I mean,
please
we're
have your seat first.
long-time
Okay?
friends, yes.
Yeah. You know what's the difference between being a keynote speakers with 5 chat speakers? What's the major difference?
I see that more like a chat.
More than that. Well, for keynote speakers, you have to stand all the time. As a 5 chat persons over here, we can have a seat to sit.
That's even better then.
Well, okay. Since we're on MC, I have to introduce about you. But sorry, everybody here, you have a lot of friends over here, good friends. Everybody know about you. Why not you give a brief introduction about yourself so some new friends over here can know more about you?
So, all right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here. It's a fantastic day. So I'm most likely the person with the most difficult name in this floor. So bear with me. So my name is Stratos Pourzitakis, and that's a Greek name. I have been living in Hong Kong for quite a lot. It's been now enough years for me to go to Cha-Cha-Teng and eat chicken feet. So this is my home. I've been living here for 11 years. Came originally to do my PhD, and the rest is history. I mean, I fell in love with the place, settled down here. The last 3 years, I am working at HSBC, Group Public Affairs, as head of digital policy for Asia Pacific. So in essence, what I do is I help the bank to design and implement policy advocacy and regulatory engagement strategies on areas that touch upon digital policy with a strong focus on digital assets and currencies, artificial intelligence, and data. And markets, of course, Hong Kong is our home. And you take a taxi, you tell the taxi driver to take you to Hong Kong Bank, it will take you to my office. So Hong Kong is our priority market, especially when it comes to digital assets and currencies. So this is my big priority as well. And then I also, in the sideline, I'm teaching at the Chinese University of Hong Kong.
Thank you for loving Hong Kong, Stratos, and taking Hong Kong as your home. Yeah, and well, working as like, one of the key stakeholders like HSBC. We're great to see, well, a lot of talents coming here into the town, supporting the ecosystems. And Hong Kong now rebounds back to the third international center. And we're very focused on Web3 and digital assets. So great to have you here, all right?
It's a pleasure.
I see a lot of new friends over here, old friends over here. I'm Albert Yip, the chairperson of City Capital. City Capital is the investor champion and corporate champion of Global Fast Track that initiated by Hong Kong governments. We are one of the investor partners for Cyberports too, so we're supporting the Web3 ecosystems, as well as helping this ecosystem to interact with the other jurisdictions too, like the Middle East. Yesterday we have Dubai, CODT in Hong Kong, so my committee is supporting that too. So we do not take Hong Kong just as like an island. We are like exploring Hong Kong, so different part of the world. This is our missions. And we are great to see here. We have a lot of friends coming from different parts of the world. We even see some of the speakers speak Mandarin too. I feel bad. My Mandarin, 我的普通话很糟，所以说得不好意思啊。So today we speak in English.
我一点点说普通话，但是我的发音真的不好。
Now I feel bad. Your wife is Hong Kong Chinese or mainland Chinese or what?
I have a lot of mainland Chinese friends. And food can be a very strong incentive.
Okay, that's why you come to Hong Kong. Well, we have some expats to come to Hong Kong more because of a lot of charming ladies in this town, in this city. Okay, let's go back to for our discussion. Today we're talking about Hong Kong's digital currencies, Road, a symphony of CBDC. CBDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency, which ride on blockchain, which is ride on the crypto technologies too, and crypto assets. Here, I just want to make sure that we have the same definition. But crypto assets is not just about cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, Ethereum. It covers different kinds of digital assets, virtual assets, tokens, such as RWA, such and such. All right. So first questions. So what's the current focus on different application scenario of digital currency? Well, particularly on CBDC as well as the crypto assets, along with the sharing industry application cases, the macro trends, global developments, and trend analysis. I think we should give a highlight as well as overview to the people on the floor over here.
Okay, that's a very good question. And thanks for making the introduction, because what I've observed is that people tend to use, all of us sometimes tend to use those terms interchangeably, whereas we need to be cautious on what we identify as a crypto asset, what do we identify as a cryptocurrency, and what is a central bank digital currency, also known as CBDC. We are living in very exciting days, and innovation has been bringing so many changes in global economy. So at the same time, innovation has the potential to reshape the financial services industry by providing more efficient solutions and making payments safer, more transparent, and cheaper. I mean, this is very, very important. So what we've been seeing is that the blockchain technology has created, the underlying bedrock for all this innovation. And thus, we have different forms of digital money. Some of them are central bank money, and some of them are private forms of money. It is very important in this context to understand the difference that those forms of money carry, that come with, of course, different challenges and different risks. Starting with central bank digital currency, which is also, let's call them CBDCs in the best interest of efficiency. So starting with CBDCs, these are central bank money. This is legal tender and carry the risk that the banknotes that you carry or might not carry today in your pocket come with. So practically when someone has a CBDC in their wallet, in an online wallet, they do have, it's like having a banknote at the same time in the pocket. So the question here for CBDCs is, why do we need them? Why do we need to go through all this trouble, to go do all those pilot projects, create infrastructure and capabilities, when we do have physical cash, and then when we also have all those payment platforms? We have PayMe, we have Alipay, we have Octopus, credit cards. Why do we need? Are we just having a solution that is looking for a problem? Well, that's not really the case. What happens with CBDCs is that they can help, especially at the wholesale level, to optimize transactions, especially when it comes to cross-border transactions. Think of it. If someone today, let's say we have a company based in Indonesia, and they want to buy material, products from a company, let's say, in Thailand. If they want to do the payment, they will need to go through a number of intermediaries and corresponding banks and conversion to FX. And all this comes with time, cost, there are fees, and there is a risk. There's a counterparty risk. So the magic with CBDCs is that they can help us bypass all these complexities through one very basic, important term, that is programmability and online and automated transaction settlement. So the idea here is that by programming CBDCs and by allowing almost real-time settlement can reach up to T+0, we can minimize the time, the cost, and the risk that cross-border transactions carry. Of course, this comes with certain challenges. Well, we need to create infrastructure. We need to put the right guardrails in order to ensure privacy and compliance. It's very important that we find the right balance. Right. And that is important not only for wholesale, but also for retail. Now, moving from central bank digital currencies, we go to private forms of digital money. Okay. First of all, we have digital forms of money that are being issued by authorized institutions, for in the Hong Kong terminology. That is to say, very practically banks. The most important is tokenized deposits. So with tokenized deposits, what you practically do is you take deposits, you put them on chain, and then you create a digital representation. The advantage of tokenized deposits is that, one, it allows a lot of innovation, and it also carries a lower risk because these are deposits, therefore protected by depositor protection schemes. And of course, we have stablecoins. Stablecoins is a private form of digital money. We see a lot of interest these days. A very big chunk of use cases have also to do with on-ramp, off-ramp of cryptocurrencies. They are on public blockchain, which means that they're also very, they can enhance innovation very much. Of course, they carry a different form of risk because they don't carry the same risk as private form of digital money issued by banks. They're not protected, for example, by depositor protection schemes. There was a very interesting letter 2 years ago from a PRA's CEO towards banks about contagion risk of stable coins. But of course, we do observe market and regulatory developments, we as HSBC. And then of course, we have cryptocurrencies that they don't carry an intrinsic value. Of course, they need to be regulated in the same principle of other forms of digital money, and that is same activity, same risk, same regulation.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think more importantly for CBDC, central bank digital currency, is kind of fiat currency, which is support on the, well, I think the jurisdiction here, like in Hong Kong, MSFC, they're right before some joint announcement saying that, well, for CBDC going forward, they will support on the tokenizations too, which means all these tokenized products can be swapped between each others, right? So I do think the CBDC play a very important role. You also mentioned there is a very good timing for like a digital currency. I need to totally agree with that. I think 2 years ago, when I'm on the floor talking about digital currency or digital assets, people saying that, hey, Albert, why you talk about digital assets? Now we're in the crypto winter. And I mentioned that well, crypto winter is good because for next seasons, it's crypto spring, right? And now we're in a good time. It's a springtime here for the cryptocurrency. And I think people have a lot of misunderstanding. They take crypto winter, it's like crypto ice age. In the ice age, everything's dead. Not to mention, well, cryptocurrency, but also like the equity or fixed income products too, all right? While we're talking about, digital assets, I think we have to talk about some technology things too. I think during the past month, since the last month in November time, up to these several weeks, people keep talking about AI when you turn on TV, news talk about AI. How do you think the technology, particularly AI, will have the impact over the digital currencies spaces? Do you mind to share some of the viewpoints?
I think that we're talking about two of perhaps the biggest trends that we see these days. And obviously, there are use cases where AI, blockchain technology, and tokenization can be definitely intertwined. In fact, there are already a lot of POCs and pilot projects running down with AI-enabled money market makers using also digital money. And I expect that we see more. What is important, however, to keep in mind is that all those use cases need to have a proper business case. Yeah. So they need to support a solution that will be innovative, will reduce costs, will make Hong Kong, a more efficient and better society, and also very importantly, they will be safe as well. And to be honest, I'm very confident that we are heading towards that direction. I think the regulatory framework that have put into place with regards to AI and digital forms of money are definitely towards the right direction, striking this fine balance between enhancing innovation, but also at the same time ensuring market integrity and consumer protection.
Yeah, I think AI play critical roles too, because at the time when I'm sitting on the floor, okay, I find that a lot of our players today are talking about the trading perspective. You did mention about the com trade or high frequency tradings, market making things. AI play very important roles. And in fact, for Sydney Capital, we are the frontier like about 7 years ago, using the com trade, helping on the market making, but using our prop money, our own prop money. So we do not need to obtain a license. So be careful, dear friends over here. We're talking about market things, about your trading things. Think about compliance things. This is so much important because nowadays, you and me came from the traditional bank, right? Compliance is very important for us. So we make sure that everything is compliance focused.
I mean, trust is the most fundamental issue within the financial service industry, right? And it takes seconds to lose trust. So it is very important that we make sure that, as we move forward towards, exploring use cases in digital money, artificial intelligence, we need to make sure that we always strike this fine balance between market integrity, protection, and innovation. And that is why we need regulation. You cannot have, you mentioned earlier about Hong Kong being a hub, and that it is. If you want to have any kind of an international financial center or a virtual asset hub, a prerequisite of that is good regulation. You cannot have a hub without a regulation.
Absolutely. I think it is also matching with the theme of this Wiki Expo too. The themes like connecting the best or bridging the best with the trust, right? I think this is so much important. Absolutely. And talking about trust and compliance focus, making the Web3 market inclusive, because we talk about equality and inclusive market, the Web3 market, and compliance and investor protection is so much important.
It is also a critical element, I think, in order to make TradFi, traditional finance, come closer with the crypto native, the Web 3.0 firms. So if we want to have a city transforming and further positioning itself as a virtual asset hub, I think it's critical that we bring those synergies closer. And in order to do this, there has to be and entities need to speak, the same language. They need to understand that, they face risks and they deal with them under some common denominator, some same practice. And that is where compliance and proper regulation comes into play.
Since you and me came from the traditional banking sectors, but put a lot of focus on RWA digital assets, okay, I think this is why we are here today. And talking about Legacy Capital, of course, we cannot compare with HSBC, but we are working with some of the big players. You just mentioned about Alipay, right? We are running a project called DACH, D-A-C-H, Digital Assets Custodian Hub. We are trying to invest in the infrastructures to provide a platform, working with some big boys in the market, so as to increase the protection as well as the integrity, as well as to promote the digital assets in more compliance way.
So you provide custody for digital assets?
I came from the largest custodian bank in the world, State Street, and I was sitting as an MIC governance over Trackers Fund too. So that's why you and me have a chance playing fire chat here, because we are using the same language. All right, okay. People think that traditional bankers are very boring. Well,
no, we're not.
No, we are not, okay? And for fire chat, we can do high five closely with each other. Rather panel discussion here and there.
Next day on South China Morning Post.
All right. Of course, we are here. We need to do some discussion over the products, like by HSBC. HKMA, yes, we have the green tokens, which is, Hong Kong is the first jurisdiction of have the green bond tokens. All right, this is a very big thing in the market. HSBC too, you have the gold stable coins. Why not you shed some light and talk about some of the interesting things as well as how, HSBC gold tokens, happens in the market.
You raised two issues here, thanks for that. One is about digital green bonds, tokenized and digital native bonds, and the other one is on the HSBC gold token. Let me start with the first one. So HSBC has been very excited. We supported HKMA's Evergreen 1 and 2. Now, Evergreen 1 was about tokenization of green bonds, and we took a number of different roles within Evergreen 1, and it was, I think, the first tokenized green bond that was served. On Evergreen 2, we participated, and we also provided our platform, our proprietary platform. So HSBC has introduced its proprietary platform, Orion, for tokenization. And we proceeded with the issuance of native digital bonds that were multi-currency. So it's very important that that's not just a tokenized bond. That was a digital native bond, which means that it didn't have its counterpart, a physical counterpart. Everything was on DLT. And we're very excited because the results were extremely encouraging. We've seen a lot of genuine organic growth. Subscription was covered twice. So it was a great step as we move towards further promote tokenization. Putting a pin on that, because I want to come back and talk more vis-a-vis Project Ensemble. March 2024, it was almost these days, actually. I think it was 25th of March 2024 was a very special day for HSBC because we received approval for the distribution of HSBC Gold token to retail investors as well. Demand since then has been robust. We are very happy because this provides access to fractionalized gold. It's not ETF. It's not jewelry. You have access. You acquire fractional access to gold with literally 3 clicks. 1, 2, 3.
I love that. You mentioned about ETF, right? ETF is traditional products, but you have the Bitcoin ETF is like traditional products investing into digital assets. But HSBC digital gold is real digital assets, so it's very fascinating. And more importantly, it's a real underlying assets. And nowadays, we are talking about investor protections and technology. What's technology? Technology has to bridge, the well-beings of the physical world. And having underlying assets like gold, okay, with good underlying assets, very good production access, is a very exciting products. I found that some people may say the RWA very boring, which in fact I do not think so. No, trading, very exciting. Yes, just trade RWA. We have a lot of market makers in the market, right? And more importantly, for digital assets nowadays, we have underlying assets. I see some people are showing the card. We don't want to be overrun. Previous session overrun. We don't want to overrun because people on the floor, they're starving for the lunch break. Now, the last questions.
We might be the people standing between people's lands.
Yes, okay. Well, good to see that people is not going away. They're starving for information. Yes. All right, okay. Now, we talked about the past, we talked about, well, the current state. How about the future? What will be the future trend of digital assets, and how Hong Kong positions is, how all this impact and help Hong Kong, well, to be the referee hub here, because we are in Hong Kong, Sky 100, we need to talk about something about this.
Well, to circle back on today's topics, CBDCs, I think that, the vast majority of central banks, I think more than 80 central banks in the world, take the number with a grain of salt, but I think it's somewhere around that. They're already experimenting with CBDC. We also see, the growth of tokenization, different jurisdictions exploring also other forms of digital money. So we're definitely heading towards that direction. Whether Hong Kong or other markets will adopt retail CBDC and wholesale CBDC or tokenized deposits and wholesale CBDCs, that remains to be seen. I think the driver here would be very simple and pragmatic. Things that make sense from a business perspective, they are safe, and they make economies, better places. And we'll see also an increasing trend in tokenization because it can help untrap humongous amounts of liquidity and give access to asset classes that people could not have access before, which I think is a good thing.
Lovely, and more important, we see that all the big boys in the market supporting the digital assets spaces. Well, you like a BlackRock, they are the largest assets management company in the world. They have the digital assets ETF and a lot of big names like Vera Partners, Flemington, okay? All these big boys are supporting the digital assets market. We are quite happy that Hong Kong, okay, with HSBC, have the gold tokens, the jurisdiction here, the fact they're supporting that. Don't put on that ball. Every people is overrun. Please give me some time over that, okay? And all right, that's it. Okay, traditional bankers, people think that we are very boring.
Are we? No.
No, I see that you're putting a green sock with fox over here. Very foxy.
These are foxes.
Very foxy. And I'll put on my jacket because I have to cover my belly.
Love
so
your
thank you
cufflinks,
everyone over here. It's supposed to be lunch break, right?
Should be.
Let's get something over there. Okay. All right.
Go for lunch.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert, and also Dr. Stritos. Thank you so much for sharing. And before our lunch break, we still have some guests to come on the stage to have a sharing section. Thank you. 我们现在很高兴欢迎 VT Markets 的嘉宾分析师 Iyad 为我们带来主题演讲，用 CFD 教育比特币产品的优势，比特币与传统市场关联性。Let's welcome Iyad of VT Markets to present on the topic the advantages of trading Bitcoin's products with CFDs, the relationship between Bitcoin and traditional markets. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Iyad in the stage. Thank you.
Hello, 大家好，我今天要来挑战用15分钟的时间跟大家科普一下比特币。它第一个，它最近在红什么？然后再来是为什么在去年的时候我们看到一些法案，大家会这么关注比特币商品？那如果你要去投资比特币商品，有没有哪一些经济数据或者是哪一些基本的讯息是大家可以关注的？那还有现在可能你在 App 上还有网络上看到的比特币商品，它们的区别是什么？今天我会在15分钟的时间内，简单的跟大家介绍一下。好，这个是比特币它发展的历史哦。其实它的历史很短，大概就是9年的时间。从2015年开始，它先从一个网络上的一个虚拟宝物的一个东西，变成了正式的商品。这在美国它的历史的演变。然后到2017年的时候，美国的国税局就发现哦，这个东西的 交易量的金额很可观，好像可以收税哦，所以它在还没有变成金融商品的之前呢，就先被抽了一笔税。之后他们要把比特币的这个交易量继续放大，所以就把它变成了期货。那变成期货之后，后面又在做 ETF。那这个事情在做什么呢？我们可以想象一下，这个事情就是在把传统金融市场的钱导引到交易货币市场。 我们现在去到银行啊，我们接触到了这些投资商品啊，其实都是我们已经习惯的，也认识很久的，它的历史已经很悠久，监管也很悠久的，交易量很庞大的一个体系。所以你可以把它想象成一条资金流水量非常大的河流。 因为要交易数字货币，对于大多数的人来说，他要熟悉、要了解的资讯太多，他很难说他今天走进银行，告诉行员我今天要做比特币，行员就可以把这个商品丢出来给他。所以他为什么需要用到 ETF 让它合法化？为什么后面需要用到这么多的法规让它合法化？就希望它可以普及在每一个在地的地点。当我们可以走进实体店面看到它就能买的时候，传统金融市场的流水就会流一部分过来。那对于加密货币它的市场的市值跟交易量还有价格就会比较有帮助。这2个图呢，就是我告诉大家它现在的这个交易量的金额大概是多少。你可以看到传统金融市场大概是100兆美元哦，但是现在加密货币市场才1.2兆美元，所以这个河流非常的大。但现在的加密货币它才刚起步。那我们现在的法案其实就是像盖了一条运河一样，把传统金融市场的资金流水导引过来，所以我们就可以很直观的想象，当这个市场它有很多的法案在支持它的时候，它的交易量、它的交易的便捷性就会变得更容易。那再来是跟这个美国的现在的这个总统也有关系啊，他其实也蛮推崇这个加密货币的市场。那我们先不讨论到底它上去之后有没有实质的帮助，我们就看现在有什么，现在的影响有什么。我们来去做讨论就好。现在在加密货币的市场，不管你是网络上找到的，还是别人跟你讲的，简单来说，就分成这几个项目。你有发现哦，这些项目除了比特币这个产品是不熟悉的以外，我们把比特币换成黄金，把比特币换成欧元、换成美元、换成股票，好像这些概念都是相通的哦。没有错，现在它已经进展到这个层次了，所以你可以玩数字货币的活存定存，你也可以玩数字货币的期货选择权，你也可以去做现货的一些买卖。好，那假如你现在是要做比特币的活存定存，它的特点是什么呢？通常它的利率的优势是会高于一些传统银行的，比如说，可能你开到了一个美元账户，那你在那边做定存。银行可能承诺给你7%到8%的年利率，但如果你用同样的金额把它变成数字货币，放在一些特定的券商，那它可能给到的利息可以到10%或12%，这是它的一个优势跟一个特点。它缺点是什么？它的币值的波动非常大，这也是吸引大家非常疯狂的去做比特币的原因嘛。因为这短短9年的时间，它的价格就从2000多块涨到现在。去年是到10万了，到现在的话，我来香港，它的价格大概是7万到8万之间，所以它的涨幅非常惊人。那你去做定存的话，你可能就要特别留意，你有没有可能你赚了那个利息，但是它的那个本金是你赔掉的，这是在做活存定存的时候的一个风险。再下一个选项就是它的比特币期货，比特币期货对比其他的类型的比特币，它的优点是它能够做到杠杆。就像我刚才提到的，比特币现在1颗的价值大概是7万美金嘛。那如果我们要去做交易，1颗就要7万美金，代价是不是就太大了？那如果你是通过一些期货或者一些选择权的商品，它有一个合约是有杠杆机制的，我同样需要交易1颗比特币，我一样想要持有一份7万美元的合约，可能因为今天杠杆的关系，我只要拿出7000块，或是我只要拿出5000块钱。我就可以去当那个保证金哦，我就可以去持有一个7万块的合约，这就是它这个杠杆的一个作用。但它也有一个很大的缺点，期货这个东西它会绑时间，所以假如我看好了比特币未来会涨，我在现在这个时间买入，这个合约它只能让我持有1个月，那我必须要在这1个月内我的策略可以兑现，比特币真的上涨了，我的这个投资才是有帮助的。不然我拿进去的那个保证金就赔了嘛，这个是期货它的一个优点跟缺点。你可以不需要再用到这么大的资金去做比特币，你可以用更小的资金去跟随现在的潮流，但是你的时间点要看得非常准。假如你是看多，结果这1个月刚好没有，那你就赔了；或者是你的方向没有错，可是你的合约只剩下2天的时间就到期，那你一样拿不到后续的利润。这就是期货这项商品它的最大的一个缺点。那再来就是大家最熟悉的比特币的一个现货交易哦。这个现货的概念是什么？现货就是没有杠杆。 前面的期货是我要交易1颗比特币，我要拿7万块钱嘛，因为现在差不多1颗比特币是7万美金嘛。现货交易就是你真的拿了7万美金，他就给了你1颗比特币，中间是没有任何的杠杆的，这个就是现货，所以就这么简单。所以它的交易规则非常的容易让人明白，但是它要的本金需求就比较高，你要承担的这个波动性呢，跟你前面做活存定存来说是一样的，只是说你不需要被绑一个像活存定存的时间这样子而已。好，这就是比特币的一个现货。好，讲到这边，大家应该就慢慢可以跟上。现在到底数字货币的市场在玩什么？最后一个就是 ETF 基金。这个 ETF 很多人也常常在接触，因为它是我们最容易，你到了银行呢，你问了你的专员跟你的一些你的私人的经理，他们会跟你推荐跟推崇的一些东西。那最近美国也是想要把这个 ETF 合法化，让大家可以通过 ETF 去做这个比特币。那它最大的问题点是什么？有可能比特币涨了，你的 ETF 没有涨，因为 ETF 的本质它是在模拟比特币的涨跌幅，所以它持有你把钱拿到了 ETF 公司之后，它去投资的项目不一定是实体的加密货币，它也有可能是一些加密货币的券商，或者是它的衍生型的产品，所以它的幅度可能不会这么大。也有可能比特币已经涨完了，2个礼拜后 ，ETF 才跟上涨一点点，所以这就是 ETF 它产品的受限，它始终是在模拟市场真实的情况。所以做 ETF 你会不会比较安全？应该是会的，但是如果你会选择数字货币，我相信你应该本意上你是希望有一个比较大波动性比较大的行情。那 ETF 你在操作的时候，你可能就要去思考一下，这个东西是不是真的适合你。它唯一的一个优点，可能就是你可以通过一些传统的金融单位去购买它。那我今天上来是跟大家分享一个新的一个投资工具，叫 CFD。VT Markets 我们就是做 CFD 的交易，不管是外汇或是刚刚我们讲的数字货币，你都可以操作。那它跟我刚刚提的那些产品最大的不同在哪边？第一个是它跟期货对比的话，它可以提供你的杠杆更高。举例来说，你要做一个比特币的交易，你可以用更少的资金，大概270美元，你就去持有1颗比特币。它也没有合约到期日的问题，因为它是用 CFD 的合约去做。所以如果你要做长线的实单，可不可以？是可以的。你就不会有遇到我现在要投资一个比特币，那我现在做的是期货，在2天它就到期了，那怎么办？我现在只好忍痛去赔这笔钱，我没办法再往后去等到这个价格跟我想的一样的时候，我再获利出场，没有办法。那再来 ETF 它的优点就是它的成本非常低。假如你是在其他的券商操作，比特币你从下单到结算，它是会收2笔的手续费用的。但在 VT Markets 这边做的话呢，你的比特币它只会跟你收1次的费用，1颗比特币大概就是14美金。那你要怎么去运用这个东西来改善？假如你是已经有在做交易的人，你要怎么用 CFD 去改善你的这个交易系统呢？有几个东西可能你要留意。第一个是手续费，第二个是风险管理。因为大家一定都有听说过带杠杆的产品，它有一个风险性在。这个风险是怎么产生的？等一下我会跟大家说明一下。这个是我们在统计，就是做一个比特币交易的时候，大概平均每一个用户，不管他资金量大小，我们全部平均下来的话，一个人平均1个月交易比特币的数量大概是14颗，所以其实累积下来的交易的手续费非常惊人。假如每个人都做14颗，平均每个人1个月他的带杠杆的合约交易可以做到14颗比特币的话，你在其他的平台你的手续费可能就会用到900美金，但在我们这边因为手续费比较低的关系，大概就只需要用到你196美元，所以它的手续费落差相当惊人，它给你很大的一个空间去争取你的一个利润。所以如果你是做比较高频率短线的交易，你的成本就会差很多。这就是比较低的一个保证金给到你的一个优势啊。那再来就是跟其他平台的一个保证金比较，你做现货，那你1颗是多少？现在就是多少。现在是7万，你就得拿7万。你做这个期货，那你可能拿了再少一点。你用 CFD 那就更少。OK。 那如果你是通过 CFD 去持有 ETF 的话，它就不会有管理费的一个问题。这也是 CFD 商品它的一个优点。再来，我就是要提到杠杆这个产品啊，因为我在常常跟大家讲这个比特币商品，提到杠杆产品的时候，大家都很担心杠杆产品它的风险是不是会让我没办法控制。那今天我们就把这个概念简单的去讲明白。我们刚刚有提到杠杆的一个用意是减少你下单的筹码。现在你想要做比特币，现在比特币价格1颗7万，我开给你比较高的杠杆，你可以用5000块或1000块就加入这个市场。所以我们想象一下，假如你账户上的钱两边一个给你杠杆，一个不给你杠杆，给你杠杆的呢，你账户上那边放1万块，不给你杠杆的我们举例10万好了，因为比特币现在市值很高，假设两边你都放10万块哦。带杠杆的账户你放10万，不带杠杆的账户你也放10万。那比特币现在价格假设从10万跌到了7万块，你在不带杠杆的地方，你是不是赔了3万块？对吗？这个现货产品你赔了3万块，那带杠杆的产品那边，你是不是也赔3万块？是，你也是赔3万块，但是你是花$5000的代价去持有一颗比特币，赔3万块。所以在这个地方就会有很多的交易者，或是有很多的用户会有一个错觉：我拿了$5000进去，结果我赔了3万，什么道理？没有，你要想一下，你拿那5000块，你是交易1颗比特币的合约啊，你知道吗？1颗比特币的合约，当时如果是10万块，你是用5000块的代价去交易10万块，所以你赔3万是很正常。这是第一个造成这个视觉上大家觉得好像带杠杆的产品很可怕的其中一个原因。第二个原因是什么？假如你这个账户里面有10万块，交易1颗比特币它只要5000块，你真的只会交易5000块的比特币吗？不会。我认识很多交易者，他会有一个错觉：我账户上有10万块，5000块我就能做1颗，我把它打满，所以他实际上交易的可能是200颗或是20颗更多的比特币。所以同样的，比特币从10万块跌到3万块，你那边交易的量这么大，你怎么可能只赔3万块呢？所以这是在做杠杆产品的时候给大家的一个错觉。所以如果你好好的运用杠杆产品，你知道你的杠杆合约的比例是多少，你去操作它的话，就不会有发生这样的一个问题。甚至你可能应对这个市场的空间跟弹性还会比较宽裕。这个就是在用 CFD 产品操作这些比特币商品或是其他外汇产品的时候，大家需要留意的一个小细节。这就是我刚刚做的一个比喻啊。你旁边打的这个仓位比较多，那你当然你的亏损量就会比较大。OK， 这只是一个刚刚我举过例子的一个示意图。OK， 好，那最后我来提一下，假如你现在想要跟上这个比特币的潮流，我们到底要关注哪些一些基本的讯息呢？因为我们都知道做股票我们可能要看财报嘛，做黄金我们可能看市场的风险嘛。那比特币到底看什么？有一些人说比特币它跟黄金一样是避险产品，那真的是这个样子吗？我只能说我不确定，但是呢，我看了数据的结果，我们调一些10年、20年的数据，我们发现，好像比特币呢，它跟股票的产品关联性会大一点。这个是一个叫美林时钟的一个经济模型，它在讲的就是市场会有一个循环。那市场有循环，大家都知道，我就简单的带过一下。简单的说，我们会觉得市场它有复苏、扩张、衰退跟减缓的一个过程的一个流程。那每一个这个就是经济周期，到底看哪些数据？有非常多的专家有他们自己的一套策略模型。简单一点的就看 CPI、GDP、失业率；复杂一点的，他们有更复杂的模型。那可能你跟你的私人理专去沟通，他们会再告诉你他们的模型是什么。但总之就是有分这样的一个概念。这些概念会影响什么？影响就是资金呢比较偏好风险性高的产品还是风险性低的产品。那当然它跟升降息也有关系。这个呢大家就稍微拍一下就好，因为我相信这个私人理专也会跟你们去科普这些资讯。好，那我要讲的就是比特币的产品在数据的回测上，它比较倾向是在经济条件比较好的时候，跟着一些高风险型的产品一起上涨的产品。OK， 那这是我简单归类的啦，非常简单归类的一个模型。好，所以它通常发生在可能降息完或者是准备要升息前的时候， 比特币它的商品的涨幅会比较夸张。我后面就有调一个数据表，你可以看到这过去20年的数据，对比的就是它的这个价格的变化，还有美联储他们在升降息的结果。因为升息降息影响市场资金嘛，我一个最简单的模型去看的话，你会发现大概在降息完后跟快要升息前，大家对市场最乐观的时候，比特币的涨幅是最惊人的。如果大家有时间再去可能跟自己的理专再去调一下数据，把比特币的20年价格或者这9年历史9年的价格跟这9年的股票美股的股票走势的价格，你去重合一下，你会发现关联性好像比黄金再大一点。所以我认为，如果大家要去做比特币产品，第一个除了说你要挑的手续费你要留意，你的杠杆你要留意，这个合约时间有没有限制你要留意以外，再来你就是要看一下现在的经济状态，大家是比较偏乐观的，还是比较偏没这么乐观的。它毕竟是一个风险性质比较高的商品，所以在选择它的时候，大家就可以多留意一个这样的一个基本讯息。OK， 那这就是我今天的结论。我不觉得它是一个避险商品，但是我觉得它跟股票的性质比较像。所以当你做股票，那你有充裕的资金，你觉得你想要再做一些更高风险的一些交易跟赌注的时候，它或许就会是你的其中一项选择。这就是我今天跟大家分享的一个点。那我们是 VD Markets 券商，我们有提供中文的 App， 上面有超过10个国家的语言可以做支持。假如你对你自己的交易没信心，在我们的 App 上，你可以跟随其他优秀的交易者去做你的交易。你也可以把你自己的交易发在我们的平台上，让其他人来跟随你。除了数字货币之外，外汇、黄金跟原油，还有一些股票指数产品，也都是我们交易的项目。那在2024年的时候，我们有赞助玛莎拉蒂在摩洛哥的地方有举办一场赛事，他们是非常挑合作跟赞助商的一间公司，所以相信他们能选上我们，我们是绝对值得大家做信任的。那这15分钟时间就是我分享给大家一些基本讯息，希望对大家之后交易数字货币会有帮助。
谢谢 Aya， 谢谢。那现在我们非常荣幸邀请到 ZFX 首席经济顾问 Mike 为我们带来主题演讲，共享数字经济外汇产业发展红利。有请 Mike。Let's welcome Mike of ZFX to present on the topic, sharing the benefits of the digital economy in the Forex industry. Thank you.
好的，我们所有的朋友，大家中午好，非常高兴能够来到我们的台前和大家去分享。翻译笔在哪里？翻译笔是哪里？这个吗 ？OK， 好，那接下来呢，我们给大家去看一下，今天在数字经济改革这个板块里面 ，ZFX 平台是如何用它的动作和行为去来做，以及如何在外汇这个赛道去做出一些新的突破点。其实对于像数字经济改革，我们所有的朋友应该都很熟悉，都很亲切。为什么呢？因为所有的名人都在讲数字经济。比如说像我们的李家超先生，像我们的孙伟女士，像我们的马云先生、马化腾先生，都说到一个很共同的观点：数字化一定是未来。如果企业不去拥抱数字化，企业可能会被淘汰。所以数字经济它就是我们接下来的一个发展的主要的方向。那么对于像这个板块，今天 ZFX 平台呢是全球首家数字经济改革的外汇交易平台。那既然是在这样的一个平台，如何去做的呢？它的交易的逻辑是什么？这里非常荣幸给我们所有的朋友，我们去分享一下它的一个交易的逻辑到底是什么。今天整个平台在做出了一系列的改变之后，我们的改变之处在哪里呢？今天如果说我们是传统的客户，我们以往做交易的时候，我们可能只会有亏损或者是盈利这2种结果，可能没有第3种结果了。今天我们在 ZFX 平台做交易的时候，如果说不小心发生了亏损，它就会给我们的交易去上一份免费的保险，给我们去赠送JDU 数字股票 ，JDU 它被称之为叫做锁仓型的数字股票，又叫保险型的数字股票。好，如果 JDU 它接下来拥有之后，如何把它变成我们可以变现的美刀呢？所以接下来呢，我们可以通过一些交易的一些动作，做交易啊，我们做盈利啊，我们可以把相应的 JDU 转化为流通型的数字股票，它叫 ZDS。 当我们拥有了 ZDS 之后，我们可以做2个动作。第一个动作，我们可以以当天的实时价格，把它立刻卖出去，变成美刀，进到我们自己的账户里面。同时，我们可以去持有它，感受它上涨带来的红利。因为 ZDS 啊，它从0.1美金到现在已经涨了接近20倍左右的一个涨幅，所以啊，我们也可以去持有它，享受它上涨带来的红利。同时，未来我们持有 ZDS， 可以说你就是 ZFX 平台的股东，享受到我们股息分红。所以今天速改后的 ZFX 呢，它交易有投资，交易得分红。所以啊，今天我们可以发现，我们和一些板块做出的改进，其实我们的一些变动之处就出来了。比如说亏损有保险会赠送给我们 CDU， 比如说盈利啊、账户净值啊、交易啊、分享啊，我们都可以有相应的奖励。所以它可以让我们的收益去进行进一步的提升，同时保障我们个人交易。好。那今天整个平台做出了1亿美金全球的扶持计划，以香港作为启动节点。因为在去年的10月26号的时候 ，ZFX 平台呢在香港举行了一场上百人的一个启动大会，全球很多国家的代理人都来到了现场，以香港作为启动点，辐射到东南亚、迪拜、欧洲、北美，甚至全球，只要需要数字化经济改革的地方。ZFX 平台都会鼎力去资助，派出我们的商学院的团队去进行全球的辐射。好，今天对于像 ZFX 平台来讲，它做数字化改革，我们简称数改，它是如何来做的？我们在前面给大家讲到了它的一个交易的逻辑。接下来呢，它是分成了3部曲的一个节奏去来完成这个事情。在第一个阶段，也就是我们现阶段。我们推出来了2个数字股票，一个叫 ZDU， 一个叫 ZDS。在这个阶段，ZDU 和 ZDS 啊，它都会去送给我们所有的 ZFX 平台的用户，去免费送给他。而在这个阶段里面 ，ZDS、ZDU 它的价格可能也会呈现一个只涨不跌的这样的一个形式。所以通过这一阶段，让 ZFX 平台的交易用户得到一个大量的提升，同时我们去做。阶段2会登陆到数字资产交易所，比如说像币安、像欧易这样的一个交易所。同时，在市值巅峰的时候，会进入到美国纳斯达克交易所上市，真正的去实现传统股票和我们数字股票相结合，形成我们独一无二的产品。那今天 ZFX 平台呢，总部在英国拥有多年的交易经验了，并且呢获得了英国 FCA 的监管牌照，在全球70多个国家和子公司都拥有相应的办事处。所以整个 ZFX 集团的使命愿景也非常的清晰，让所有的朋友我们做交易变成一件快乐的事情。所有朋友做交易无忧交易，无损参与，让所有人都能够持有 ZDS， 成为平台的股东。所以啊，那 ZFX 呢，它在传统的互联网领域对标的是什么呢？对标的就是像苹果啊、Facebook 啊、谷歌、腾讯这一类老牌的互联网的大企业。在加密数字货币领域，对标的就是像我们前面一位分享嘉宾讲到的上千万倍涨幅的比特币。所以今天拥有 ZDS 就相当于拥有了未来，正是拥有我们数字化经济的改革。那这里也非常欢迎我们所有的朋友去到 ZFX 的掌柜里面去进行详细的了解。好了，我就先给大家分享这么多，谢谢各位。
Thank you， 谢谢 Mike。那到我们现在上午部分的最后一个环节，我们很荣幸邀请到 Pegasus 首席战略官 Mr. Jess Lai 到舞台上面为我们分享主题演讲 AI 在交易基础设施中的作用，从数据到决策。让我们欢迎 Mr. Jess Lai。Thank you。
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here today at Wiki FX exhibition, where we can discuss the future of trading technology. I'm Jace, CSO at Pegasus. Every second, the financial market generates huge amount of data, but having data is not enough. What matters is how we use it. Artificial intelligence, AI, is using the raw data turned into smart decision, which making data more accurate and the trading more safer and more faster. And today, I will show you how Pegasus using AI, artificial intelligence, to combine the data and smart decision for trading. Traditional method can't keep up with fast-moving market today, but AI changed the game. At Pegasus, we have 3 major AI-driven technology, which is Pegasus Sense Engine, Neural Pulse Dynamic, and innovator AI system. So what is our Pegasus Sense Engine? It's understanding market sentiment. We use AI to scan the global news, policy, and social media in real time. It can spot the hidden trends before they react to the market. And the next is our Neural Pulse Dynamics. It's a smart trade execution system. Our AI system will detect the market changes instantly and adjusting the strategy on the go. And also, it helps our traders to respond quickly to volatility and optimize the trade. And next is our innovator AI system. It's our smart forecasting system. With our AI system, we combining of historical data and real-time trends to predict market movement. So when the market have any like the pattern which changes, we can detect it faster and minimize the human analysis mistake. With these two, data is not just a number, it's a roadmap for a better trading decision. And another things we want to discuss with you all is the transparency and security in AI-driven technology. For the AI, it's not only enhanced in trading, it's also helped the trading environment more secure and more stable. With the AI system, we can detect the automated risk detection, which when the AI spot the unusual activity, we can prevent the risky trades. And also for the regulatory compliance, the AI system can ensure the real-time monitoring and data integrity because AI can do it 24 hours, 7 days. It's never rest. And another one is the transparency decision making. The AI, all the AI strategy is traceable and verifiable. With this build, we make the trading environment based on fact, not speculation. And what next for AI in trading? This is what Pegasus now is expecting in next few years. For smarter prediction, AI will forecast the market even in greater accuracy. Because of the data is generate more and our system is learning every day. So the data will generate the more accuracy for the market movement. And the second is the fully automated trade. As we know, AI system did not have to rest. So the power system can adapt and trade with minimal human inputs. And the last is a stronger security and compliance. AI will improve the fraud detection and make sure the transaction safety. For all this innovation, we're making the trading smarter and safer for everyone by our AI infrastructure. You can see, this is our past record, which you can find in my FX books. This is our crude oil trading. The key point of our strategy is throwdown. In trading, we know that managing risk is as important as generate revenue. So our key metric drawdown maintained at 4.2% is a very good result because even in the market frustration, we still minimize the potential losses and generate return. And you can find our gold trades past record at my FX book as well. This is all real-time data you can find in my FX books. Our gold trade is maintained at drawdown 4.2% as well, which is a very good performance in the market even. In Pegasus, our goal is pretty simple, making trading smarter, safer, and more transparent. Here's all my sharing for today. If you are interested in our AI system, please liaise with us because AI is the future of trading technology. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jess. Thank you so much for sharing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now the time for our lunch break. And if you have a lunch voucher, please head to the networking area to redeem your meal. And please return to the conference hall by 1:20 p.m. Please return to the conference hall by 1:20 p.m. And presentation will start at 1:20 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you. 现在是我们午餐时间，请大家我们有手持午餐券的朋友，请在1点20分前到我们社交区兑换午餐并享用。记得我们在1点20分的时候，我们在这里会继续我们下午的分享环节。再一次谢谢你们，我们稍后见，谢谢。
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after lunch. And this is Mei Ling, and it's my great pleasure to be here with every one of you. For those who haven't met me this morning, we hope you enjoyed the lunch. So far, we have prepared for you and a bit of relaxing as well as networking with our fellow guests just now. 各位来宾，欢迎大家来到 Wiki Expo 的下午部分。我是今天的主持人美玲。Let's continue with our next sharing session, which is all about Tron's role in the evolution of global finance. Justin Sun, the founder of Tron, planned to be here with us today to share with his valuable insights on this topic. However, due to some engagement, Justin is unable to join us in person. But no worry about that because he has recorded a special video for us. Justin 因为临时有事未能够来到现场，可是他为我们特意安排了一段的小视频，给大家了解一下 Tron 在全球金融演变中的角色，请大家细心欣赏。So now let's play the video. Thank you.
Thank you to Wiki Expo for the invitation to be here today. Hong Kong has long been a global leader in finance and innovation, playing a key role in bridging traditional markets with emerging technologies. As digital assets continue to reshape the financial landscape, Hong Kong remains central to this transformation. Today, I want to talk to you about how Tron drives real-world blockchain adoption, connecting traditional finance with decentralized solutions. Tron has become one of the most widely used blockchain ecosystems, but more importantly, it empowers individuals worldwide with access to fast, affordable, and scalable blockchain solutions. As of this month, there are over 292 million user accounts on the Tron blockchain with over $18.8 billion in TVL in the ecosystem. Tron is the leading blockchain for stablecoin transactions. The Tron network now hosts over 63 billion USDT in circulation. At the end of February, was processing over 14 million USDT transactions per week, representing 69% of all USDT activity. And in 2024 alone, Tron's revenue reached a total of $2.12 billion, which is a 115.73% increase compared to 2023. Along with the network effects, Tron has continued to make consistent progress over the past year with notable developments across its ecosystem. First, one of the biggest updates is the USDD 2.0 upgrade. The USDD 2.0 upgrade enhances the stability, security, and transparency while improving its integration with DeFi applications. The upgrade introduces stronger risk management mechanisms, including dynamic collateral adjustments and safe liquidation protocols to maintain its one-to-one peg to the US dollar. It includes features like the peg stability module that allow users to swap USDD for stable assets efficiently, reducing volatility and increasing liquidity. There is already over $247.7 million in TVL in the protocol. Second, Tron, Tether, and TRM Labs have joined forces to establish the T3 Financial Crime Unit, aimed at facilitating public-private collaboration to combat illicit activity associated with the use of USDT on the Tron blockchain. Since launch, the initiative has facilitated the freezing of over $130 million in funds in collaboration with global law enforcement. The T3 FCU leverages public blockchain data without altering Tron's core decentralized structure or operations. While law enforcement has the ability to access this blockchain data independently by bringing together the expertise of Tron, Tether, and TRM Labs. The process is streamlined, helping authorities trace and identify those behind illicit activities more quickly. Additionally, last year, I became an advisor for World Liberty Financial to support their vision of connecting crypto to traditional finance. My advisory role aligns with my broader vision of advancing financial freedom and fostering global adoption of blockchain technology. World Liberty Financial is committed to driving innovation and making crypto accessible to a wider audience, particularly in the US. Together, I believe we can push the boundaries of what blockchain can achieve and bring the benefits of this technology to people everywhere worldwide. The US is quickly becoming a key location for crypto and blockchain innovation. With President Trump's pro-innovation stance, the future looks bright for the crypto industry. I am excited to support this momentum and continue leading the way in blockchain innovation. Other key ecosystem initiatives include the gas-free feature, which allows USDT transactions without requiring TRX for gas fees, making stablecoin transfers more accessible. More details will be available in the next few weeks. Tron is also developing a Bitcoin Layer 2 solution to enhance Bitcoin's functionality. Additionally, the introduction of TronPeg USD coin facilitates seamless cross-chain transfers between Ethereum and Tron, improving interoperability and liquidity across networks. These initiatives reflect Tron's focus on enhancing usability, efficiency, and connectivity within the blockchain ecosystem. Tron is evolving beyond just a blockchain network. It's becoming a real foundation for global finance. With nearly 300 million users and growing, it's on track to reach 1 billion, making blockchain more practical and accessible. As adoption expands, Tron is leading in cross-border payments and financial transactions, helping bridge the gap between traditional finance and decentralized solutions. A scalable blockchain like Tron has the potential to become the global settlement layer for frictionless and borderless financial transactions.
A big round of applause to Justin for making this video and let us know more about the company and also his insights. So next, we will be inviting Fadi Rayyan, the Chief Marketing Strategy Officer and UAE Regional Director of Monitor Markets. So hello. Hello, Fadi. May I know where are you? Oh, great. So please come on stage to extend, to deliver your speech regarding the title, How to Tailor My Trading Journey. Please.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well. My name is Fadi Riyad. I'm from Monitor Markets. I'm representing Monitor Markets today. So today we will cover the topic, how to tailor your trading journey. So basically I have been doing this for the past, I would say, more than 10 years. Mostly where I do focus on is basically where to tell new traders, even expert traders, how to basically improve their trading skills, usually by focusing more on the psychological side. But I was thinking for this one to make it more how to start your trading journey from scratch. So these are the topics that we will be covering. Know yourself. One of the most important thing before you start trading, everyone wants to make, let's say, you want to make a second income for yourself. All right, that's good, but before you start trading, you have to know yourself. I mean by that, know your knowledge, what kind of knowledge that you have, know your ability to take risk. Some people, they can't psychologically, mentally, they can't take the risk. They're unable to take the risk that comes with trading or investing. So two things are really, really important, which is to know yourself before you start trading in order to get wherever you want to be at. Ask the right questions. That's one of the most important things for you to do while you're trading, before you start trading, and while you're trading. So basically, what kind of mistakes am I making? What do I want to get out of, like what's your goal? If you don't have a goal, this will lead to one of the biggest mistakes anyone can do in investing or trading, which is the shuffle trading. Like, you know what, I'm just trading, I'm just chasing if there's any opportunities in the market, and hopefully I can get out with something. But that's not the right, of course, that's not the right way to do it. So always you have to ask the right questions. One of the most important thing is to observe, monitor yourself while you are trading. So even when you are making mistakes, the first thing you have to do is to ask why you have done mistakes that led to make you lose your income or your capital. Importance of asking the right questions. If you have a goal that you want to reach to, you're standing at point A, you want to get to point B. If you can't know why you are not getting to point B, then you will never be there. So that's one of the most important points, which is to the importance of asking the questions in order to improve yourself. Investor suitability. So that's one of the things that we have, like many investors, they are unable to understand it, even traders. So maybe now everyone hears about the marketing campaigns, even the traders that they go online and they tell you, I'm making $100,000 a month. But one of the things that you should understand is every one of us is different. So basically what I can do with my knowledge, with my understanding, with my goals are completely different from yours. So that's one of the things you shouldn't be affected by. What I mean by that, so basically you have to focus on yourself, on your journey, because the capital that you have is not the same capital that your friend has, who came to you and told you I made $5,000 last night. Maybe he has 10 times more capital than you. Maybe he's trading for like 10 years right now. You are trading only for like 2 months or 3 months. So that's also one of the really important points that you have to focus on. Investment objective. So basically, this is where you build your strategy. How to build your strategy based on your investment objective. Do you have an investment objective? What do you want to get out of this? You want to get, let's say, I want to do an investment for 10 years, long, which is kind of a long term. Do I want to make a second income, which is a monthly? What is that monthly income? So basically, one of the things that whenever someone is asking me, I do advise them with the following. Maybe it's not really, doesn't make sense for many people, but I like this way. Let's say your income each month is $10,000. Divide that by 22, which is the number of trading days. And basically try to get every day this kind of an amount in order to double your income. Based on that, you have to come up with a strategy in order to do a daily income. Let's say I want to get, if you're a daily trader, if you are looking for something long, then you will be chasing the opportunities where the markets will drop in order to come in, to invest, and, you know, which is the classical rule of buy and hold. Risk tolerance. How much risk? Well, basically, this is the most thing that I see people, they do ignore. Risk tolerance is one of the most important points. How much risk you need to take. So in order to get, let's say, $10,000, based on, let's say, you have an investment capital of $100,000, how much risk you need to take in order to accomplish 10% per month? How much risk you are willing to take? That's another important point. As I said before, you need to ask yourself this question. Some people, they don't have the ability to take risk. They would break down while taking, if they can see that they are taking too much risk. They can't afford it, they can't take it. How much risk you can afford to take, which is a very important question you need to ask about yourself. So basically, if you can't afford it, you don't need to do it. Because one of the things that is, I would say, the most popular mistake is, you know what, I will deposit $1,000 and I will see how it goes. It doesn't work this way, because you are using your money. You're using your actual money in order to get there. So you're not trying, you don't try. You learn yourself, you put a strategy, clear strategy, and then you start trading. But the idea of, let me try, it will not get you anywhere. Either you want to do it or you don't want to do it. Investor risk ability. So in order to combine, you know, there's the very traditional thing, the very classical thing in finance, which is income and risk. So higher the risk you take, higher the return, lower the risk, lower the return. But in order to cover both parts of the equations, we need like days and days in order to speak about it. But you have to understand what risk I can take, what risk I am willing to take, what risk that I can afford to, and these kind of risks, they can get me 1, 2, 3 income choices. You can't basically deposit $1,000 and you are expecting to come out with $100,000. It doesn't happen. It might happen once in a million or once in 100 million, but it doesn't happen every single day. Financial knowledge, risk comfort level, preferred choice, bad decisions. Financial knowledge. Everyone, exactly during the pandemic, the trading dream or the investing dream like came very popular just because of one simple reason, which is at the time, many people there lost their jobs, so they start to actually thinking seriously, how can I have a second income? So everyone wants to do this. Everyone wants to invest, want to trade in order to generate a second income. But do you have any financial knowledge? Like I can't go there now to the hospital and, you know, just pretend that I can do whatever doctors they do, because I don't have the knowledge. So that's one of the most important things that you skip. All right, there is an obstacle in the way. Yes, your goal is the money, so the money is standing over there, but there is an obstacle in the way, which is the knowledge. Do you have the knowledge in order to get to your goal? So that's one of the things that people, they, you know, and basically I want to say something about this. So people, they try to search for another opportunity or like another path of doing it. How? Let's say by following people who know how to do it, Telegram channels or whatever. Personally, I don't advise this. All I am advising anyone, if I want to advise anyone, is just to learn how to do it yourself. Let's say you're following someone on a Telegram channel or whatever, he's giving you signals, but in 2 months, that guy disappeared. Something wrong happened to him. Then your journey is done, you're over. One thing I want to say here, I think this is the most important in the whole presentation. There is something called the 100 rules, the 100-hour rules. So the 100-hour rule is basically saying if you spend 100 hours per year learning something, by the end of the year, you will become one of the best 10% who are doing this activity. So basically, if you dedicate 100 hours per year learning how to play piano, by the end of the year, you will become at the top 10% people who plays piano in the world. You need to spend time, to dedicate time in order to get to this knowledge, because at the end of the day, everyone knows that if you have the knowledge, if you have the experience, if you know what you're doing, at the end of the day, there will be a reward, which is the goal that you want to come to. Bad decisions, that's another important thing. Never be stubborn with the market. Market will never feel you. It will never even, no one is gonna feel sorry for you. So basically, when you have a bad decisions, you have to admit to yourself, you know what, I just got here, everyone is saying let's just buy cryptocurrencies and then we just hope that it goes to Mars. But what if it doesn't? Then you have done a mistake. Again, you don't know what to do, so go back to yourself, try to increase your financial knowledge, try to get to know your risk comfort level, and then you do the preferred choice. Another thing we need to speak about, which is age, needs, and period of funds. So that's the most three important points, just to respect the time. So someone who is 40 years old can't compare himself to a trader who is 25 years old, who is willing to take more risk, is willing to make more bad decisions, because at the end of the day, the trader who is 40 years old can't afford this because of his age, which is a very important thing. You can't be at the age of 40 or 45 or 50 trying to, risk your savings that you've been working on for 30 years. So that's one of the most important things that you have to keep in mind. Also, needs. What are your needs? So basically, if I need to get myself ready in order to, let's say for the kids, payments at school or whatever, this is basically one of the things that you should be taking in consideration. If you have needs, short-term needs, you have your house rent or whatever, you can't risk this kind of money in order to get more money. So you can't say, you know what, by the end of the month, I have to pay my rent, my monthly rental. But you know what, I can start trading with it in the meantime for 15, 20 days, and then I can double it, and you know what, I'll just get some money, and then I will pay for my rent. It doesn't go this way, because if you lose it, then it would be a double loss for you. Financial market types of risk: market risk, interest rate risk, inflation risk, shortfall risk. Let's go through it one by one, super quick. Market risk, there is two types of market risk: systematical risk and unsystematical risk. So basically, the systematical risk is something happens somewhere that affects the entire sectors or most of the sectors in the stock market. By that I mean, let's say COVID. Out of COVID, every sector in the S&P was affected, except for health. I would say mainly for health, but otherwise, we have seen that most of the sectors that they've been affected by it. Interest rate risk, you have to monitor closely the monetary policy of the central banks. You have to understand when, let's say, the Fed, they are doing a tightening policy, they are doing a quantitative easing policy, which have the Fed they have done after COVID, which is basically to bring the interest rates down. When they are bringing the interest rates down, how this policy is impacting the market, and based on that, you make your decisions. Inflation risk, when there is an inflation, so after the Fed, they have brought the interest down to almost zero after COVID, then something happened in the market which is called velocity of money, which creates inflation. And then we have seen the inflation goes up in the United States till 9.1, which is the highest point in 40 years. In 40 years, inflation went up. All right, what should you do as an investor? So you have to understand how this will impact the market. It will impact the market mostly. We can see that there is a correction happens on the market, which we did witness after the Fed start to increasing the interest rates massively. That's pretty much it from my side. Thanks a lot for your time. If you have any questions, if you would like to speak, please come up to our booth. We would be more than happy to speak to you. Thanks a lot.
Great, thanks to Vadi for sharing such an inspiring speech with all of us. So we are excited to present a roundtable discussion on the topic institutional liquidity and risk management optimize strategies to cope with market volatility. Leading our discussion today is our esteemed moderator, Kevin Liu, Chief Executive Officer, Hong Kong at DGFT. Please come on stage. And now we would also like to invite our esteemed panelists, including Dick Low, CEO and co-founder at TDX Strategies, Jeffrey Bryan, Group General Manager and First Digital, as well as Benjamin McDonnell, Chief Compliance Officer at Wires. So everyone, let's give them a big round of applause to welcome them on stage.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right, okay, so we're running a little bit over time. My name's Kevin Liu, I'm the CEO of DGFT. We're going to hopefully raise up the game here to a little bit more of an institutional level. You've got on stage here some of the most respected companies actually that are based in Hong Kong and globally. A little bit about myself and DGFT is actually we're a RWA smart contract exchange, licensed in Singapore as well as also soon to be licensed here in Hong Kong for tokenization, issuance, trading, and liquidity provision. We're trusted by some of the biggest global asset managers, including UBS, as well as also more recently Invesco, who have tokenized their funds and now are actively distributing those into the institutional market. That's a little bit about us. Today's topic is actually about the institutional liquidity, risk management, and how to optimize strategies when faced with market volatility. So we're going to really raise the game here in terms of bringing this to the institutional level, and I'm going to ask our esteemed panelists, Dick, Brian, and Ben, to quickly give an introduction of yourself, a little bit about your company, and also how you guys aim to address risk within the market. Dick, please, over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Great to be here with my fellow panelists. Quick intro background about myself. My name is Dick Low. I've been in financial markets for 23 years, the last 6 years of which have been in crypto. In my previous life, I used to run structured products trading desks at investment banks, Deutsche Bank, Daiwa Capital Markets, before I started up TDX Strategies, which is a institutional grade derivatives and structured products platform. We serve over 250 clients worldwide, institutions and high net worth investors, providing a wide range of wealth management solutions to help clients to build, manage, and grow their digital assets. Basically, the pain point that we're trying to solve is that we know there is massive demand from institutions, sophisticated investors to get access, a smarter way to access our market, achieving a superior risk return profile than just buying and holding. And we do that through structured products. And more importantly, how can they get that exposure in a safe and secure way? And we do that through working with institutional infrastructure and our ecosystem partners. So for example, working with regulated and insured custodians to keep our clients' assets safe. And recently, we partnered up with DGFT. So our structured products, Principal Protect structured products, are now backed by the UBS UMIN token, the money market fund token, which we'll talk more about later.
Yeah. Thank you. Brian, over to you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Thanks very much, Kevin. Thanks, Dick. So my name is Devere Bryan. I'm the Group General Manager of First Digital. A little bit about my background as well. I've been in Hong Kong for over 20 years in traditional finance and fintech, and over the last 7 or 8 years, very much involved in the crypto, cross-border, and blockchain transactional business area. At First Digital, we are a dual business. On one side, and I'll talk about this a little bit later on, but on one side, we're a virtual asset trust. So we manage and custody the assets of international traders and institutions. And on the other side, we're one of the largest issuers of a USD-backed stablecoin called FDUSD, which is currently the third largest USD-backed stablecoin in the world with a market capitalization of around $3 billion. And we work with some of the largest liquidity providers and institutions in the world, as well as some of the largest exchanges in the world to distribute that stablecoin globally. So look forward to sharing more about how we manage risk.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Ben, can you actually tell us about AC Wires?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Benjamin McDonald. I've been in Hong Kong for about 7 years. About 10 years experience in the compliance sector. Formerly traditional finance, and more recently I serve as a Chief Compliance Officer for AC Wires. So AC Wires is a fully licensed platform to allow the customer to on and off ramp fiat to crypto and vice versa. And we also have an MSO license in Hong Kong for fiat transactions. So the main pain point for us would be that obviously it's a highly unregulated environment, and we aim to provide a compliant platform for customers to have that ease of transaction, that comfort to allow them to transfer funds knowing that the firm or the company they're trading with is fully compliant and adhering to a lot of robust regulatory requirements.
Got it. Okay, so for those of you in the audience, if you're still with us, right? So you've got a tokenization, recognized licensed platform. You've got effectively a structured product issuer to help you manage risk. You've got a stablecoin issuer, one of the largest in the world, to be able to provide liquidity. And you've got a credit card issuer and the chief compliance officer to help think about how to move money sort of cross-border, potentially. Is that okay?
Yep.
So let's jump into this a little. Institutional liquidity and risk management. Maybe, Dick, if we can just start with you. You've been in this game, institutional structured products. How do you sort of create your products, and how do you think about market risk, counterparty risk, in order to be able to provide your clients the best risk-adjusted return in an institutional manner?
Yeah, great question, Kevin. Having been in the market for such a long time, and I think many of us here have been in financial markets for a long time, managing market risk is probably the easiest part out of all the different risk classifications. We can all manage risk, we manage volatility, we understand financial theory, how to manage markets in different conditions. But the difficulty with crypto, what's less intuitive, is how do you manage counterparty risk? Given the fragmentation of the market, there are so many exchanges, so many trading venues, so many trading platforms. How do you assess which platforms are secure? Where do you trade at? How do you manage the counterparty risk? So as a structured products issuer, our objective is never to offer the highest possible return to our clients. Our objective is to offer clients the highest risk-adjusted return. I mentioned that we do a lot of principal-protected structured products linked to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and others, and with a guaranteed yield. It is possible for us to provide high yield by taking more risk, such as lending to exchanges, lending to counterparties. But we don't think the higher risk compensates, or we don't think the high return compensates for that degree of risk, which is why we're quite conscious in who we work with. And that's why we've structured these structured products that pay a fixed coupon, principal protection, backed by the UBS UMIN token. Because when clients come to TDX and say, hey, I want to buy a structured product, principal protected, linked to BTC, where does the principal protection come from? And that's the first question you should ask. Where is the yield coming from? Where's the principal protection coming from? And we can look them in the eye and say, hey, we're using the UBS money market token, AAA rated. And this is the confidence and security we want to provide clients when we come to managing counterparty risk.
Great, thanks a lot. Brian, I mean, FDUSD, highly recognized globally, right? You obviously got a lot of sort of clients, use your token. You could actually take that in specie for investment. You can sort of use it as off-ramp as well, get back into cash. You work with a number of banks. Give us an indication of how do you manage risk generally for FDUSD, the stablecoin?
For us, it comes down to a few things. 3 key words, I'd say. One is diversification, one is transparency, and one is separation. And what I mean by that is, on the separation piece, we always make sure that there's clear separation between client money and company money. This has gotten people into trouble in the not too distant past, right? Where there's been horrible stories like FTX, where catastrophic things have happened. So we're always clear in the way that we manage our attestation reports, our audit structure through the best auditors in the world to showcase that you can trust FDUSD to always be, a one-to-one backed stablecoin that's never blending. The transparency piece actually comes back down to that as well, where we do put out these attestation reports where you can clearly see where the investment is going. Right? We keep it very simple. It's T-bills. We don't go into any exotic structures with what we're trying to achieve on an asset management perspective. We're just out there, just keeping it steady and hoping that the rates don't go down too much, so we can make our own margin. But we don't diversify outside of that. Again, not trying to be any sort of like degen structure or currently the most boring type of crypto company you can get. Like I said earlier on, at heart, we're a trust business. And I think when it comes to diversity, you mentioned it just now, Kevin, another horror story we've seen in the past few years is where a large issuer could potentially have been over-leveraged with one bank. If that bank goes away, then the reserves go away, you've got a huge problem, a massive depeg, and you've seen massive stablecoins be impacted by that. So for us, we always make sure that we have a broad set of banking partners, institutional level banking partners. Sometimes we work with fintechs, depending on the speed of facility that we need to give to the clients, but we always make sure that we diversify the assets across multiple structures. So you don't put all your eggs in one basket. And that allows us then to ensure that the risk is limited. There's always risk, but it's limited in the structures that we put in place.
Got it. Okay, so in summary, working with banks, right? Obviously a pain point for the crypto industry. Banks are increasingly coming back. You also mentioned fintechs. I guess, Ben, that's a good segue into you. You're a fintech, I guess, in a degree. You offer credit card. You also compliance, chief compliance officer. What's risk to you like in your business?
So from a compliance perspective, with the growing regulatory changes, which are ever growing in the crypto sector, I think it's pivotal that any firm that's looking to get licensed, that's looking to get regulated, has to start off with employing a compliance function, whether that be one person or 2 people. So then secondly, we risk assess every single customer, whether that be institutional or retail that come through our door. We have a set structure of criteria that we rate our institutional and retail customers against, therefore determining the amount of due diligence we would do on each customer. So thirdly, we talk about KYC and AML controls. We have a program set up which is tailored against our licensing requirements, that we require certain identification documents, proof of address for every customer we take in, kind of know your transaction. In addition to that, we also have a number of vendors and screening systems. So, for example, we screen our names against various sanctions lists, adverse media, politically exposed people, and also for our transactions, we have ongoing monitoring for our transactions as well, whether that be fiat and as well on-chain. So we've recently employed a system called ScoreChain, which will screen wallet addresses on-chain, to see if they're connected to any bad exchanges or bad actors. And then additionally, we'll have different levels for customers, whether if they're a low-risk customer, we do a certain level of due diligence. If they're a high-risk customer, we do an enhanced due diligence. So in addition to that, we would also have a governance structure where we'd have an approval committee and a management committee within our company, which would meet once a month, and we discuss every high risk within the business, and that will have to get approved as well. And then in addition to that, we'd also do general things like training all staff, making sure they're risk aware.
Got it. Right. Okay. So just to sort of unpack that, right? You work with both off-chain KYC AML and also on-chain KYC AML, like checking on-chain transactions, know your transactions.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of critical, right? So if anyone's aware of what happened to the Bybit risk at the hack there, wallets got drained. What was it? 1.8 billion, 1.4 billion, somewhere around there. What's 400 million between friends? And it was accused that North Korea was the one who ultimately sort of nicked that, right? So what you're hearing here is how do you screen for that? How do you make sure that the wallets and the money that you're getting when it's coming into a B2B institutional business is clean? Another thing I would say is Hong Kong recently also just announced that crypto is a viable form of source of wealth. So we're starting to see how the adoption is now sort of starting to come back. Maybe Brian, just actually on that point, right? Crypto as being a viable source of wealth. When you guys are thinking about your B2B business partners as sort of bringing liquidity and market makers onto helping FDUSD be one of the more liquid coins out there in stables, how do you go about thinking about either taking on users or bringing liquidity providers to FD?
You know, it's not too dissimilar to what Ben just said there as well. You know, right now there isn't a clarity in regulation in Hong Kong when it comes to being a stablecoin issuer. It's in train, it's being worked on. But for us as an issuer and us as a trust business, we make sure that we also onboard every client that is going to mint FDUSD. And those are institutional, like, you know, number one, tier one grades liquidity providers. So some of the largest in the world, all of the largest in the world, would onboard to us, go through that same process of KYC to ensure that we have background checks, understanding their history, and then that they're fit for purpose once they mint FDUSD. Those guys mint FDUSD. We don't go to market. We're not a retail play. So those guys would mint FDUSD once they've been onboarded with us, and then they can put that into the exchange, right? And then it goes out to the public. We also then utilize a very similar structure to what Ben mentioned there around using companies like Elliptic, Biosun. There's technology out there that we use for screening. So transaction monitoring is the classic, but also on-chain usage. So screening out those bad actors, looking at certain chains, seeing where the percentage of fraudulent activity is high, and then not necessarily blocking it or freezing it. We don't want to be in that kind of God position, but choosing which chains that we want to deploy FDUSD natively on, where there's a lower risk of bad actors being present. So we're very picky about, on one side, who can mint FDUSD, but then also where we decide to have native deployment of FDUSD. So you'll find us on Sui, on Solana, on these areas where, on these blockchains, layer ones, where people are developing, and there's obviously some bad actors everywhere, but it's limited and lower.
Got it. Thank you. And then maybe as we move towards a little bit of a conclusion, you guys have all heard about us, right? So maybe we can actually throw it out to you guys for a little bit of fun, right? Can I please just get a show of hands? Who here owns a little bit of Bitcoin? Show of hands. Okay, if you're in the room, who of you actually have used stable coins before? All right, a few more hands there. Okay, and then I guess who of you here are B2B institutions or starting your own business in crypto? Can I have a show of hands? All right, okay, a lot of retail, I think. All right, so with that, I'm just going to ask you guys, you know, any closing words for the audience, perhaps as institutional guys that are running a pretty sophisticated businesses. Where do you see the next like 6 months to a year go in terms of your business, regulation, things you guys want to have put in place? Anyone looking for a job? Here's the time to consider. Dick, please.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I'll just resonate what these two gentlemen have said in terms of the importance of governance and compliance. If you're looking for an investment platform to buy, whether it's crypto or anything else, the first question is not how much returns you're getting or how cheap are the trading fees. Is what's the governance? What are the AML policies? Our banking channels are super important in crypto, so we are very serious about AML policies. We're very serious about checking wallets to make sure that we're not touching any coins that may have been tainted, that have been involving illegal activity. what's the risk management procedure? How do you manage counterparty risk? How do you manage liquidity risk? So these are the questions that whether you are a retail investor, individual investor, asset manager, managing other people's money, those are the things that you should need to be thinking about.
Brian?
I think for us, it's, again, around clarity. For us, we're very much pro-supervision. We're very encouraged by the recent trend of positive sentiment in large countries like the US, obviously in Hong Kong, Singapore, around regulation. Stablecoin, we truly believe, is the super app of crypto, and we want to be open and trustable for retail users in the future to look at us the same way as you look at any normal digital currency. And that's just going to come through us being part of the ecosystem that the standard USD or CBDCs will sit in the future. So looking forward to really engaging more with the regulators, looking forward to getting our licensing in Europe, our licensing in the US, licensing around Asia. So people don't even think about FDUSD as a stable coin necessarily, just as a digital currency that's there to facilitate easy access to crypto or to payments of real world things.
Great. Ben, to you, sir.
Yeah, just to close off from me, I just obviously think how big crypto has got, particularly in the last 2 to 5 years. And initially, obviously, people loved it because it was anonymous, etc. But it's now becoming a very regulated environment. And I think with all the scams and things and fraudulent activity out there in the crypto sector, it's important to, especially when you're investing, invest your money in a source or a credible source or a credible exchange that you feel safe with. So that's what I would advise.
Got it. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank the panelists. I'd like to thank Wiki Expo. I'd like to thank all of you here as well today for giving us your time and attention to listen to the message that we have on the institutional side. So please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. And please, let's get a stand up for a photo. Thanks.
A million thanks to all the guest speakers on stage. Thank you for sharing with us such thought-provoking discussions. So next coming up, we would like to welcome Wing Ng, CEO of Forex Global and Algo Forex, to present on the topic of transforming global finance, AI-driven trading, empowering every trader beyond limits. 接下来，我们非常高兴可以邀请到 Forex Global and Algo Forex 的 CEO Wing 来到现场，为我们简单介绍一下我们的主题演讲如何量身定制我们的交易旅行。So, big round of applause. I'm sure that there are a lot of students and also fans of Wing. Thank you, thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for with us today. So I will speak in Canton speaking in the following presentation. So if you don't know Canton speaking, please pay attention with the PowerPoint. That is your English. 好，嚟緊我會用廣東話同大家進行分享嘅。我哋講嘅係 AI trading。在座我想問下大家有冇邊個用 AI trading、algo trading 啊？請舉手好嗎 ？OK，very good。好嗱，我哋咧係做 AI trading 嘅，我哋係諗緊點樣將 AI trading 放喺我哋現實交易之中，而我哋係嘗試並且獲得巨大嘅成功喺呢件事情上邊。好，我哋嘅點樣做法嘅咧？我哋係一間 fintech 同埋教育嘅公司嚟嘅，我哋將兩者二合為一，我哋將教育同 fintech 擺埋一齊，而可以幫助大部分人咧係成功地由一個普通嘅一個人完全唔識有關 fintech 嘅，去慢慢學習 fintech， 繼而咧用 fintech 達至財務自由一個 passive income。OK， 我哋間公司咧係AWS 嘅一個講者啦，我哋會出嚟講好多做人演講啦。咁亦都咁樣講句，我哋喺杜拜嗰邊咧 set 我哋嘅 office 嘅。呢一個咧係杜拜嘅官方機構阿布扎比嘅 investment office， 咁邀請我哋去參與佢哋嘅服務啦，亦都可能我哋會加盟杜拜嗰邊進行活動嘅。咁我哋咧公司嘅進程咧一直以嚟咧不斷咁去進步，由2018年公司一路發展到今時今日啦，已經橫跨咗唔同嘅國家㗎啦。咁基本上咧由香港啦、新加坡啦、馬來西亞啦、英國啦，甚至乎杜拜都有我哋嘅分店嘅。OK， 咁我哋都攞咗好多獎項啦。 好，咁我哋咧入邊有4大王牌嘅產品，呢4大嘅王牌產品咧係完全 algo trade 嘅，100%嘅自動交易。自動交易即係話我哋用咗呢4大王牌嘅產品咧，呢就係我哋放喺Forex 上面用嘅 EA。呢一紮嘅 EA 咧，全部係做到自動會決定入市嘅時間，自己會買升或者買跌，即係判斷方向。而且大家用咗呢啲工具之後咧，你可以咧完全 hands on 俾晒佢哋咧去進行交易嘅，即係你唔需要再有任何嘅手動交易，你可以擺低你隻手噶啦。咁而我哋嘅產品咧係非常之精準嘅啊。咁啊，我哋嘅產品咧同埋間公司嘅服務咧，亦都攞咗 ISO 嘅9001啦，同 ISO 27001。呢度我哋公司嘅進程，我哋係好積極喺呢一方面進行發展嘅。喺香港或者甚至乎亞洲界嘅 algo trading 咧，係認真做實事嘅一間公司嚟嘅。OK， 好。咁嗱，我哋咧有一個好特別嘅產品，我想介紹俾大家聽。呢一個咧就係我哋好強大嘅 Signal Page 產品啦。呢一個 Signal Page 咧，想同大家講講喺呢個世界上面咧，好少會出現一個 Signal Page 有埋 AI 分析功能，而且你可以將你嘅交易記錄 demo 又好、真倉又好放上去，而且係非常之 user friendly 嘅，係好容易去使用嘅。OK。咁亦都咁樣講句，入邊會有詳盡嘅分析翻你嘅交易記錄，你嘅所有嘅 trading history 係點樣去提升你嘅 performance。OK， 好。我哋咧會透過 AI 人工智能24小時去分析你嘅交易記錄，繼而咧喺後邊咧提供一啲建議或者一啲改良嘅方案俾你哋嘅交易嘅。OK， 嗱喺度咧，我想 show 一件事情俾大家睇。Signal Page 呢個交易記錄嘅分析工具，並唔係我哋一間公司獨創嘅。喺呢個世界上面啦，喺好早嘅時候咧，我相信如果大家有玩 algo trade 或者玩 MQL5 或者有玩 MT4、MT5，你會知道有 MQL5 呢間公司。MQL5 呢間公司咧，佢哋已經有呢個 signal 㗎啦，但係咧喺佢哋過去嘅政策慢慢逐漸改變啦，佢哋係唔接受任何 demo 嘅 account 嘅，即係話你一定要放你嘅真倉上去，而且你要做晒所有 KYC， 你先可以放到真倉。咁另外第二樣嘢啦，亦都有 MyFX 嘅存在。MyFX 嘅存在咧，佢哋好專業嘅，但係有個問題啦，佢一啲都唔 user friendly， 亦都冇辦法好容易地公開嘅交易記錄。咁我哋咧就發展出我哋嘅 Signal Page。喺我哋嘅 Signal Page 入邊，我哋嘅目標係點咧？係幫助大家咧好容易 share 你嘅 setting。好容易將你嘅交易記錄賺錢嘅方式去分享出去，咁亦都咧，我哋會有 AI 嘅 report 嘅，我哋會將 AI report 擺落去，咁亦都有 visualize on chart on MT4。咁而最近咧，我哋發展咗一個新嘅技術啦，我哋可以將你嘅 trading history plot 落去 trading view 嘅 plot 落去 trading view。咁呢個係我哋嘅最新嘅技術，已經唔係局限於 MT4 噶啦。咁嚟緊咧，我哋 MT5 亦都會 support 喺我哋嘅 Signal Page 嗰度。好啦。呢個目標咧係令到所有嘅投資者可以做到咧100% 嘅贏率，大家都可以落場，可以有機會賺到錢嘅。嗱，呢啲係我哋嘅交易數據，呢啲交易數據咧全部係我哋嘅學生做出嚟嘅成績。我哋學生做出嚟嘅成績咧，佢哋唔係一般嘅專業投資者，佢哋一般嘅即係普羅大眾，佢哋透過學習程式交易，透過學習 AI，可以做出以上嘅成績。譬如咧，16個星期啦，賺咗1500% 啦。咁如果你可以 looking for details 入到佢嘅 Signal Page 入邊咧，你可以睇到佢嘅交易記錄嘅，佢 trading history 喺晒入邊。咁亦都咁樣講句，我哋嘅操作方法咧，我哋成個操作嘅流程咧，係有一啲嘅 trader 啦，透過用我哋嘅 software 啦嘅程式交易啦。跟住我哋做咗一個 platform 出嚟，而呢個 platform 咧就係我哋嘅大數據分析系統。我哋嘅大數據分析系統入邊咧，可以拍到所有MT4 嘅 booker， 佢哋可以將個資訊接落我哋嘅 Signal Page 嘅。咁而嚟緊咧，我想話俾大家聽，我哋可以透過呢個技術咧，幫助大家咧可以抄得到，或者利用一啲已經成功嘅人士佢哋嘅交易記錄同埋佢哋嘅程式交易佢嘅 setting， 去應用喺你嘅身上。去幫助你產生一個可以持續而達至咧財務自由嘅被動式收入。咁嗱喺呢個 Signal Page 入邊，我哋個方法好簡單嘅啫。OK， 好點樣 ？OK， 佢播唔到片啊。OK， 好嗱喺我哋嘅操作入邊啦，我哋有一個嘅 ecosystem。我哋嘅 ecosystem 咧就係用我哋嘅程式交易
再加上咧我哋有個 AI 嘅授權，呢個授權機制咧可以令到你嘅程式交易咧喺一瞬間咧啟動得到。咁跟住我哋有一個咧系統咧，我哋叫 BT Matrix。呢個 BT Matrix 嘅工具咧係可以咧吸收同埋咧市場上面大部分人咧用呢啲程式交易咧做出嚟嘅 backtest report 嘅。目前咧我哋已經吸收咗咧大概係接近80萬份嘅 backtest report， 係80萬份。咁80萬份咧用人咧係冇辦法分析嘅，所以咧我哋有個 AI 嘅 signal page。呢個 AI signal page 咧係分析緊80萬份嘅 backtest report。咁呢個係一個好誇張嘅數字啊！80萬份嘅 backtest report 喺講緊幾個月之內可以 create 出嚟，咁而將來嘅數字咧，只會越嚟越驚人啫。咁大家唔需要重複地做一個backtest report， 你已經可以攞到一個好精準嘅交易數據同埋個設定方法。係啦，喺我哋嘅 signal page 入邊咧，仲有一個強大嘅功能啦。依家呢個今時今日呢個世界咧，好講嘅係咩咧？點樣利用 AI 幫助你人生或者你工作上面提升你嘅工作能力？但喺實際上面咧，好少人應用 AI 幫助佢哋提升佢哋嘅 trading performance 嘅。喺我哋嘅 signal page 入邊咧，我哋有一個工具啦，就係可以閱讀大家嘅交易記錄，將你嘅分析由一個完整嘅 AI report 話俾你聽，你過去嘅交易入邊有啲咩厲害嘅地方，有咩地方做得好，有咩地方需要改進，全部係我哋可以講到出嚟嘅，包括會重點針對嘅你嘅贏率啦，你做邊隻貨幣對啦，喺新聞時段你嘅交易嘅風險啦，全部係有一個 AI 可以分析出嚟嘅。咁而呢個 AI 分析咧，將來仲會用一個 chatbot 嘅形式去提供緊即時嘅問答添。好，咁呢度咧有個嘅 video 啦，撳一撳一個掣，呢個 video 都係播唔到。嗱，本身呢度有個 video 嘅，咁但係大會就冇辦法播呢個 video。咁呢個 video 咧係講緊我哋入到去咧開咗一個 AI 嘅 report， 呢度有個 AI report， 佢撳一撳個掣，佢哋會有一個 AI 嘅 report 出到嚟。咁而呢個 AI report 咧可以幫助大部分投資者咧改良佢嘅交易策略。好，咁我哋咧依家咧所有嘅 signal page 咧都係由我哋自己去進行研發嘅。而我哋咧，大家如果對呢個 AI 嘅 signal page 有興趣嘅話，可以 scan 呢個 QR code， 可以直接睇下我哋嘅交易數據。我邀請大家可以打開你部手機去 scan 一 scan 呢個 QR code， 你會直接咧就入到呢個 signal page 㗎啦。呢個 signal page 咧有機會咧嗱，我哋依家咧淨係香港嘅同學或者可能我香港嘅用戶用緊。依家目前咧，我哋已經收集咗超過7000個嘅交易記錄。我哋收集咗7000個呢個交易記錄。咁已經進行緊大數據分析㗎啦，整理緊㗎啦。咁喺將來咧，我相信咧會喺短期之內啦，可能喺年底有機會咧，將呢一件事情咧分享出嚟俾大家。咁而大家咧可以預先透過呢個QR code 咧去進行了解嘅。咁將來咧，我會將呢個 signal page 去公開地俾所有人一齊可以用得到，去方便提升你哋嘅交易嘅 performance。OK， 好，咁就嚟到呢度啦。咁啊 ，thank you 各位，多謝大家，多謝大家。Thank you 啊！多謝大家，多謝大家，多謝大家支持啊 ！Thank you，Thank you。OK， 好，Thank you。好，喂，多謝多謝。
Thank you，Thank you Wing。今日都好受歡迎，我哋有好多學生嚟到現場啦。好，咁如果大家有興趣嘅話咧，可以繼續去揾啊 Wing Sir 一齊去了解更加多。So next, we are so excited to present a fireside chat on the topic Building Seamless Cross-Border Payments, the Rise of Emerging Markets in the Global Payment Ecosystem. The discussion will explore the challenges, opportunities, and innovations driving the transformation of the global payments ecosystem. So everyone, let's now put our hands together to welcome our moderator, Amira Solomon, co-founder and CEO of Time Guardian and author, to come on stage. Hello, Amira. And we have our guest speaker, Devendra Verma, Head of Global Strategic Relations, Asia Pacific at SWIFT, to come on stage as well to join us for this exciting fireside chat session. 接下来我们会进行一个的讨论环节，主题是构建无缝跨境支付全球支付生态系统中新兴的市场的崛起。So everyone, let's put your hands together to welcome our two guests on stage now.
Hello everyone. Hope you have a great day full of good panels. I've heard multiple of it. It was great. Welcome Devendra to the panel.
Thank you,
We're
Amira.
very happy to have you and would like you to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Amira, and thank you everyone for having us. It's a great day here in Hong Kong. So those of you who are visiting Hong Kong, it's an amazing time to be here. And thank you so much to Wiki Global, Wiki Expo for having SWIFT, here at this fantastic, energized event. right? I lead the global banking clients for Asia Pacific and the global. So the banks that you see across the pond from here are the banks who are my clients, right? And if you know about SWIFT, if you've ever made international payments in your life, either in personal or professional capacity, then I'm sure at some point in time you have come across SWIFT, either directly or indirectly through your bank, right? So we are a network of 11,500 banks and financial institutions globally. We move the world's GDP in 3 days, and we do more than 50 million transactions in a single day. So that's the network that we run for the last 50 years, and then that's we are proud of. So
It's a big dinosaur, to be honest. It's a big dinosaur. Everyone knows SWIFT, of course. So let me introduce myself. My name is Amira Solomon. I come from the banking field, have 25 years of experience into the banking field, have 360 view for all, from retail banking to investment banking to wealth management, till I decide to have my own startup, which is into the blockchain and crypto. It have a multiple solution which enable the payment and the cross-border payments, but through the crypto. Not only this, it have the DeFi through the best AI algorithm, which allow you to earn from 3 up till 15% based into your risk appetite. Let's start the discussion and know more and dig deep more and challenge more about SWIFT, while what's happening into the blockchain and how it become easier and smoother, faster and cheaper. So let's challenge you more. In this market, which is happening as of now, where do you see the opportunities and challenges in the payments, mainly for the cross-border? How do you feel it's going to be growing more, or it will be challenged with what's happening in the world nowadays?
I think it's a great question. Thank you so much, Amira, first of all. I think there are a few things, macro level happening already, as you can see, right? There is a trade tensions in different geopolitics happening. Different geolocations are looking at their own nationalistic agendas, right? So you have, on one hand, kind of a deglobalization or reset of the globalization as we speak. So people who are looking at, going out and about, now they are looking to protect their own interests. So that's one trend that we have seen. The other thing, and I like the fact that you called us dinosaur. It is a common, perception. The reason is that banking itself is an old industry, right? And SWIFT is a cooperative firm, as you know. So we are not a private, company for profit. We are not a commercial company. So we are designed, we are created by the industry for the industry. And we are working for this for the last 50 years. Now, when you say SWIFT is slow, it is not just us, it's the whole industry, the banking industry, the central banks, the regulators, the governments, the policymakers, right? And then you can imagine when you look at 200 plus countries, to move every country in one direction, it takes time. Yes?
And don't you see it's a lot of fractions available and people to send their money abroad or to do cross-border payments, and even we talk about corporates, they are suffering and they are paying a lot of fees, while when we have the competitors coming in place and we talk about the blockchain and how the ease of payments happening, it's a blink of eye and it's very cheap. So don't you see that this is a big challenge for you, and how you will gonna cater to this challenge, what you will gonna do about this? Because when we talk about SWIFT, still the people will say it's slow, it's expensive. I know that the banks is behind. It's not about SWIFT themselves. This is a very wrong idea. SWIFT is a part of the circle, because there is a cross borders, there is the other banks intermediates which comes in, and all of them is take charges, and this is why it become very expensive. But for us, when we come as a retail customer, the banks will never blame. We will always blame SWIFT. SWIFT is very expensive. SWIFT is very slow. I send the money, it take me 1 week. When I go to small fintech or MTO or exchange house, it's 1 second. And now with the blockchain coming in, ASAR coming in, and time guarding coming in, it's a blink of eye, cheaper, 0.26, and the money will reach in the other side. So what you're gonna do about this?
I think it's a good point. Like you said, yes, because of the legacy reasons, it used to take time and all that. But I don't see this as a challenge. I think this is an opportunity. And it's kind of a wake-up call for the whole industry that, people are demanding more transparency. People are demanding faster and speed. in their transactions, and whether it's a retail customers or corporate customers, right? So I think this is an opportunity for banks and for everyone to then look at how we can improve the customer experience, how we can create faster, cheaper, better transactions, and better client experience, right? We are working with the banking industry, with a couple of large banks, to push them, in fact, to make the transactions better and as easier and as user-friendly as any fintech company, right? You can see a lot of banks are already partnering with fintech providers.
Yes.
You have seen a lot of fintech companies partnering with them because ultimately, people need banks. Banks are not going anywhere, right? So whether you are a fintech, whether you are a blockchain, whether you are a DeFi company, at the end of the day, you have to move money and you need banks for that. So the whole idea is that how do we elevate the overall infrastructure so that whether it's a fintech company, whether it's a bank or whether it's a digital bank, all of them are able to provide a consistent level of client experience to us, either corporate or individual customers, right? We are doing a lot. So this year, as one of our strategy is to look at the banks, work with the banks, understand the pain points and why transactions are getting slow. If you look at the G20, which is the global, 20 countries, they have come up with the guidelines around transaction has to finish, 75% of all global transactions have to finish within 1 hour, right? That's a fast speed. I mean, you could argue that it could be 5 minutes, yes, but let's start with 1 hour. Now, we are some way away from that, right, as a banking industry. Can we use fintechs? Of course, we can. We should, and I think banks are already exploring wherever they can to use new, innovative, creating solutions from fintechs, blockchains, any other, technology to support that, right? So I'd see it's more of a collaboration opportunity rather than a challenge or a competition. Right. And I'm sure, a lot of the fintechs here who are at some point in time dealing with banks, for sure, right? They are all looking at those kind of partnerships to scale up.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's all about collaboration and how we will be optimizing each other in order to give the customer the best customer experience and give him the best customer value proposition. But still, I'd like to know, with these emerging countries which you are seeing, and we are talking about the financial inclusion and getting much more people into the banking system, given that they are moving out of it instead of getting him in. So what is the strategies which you are going to build in order to get this customer into the banking field or get them in or continue using the SWIFT instead of moving out of it? And you've mentioned one simple thing now, that they are moving through the fintech companies. I'll tell you that the digital banks now partner with Wise in order to get the money instantly. So if I transfer through Wise, I can transfer to US, I can transfer to Canada. It will reach immediately to the next, to the recipient. Despite you are saying 1 hour, so don't you see that this is not the right strategy as of now? We should think about different strategies.
So good that you raised this point. By the way, Wise is our member.
Oh, great. So
yes.
Wise is doing it in the second how?
So you see, at some point in time when you want to scale up, whether it's a Wise or whether it's a small fintech company, we all want to collaborate because we all want to, first comply with the compliance, regulation and guidelines, right? Number two, we want to scale up in multiple countries. So SWIFT operates in more than 200 countries with 11,500 banks. That's a big network. To reach that kind of a scale individually, it's going to take a long, long time, right? So it's better to partner and collaborate, right? So that's why we are open. Our network is an agnostic network. We are not just for the banks. We are there to support the community and different players, whether it's a central bank, whether it's a fintech, whether it's a commercial bank, right? And we are also agnostic to currencies. So you see, we are already working with the technology providers, the top leading AI providers in the world, to look at how we can incorporate digital assets, stable coins, cryptocurrencies, right? Now again, it depends on the government. If the government and regulatory framework allows for that asset to follow, then we are ready to support. So the network is agnostic, whether it's a fiat currency, it's a digital crypto, or is it any other mode of currency. So we are already doing a lot of POCs on the tokenized assets and securities, on trade, in payments, working with HKMA, a couple of other, a lot of these central banks on CBDCs. So all that innovation is going on. And we are ready as and when the governments and regulators decide to use that at scale, we will be able to support it.
You didn't look into the countries which is already scaled this CBDC. Let's say in the UAE, they are allowing completely to use the digital assets, especially the stable coins. So are you going to partner with any of the blockchain in order to enable the cross-border payments through stable coins, kind of?
So I think the idea is that we follow the rule. We follow the banks, we follow the central banks. So as central banks come out with the guidelines, they provide the guardrails, the security, the resilience of the network, and it becomes the acceptable form of money or asset class, and it becomes acceptable at production, we will be able to support it. Yeah?
That's great.
So,
that's great. And what about the blockchain? You are not going to use any of the blockchain in order to make it much more faster, the transaction? It doesn't have you use the digital assets. You can the digital assets till you have a clear central bank regulations defining it here in this part of the world or in the emerging countries. But what about the use of the blockchain in order to make the transaction faster and easier? We cannot use this, especially that HSBC, they are using their blockchain. A Standard Chartered Bank, they are using their blockchain. So what is the SWIFT going to be doing about this?
So the thing is, we started working on blockchain back in 2018-19. So we are already working on it for the last 6-7 years. We tried different use cases, whether it's a retail transaction, it's a corporate, big commercial transactions. And we realized, working with the banks and everyone, that it provides very little value to certain use cases. So even if you move from current network to blockchain network, the incremental value to anyone is negligible. And the cost is too much. You look at the banks changing their systems for a blockchain for everybody. You're not talking about one bank, 5 banks. You're talking about 10,000, 11,000 banks. So to create a replicate network on a different technology is not the challenge. It is a big challenge, sorry. And the technology is never the only challenge. It's easy to have a technology. I think the challenges are around legal. Challenges are around liquidity, on sanctions. So those challenges where you have to follow that, and they don't go away because you change the technology. Whether you are on message, you are using API, you are using blockchain, you have to follow sanctions, you have to follow other checks and balances. So they take up a lot of time. And until the governments come with the new regulations, whether what form of those checks and balances they can support with the new technologies, is going to be the same time. So you see a lot of these projects happening in Asia Pacific, where people are looking at blockchain technology, but ultimately the challenge is how do you scale it up? When you talk to multiple countries, different regulations, different requirements, how do you deal with that? Can you have one requirement globally? Theoretically, yes, but it's not the case, right? US works in a different way than Middle East and Europe or Asia Pacific. So once you have a global network, you have to manage and comply with all of those different things. So that creates more complexity than just the technology.
So you will be waiting for the regulations to come in, which is covering all the countries, despite you find that there is Asia have a certain places which they have a proper regulation, and even in the GCC there is a proper regulation. So why we cannot be the first one in order to go to these countries and partner and enable the payments for them or the cross-border payments through the blockchain? Why we cannot do this? I see this is a big opportunity, especially that the banks there is encouraging the same. So it's not a matter, and the banks, to give you proof about this, the banks start partner with MTOs in order to enable the cross-border payments. So why not? I see it as an opportunity, to be honest.
No, you are absolutely right. So we are not waiting per se. What we are also doing is that we are working with the big commercial banks, big leading banks, as well as the central banks and regulators to push for this. So last year we did a POC with 38 central banks around the world.
Oh.
So we created this CBDC connector because we see that 90%, 95% of the world's central banks are now experimenting with CBDC, right? They have a different CBDC ideas in mind. But you can't have one CBDC when you move it to the cross-border. How do you move a digital yuan, a digital dollar to a digital Sing dollar, a digital Hong Kong dollar, right? So you need some kind of interoperability there when you move cross-border. So that's where we come into the picture. So we have built a CBDC connector, which can seamlessly connect between two different blockchain networks on different technologies, but still ensuring the data integrity across the network, the resilience across the network, and the identity and security, which is our hallmarks for last 50 years, across all those networks to help move money cross-border. So it's easier to have a CBDC in one market, but how do you deal with if there are 50 different CBDCs in the world, for example? So we are working with the central banks already on that. We have tested that it works. Now we are waiting. When central banks decide that yes, we are launching it, we'll be ready to support.
That's great. I was very happy to have you actually, Devendra. And we are looking forward to have the cross-border happening in seconds, because this is what everyone is looking for. The same, I'd like to thank Wiki Finance Expo for having us. It was really great, and looking forward for our next meeting when you will tell me it happens in seconds, really.
Thank you, Amira. Thank you so much for your
Thanks
time.
to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Again, big thanks to all guest speakers on stage for giving us such a fruitful sharing. So next, we're excited to present a roundtable discussion on the topic of connecting Trevi and Divi, bridging the future of finance. As the traditional finance Trevi sector and decentralized finance Divi continue to evolve, the convergence of these two worlds holds the key to shaping the future of the financial landscape. So here we have our moderator, Jonathan Gill, tokenization specialist, to come on stage. Everyone, let's give him a big hand. And joining him are our esteemed panelists, including Alexandra Vichadres, head of SC Ventures Hong Kong and GCNA Business Development at SC Ventures Liberland. Emil Chen, co-chair of Hong Kong Digital Finance Association. Jay Lee, partner at KNL Gates. And Toya Zhang, Deputy CEO of EXIO. So everyone, let's give our guest speakers on stage a big hand so that the roundtable sharing session can begin now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jonathan Gill, so I'm going to be moderating today. Given the very tight time frame, we'll just start getting into it straight away. So the idea is I'll ask Emil and Jay to share their commercial and legal experience. And then we'll zoom in on transactions with Alexandre, and then consider issues that concern intermediaries with Toya. So to start things off, obviously several jurisdictions are developing their virtual assets regimes to become more crypto-friendly. Emil, you have a very broad view of the local ecosystem. What makes Hong Kong stand out as a virtual assets jurisdiction?
Well, you might not aware that Hong Kong dollars are quite different from the rest of the world. It's not issued by the central bank, but commercial bank. And Hong Kong dollar was packed with the US dollar since the 1980s. So in such a case, it is not tokenized yet, Hong Kong dollar itself. But once it is tokenized, and the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has already have such a plan on the sandboxes, that it will be tokenized very soon. So once Hong Kong dollar is tokenized, and Hong Kong dollar actually is already issued by non-central bank but commercial banks, there's a lot of opportunities for everybody. They are using Hong Kong dollar to do the transaction, and I do believe that the end result is that in the AI world, data, is a new oil. So if all the transactions being utilize the stablecoin in Hong Kong, then our robots will be superior to the rest of the world, because we serve China, we serve Southeast Asia. So the regulation will be much easier here in Hong Kong, and the discovery of this financial crime will be much easier in Hong Kong. So that's my point of view, Hong Kong dollar.
Yeah, you're right. You could almost argue that with our peg, we were a stable coin before there were stable coins. It's a good point. So moving on to regulation, obviously, Jay, the SFC has rolled out the Aspire framework. So can you briefly outline some of the key issues for market participants?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
I mean, as you all know, we had a big conference a few weeks ago called the Consensus, right? And during the Consensus, SFC announced a new, it's not old one, but new roadmap called ASPIRE, ASPIRE, quite an interesting name. And then, I mean, sort of is initial caps of a few words, but I guess they are trying to have a new 12, not just one, 12 new initiatives to try to make Hong Kong as a global hub of Web3 and also virtual assets. And some of the key points, I think, for example, for now, we don't have that many globally known platforms. For example, Binance, they don't have a license here either. OKX, neither. So they are trying to bring more global names of exchanges to Hong Kong as well. And also, when you have exchange markets, also you need to have some liquidity providers. So they are trying to bring more liquidity providers to Hong Kong so that we have a bigger exchange markets in Hong Kong. And another one is it's some of the issues that the current VATPs have, which are typically, if we compare Hong Kong's regulation against other countries, their cold storage requirements are relatively higher. So they are trying to see whether they can relax on cold storage ratio requirement. And also another angle that they are trying to relax more on is derivatives. I mean, as we all know, when VATP was allowed 2 or 3 years ago, one of the limitations that they put on the VATPs was they could not do derivatives. But now they're trying to see how they can allow some derivatives to be traded on the exchanges and other markets. And another angle is sort of trying to copy securities markets professional investor scheme. As you know, when you do in Hong Kong, some offerings of bonds, stocks, we have 2 different schemes, retail investor scheme and also PI, we call professional investor scheme. When you use PI scheme, it's more relaxed on the regulations and disclosure or other things. So they are trying to see whether they can copy PI scheme to virtual assets market for the new listings of tokens. For example, if we are PI, maybe you may be allowed to buy some new tokens which retail investors may not be allowed to. So I think those are pretty good, in my view, initiatives to try to make Hong Kong as a global hub. And compared to other countries, I think on the regulation side, Hong Kong is moving faster and pretty good regulations. Although when you have regulations, there may be some limitations. But on balance, I think Hong Kong is pretty good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. So moving on to the current state of the market, Alexandre, can you describe Libera's recent tokenization of the Ultra Fund?
So, just quick introduction. I'm working for Standard Chartered Ventures, and within SC Ventures, we've incubated 2 years ago a tokenization platform called Libera out of Singapore, and I'm spearheading the business development initiatives in Hong Kong and Greater China. So Libera as a key mission statement is to bring on-chain bonds and funds. So the Ultra token that you mentioned is actually the tokenized treasury fund that we launched with Wellington Capital, the US asset manager. And so we brought on-chain their ultra short-dated US treasury investment through a vehicle that we created in Singapore. So I think you've heard a lot of things around tokenized money market fund in the recent past. BlackRock with the Beetle, Franklin Templeton has been quite successful also in Asia. And so with Wellington, the idea is really to bring on-chain a new type of vehicle that is a bit unique compared to the competition for 3 main reasons. So the vehicle we created is based in Singapore, so AAA jurisdiction compared to the Cayman vehicles that host the other tokens. We have also the Ultra token, the rating from Moody's, S&P, and Particular. So it's the highest rated tokenized money market fund out there. So that's quite significant. The other very striking element is the fact that everything is built on public blockchain. We have been live on Ethereum mainnet. We are going to deploy on other EVM-compatible chain very soon. So the idea of building this money market fund on-chain, on the public blockchain, will also not only enable investors to get yield out of their on-chain money, but will be also able to mobilize the token in a way that is not yet possible in the traditional finance world. So you will be able to take the token and use it in the DeFi world and get lending against it, post it as collateral. So that's what we feel is the future of finance, bringing assets on-chain, and we are starting now with this tokenized US Treasury, which is probably the most liquid instrument out there. As a market, we reached more than 4 billion of AUM under this type of assets. The Ultra token has been issued end of February, so yeah, we are looking to grow the TVL on this product, but yeah, very promising.
Do you want to speak about some of the bond initiatives you have as well?
So yeah, from a bond standpoint, that's something that will probably, hopefully, become live in the near future. But that's how Libera started in Hong Kong, working on the Genesis project. So that's the green retail tokenized bond that HKMA was working on back in 2021. And considering the background of Libera, I'm an ex-debt capital market banker. Aaron, the CEO, is also coming from the DCM world. So we really feel that issuing bonds on-chain is the next avenue of opportunity for the market. You've seen in Hong Kong, there is also another scheme, the digital asset grant scheme that has been announced at the end of last year. So you're going to see more and more issuer bringing on-chain issuance. Not only HKMA or HSBC. We do feel that yeah, it's going to become mainstream. You will have to use a DLT platform here in Hong Kong, and yeah, clearly Libera is working towards achieving that goal.
That's very exciting. So moving on to a market intermediary. Toy, congratulations on your Type 1, Type 7, and VATP licenses. So there are 10 such licensees in the Hong Kong market now. How do you think X.io is going to distinguish itself in this environment?
Thank you for the question, Jonathan. First of all, just allow me to briefly introduce our platform, EX.io, which is a licensed VATP here in Hong Kong. As Jonathan just mentioned, Hong Kong SFC just in total issued 10 licenses until today. So before answering the question of distinguishing EX.io, let me just broaden it up and say what's differentiate, first of all, licensed VATPs versus unlicensed or offshores. Without like explaining more, of course, licensed exchanges means security, trust, and also means someone is looking at us from above and say, oh, I take responsibilities of the behaviors of this venue, right? And bad things did happen back a couple of days ago, a couple of months ago, in terms of security hack, in terms of short of liquidity, which was the news last night, in terms of misbehavior at the end of 2022. So being regulated and licensed, of course, explained a lot of stuff in terms of how well behaving a centralized exchanging is. So that's the first I want to explain. And second, like how distinguish Hong Kong licensed ones versus other jurisdictions ones. I think if people are following in the Twitter space, it is widely acknowledged that Hong Kong's standard is comparatively higher compared to other jurisdictions. Even Brian Armstrong was publicly saying, like, we visited Hong Kong and visited SFC, but I think it doesn't really make sense for us to migrate from US to Hong Kong. That only means with acquiring Hong Kong VATP licenses, we can easily replicate into different jurisdictions. And we're only going to go through these ways by going to acquire licenses jurisdiction by jurisdiction instead of operating offshore, because we would like to take a compliant route and take a virtual asset to mainstream instead of like compete with offshore exchanges. That's simply not the way that we're going through. And thirdly, how EX.io is competing with the existing VATP's landscape. I think that comes back to the topic. We are strategically positioning ourselves of the bridge between traditional finance and the Web3 finance. The background of EX.io, if people are not aware, we're backed by the second largest internet broker, which is Valuable Capital here in Hong Kong. So we do have a ground of 2.5 million of reserved retail clients. We do have over 200 institutional clients on the street that we have already made connections with. So those are the things that we have been building at the same time applying for the license in the past like 1.5 years. That's what we've been accumulating, right? And we do hope one day when we are open for business, those clients can be easily converted into virtual asset, let alone like the good banking relationships, of course. So with the license, different from other jurisdictions. So other jurisdictions, when they give you a license, that doesn't necessarily mean banking relations are friendly. But here in Hong Kong, we have already experienced and feel welcomed by the traditional finance world. So that's also an advantage. Thank you.
That makes me think of something else. Emil, do you sort of see that as a pain point still, as in banking relationships for some of your members in the crypto world?
Definitely. So even though they welcome you, but they may not all the banks welcome crypto because their compliance requirements still quite, I use the term quite outdated. And they are following, the very strict, old, dated regulations. So that back to my point, talking about stablecoin. So for the bond, even though we tokenize it, say the first one, Hong Kong is quite, advanced. We issued the tokenized green bond a few years back, a couple of years back. But to settle the tokenized green bond, we still rely on the CMU, the traditional settlement systems. So it makes no sense. On one hand, the asset is tokenized, but there's no stable coin connecting with the smart contract with it. So it's useless. Tokenization is useless. So if and at the moment, no problem. If you are PI, you can use USDT, USDC. But if we have to make Hong Kong the true financial hub, we have to let everybody to enjoy the same payment means. So in such a case, the tokenizations of money, stablecoin, is a must. You might not also aware that unlike Singapore, only one regulator, MAS, can chef all the purposes, to change the regulation, the policies. Here in Hong Kong, we have at least on the surface, you might see 3 to 4 regulators, to banks, to securities company, and to insurance company. But at the back, we have the customs for the OTC, and also we have the police to overlook the lending. So the data are all separated, and the accountability are all separated. So, for example, for a very simple tokenized assets on ramp, so you have to deposit the money to a bank, and the bank has to be a friend of your exchange, and then you can do the transaction in such a way, very cumbersome at the moment if you are not PI. So I believe that maybe in a year, so when the bill, we have to go through the third read of the stablecoin sandbox, there will be a different picture. So put JD. JD is quite famous today or in a couple of days because they spend a lot of money to make their e-commerce. But behind e-commerce is supply chain finance. So if I'm a buyer, I buy the token from JD, and the money will be on chain on the in the first place, and then the collection of that money went through all the supply chain to the manufacturer for the importer. Then it's quite clear the transparency will be there. Then for compliance requirements, it will be very easy to disclose or to fulfill. In such a case, I hope we can be the financial hub and trading hub again and make Hong Kong great again, okay? So.
That's a good point, Emil, because I guess for you, Toya, that's the next thing for you. I mean, you've got the licenses for 1 and 7 and your VATP, but what you really want is retail market access. So would you see that as your next immediate goal for your exchange?
We need it. So to localize to make it happen, we cannot just have the PI because the transparency is not there. So I hope EXIO can play that role, for us.
I do hope so as well. Like the retail clients, of course, everyone wants the retail clients. That's where the traffic is. That's where the money is. I'm not just saying institutional is not important, but unfortunately, from a company running point of view, right? You can't really immediately go through retail because that means a lot of burn rate in terms of marketing, branding. So low-hanging fruit were probably just institutions. And when we build this momentum, of course, and also we need to give some time for the product to be perfect, because retail is not going to onboard with your platform when your platform is really buggy, right? And we are starting much later than the offshore exchanges when they have at least 10 years of a head start to perfect their platform, to make the onboarding process easier, to actually build the ultra low latency platforms. So still, we probably also need some time to build the platform and then make it accessible to more retail clients. And that's not just EXIO, but also it's all the other VATPs. I'm seeing the same path, unless people disagree with me. They are ready and launch. I'm not excluding the possibility.
Okay, so we've covered the current state of the market and we've covered regulations. So looking forward to the future, Alexandre, can you sort of share what's in Libera's pipeline of tokenizable assets?
Yeah, of course. I think to your point, the access to digital money will be crucial. And Hong Kong will hopefully have the stablecoin established very soon. Standard Chartered is also one of the entity in the sandbox with Animoka and HKT. So hopefully that will come to fruition very, very soon. But yeah, to your point, having access to digital money will be the way for the market to really come. From my perspective, outside of the bonds and funds, which are probably the easiest to bring on chain, because it's very liquid. The money market fund is probably the most liquid you have out there. And for the stablecoin issuers and Web3 native money holder, it's very convenient for them to get yield on the back of their stablecoin holdings. So that's why everyone is starting with tokenized money market fund. I do feel that the more people feel comfortable about tokenization, we will see a trend of going to maybe more illiquid assets. So we are looking within Libera to expand outside of the very liquid products and looking at private credit, private equity. We are working on with a gold retailer in Southeast Asia to tokenize some of their gold credits. So that's very bespoke products that would be really a perfect fit for the tokenization and enabling the token holder to really get access to an underlying that he would not be able to touch in the traditional world. So that's one of the promise of tokenization, giving access to the broader people to assets that they could not touch as of now. So I think that's a key element. That being said, bringing on-chain more illiquid assets is not always the right approach. And obviously, I feel that most assets will come on-chain in the near future, but not everything should be brought on-chain because the tokenization itself won't bring liquidity. So what I was saying earlier is that the mobility will be guaranteed. You will be able to mobilize your token and use it for other purpose. But if the asset is illiquid, if no one wants to buy it, tokenization won't solve it. So that's something to bear in mind. So at Libera, we really want to focus on assets that have a meaningful interest for both issuers and investors. Outside of the traditional financial products, we are also looking at arts, entertainment, intellectual property rights also. That is the next big thing. So yeah, there will be not only financial product brought on chain, but also more alternative that we feel could be a good fit for the next generation of wealth, that more and more will get on-chain money to deploy. So yeah, that's what we're working on.
Yeah, you make a good point, Alexandre, about secondary market liquidity. As a exchange operator for EX.io, what are your strategies for ensuring or at least promoting secondary market liquidity?
That's a very tough question. Yes. Yeah, just like Alexander said, like being tokenized some asset doesn't really necessarily guarantee the liquidity, right? If something that in the traditional market, it doesn't have the liquidity that it needs, you tokenize it, make it a smaller, fractionalize, how does it mean like it's going to be liquid? So as a market participants of this tokenized market, from what I see, first, there are a lot of group effort required, right? It's VATP, it's market makers, it is issuer, distributors, everyone who's working together to make it, and marketers. You need to tell the story, right? Why this money market fund is better than the others. What's the underlying asset? So like everyone groups together to make this story more accessible. Coincidentally, we made a survey of our target audience recently about real world asset. What do they see about it? What's the market appetite about it? And what we see is actually they do have some special appetite towards specific kind of products. The highest ranking one is pre-IPO company equities. Yes, and then of course money market fund, and then there is some other things. We did like the sample is over 200, 300 kind of institutional investors, just to share that. And now what we see, we're still like holding on our process and pace of listing and of RWAs, or sometimes we use STOs interchangeably, but we know it's different things. But yeah, like Web3 people probably doesn't really care the difference, nuance between those things. We are pacing ourselves because it is a very seasonal thing what we observe. If it is a bull market, retail clients are looking for the next 100 times token. Not absolutely, but mostly. But when it is bear market, they don't want to cash out. They would like to park it somewhere where it's safe, more stable. So we do observe that. And it's hard to tell what kind of market now it is. It's really frustrating. So I think it is a time for us to build, to form the discussion, how to improve the liquidities, work with marketers, branding, and market makers. Of course, market maker, if you are following, is also in a cleansing mode now, as we can see. So yeah, I think everyone is working towards one direction and really, really realizing how important liquidity is. It's not like you put it somewhere and people buy it, but they cannot like sell it. That is very easy for market manipulation. We all feel the pain already. So yeah, like as a regulated VATP, of course, we're going to talk frequently to the regulators, to SFCs, and introduce market makers to them, and we just sit together and say, hey, what are the guidelines? What are the metrics that we need to monitor? Like if the metrics is not there, there is no reason for us as a centralized exchange to list this RWA, regardless how beautiful the story would be. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Toya. I think we're just at time, so thank you very much to each of Alexandre, Emile, Jay, and Toya. And I hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
A brilliant thanks to everyone on stage again. So next coming up would be the presentation on I Have a Dream to unite all DV to build a firewall against illicit fund flows. So everybody please join me in welcoming Joe, CEO of Bilzin, to the stage to share more with us. 那么现在我们会邀请 Bilzin 的 Joe 为我们带来一个分享。分享的题目是将所有去中心化金融 DV 联合起来，共同构建一道防火墙，阻止非法资金的流动。我们一起掌声欢迎 Joe，Thank you。看来大家的掌声应该还没有太热烈，我们就还没有听到。哎。好，那么现在刚才我们听到的一些内容呢，都是非常的丰富。然后我们的讲者其实他们也花了很多的心思在里面去准备给大家。知道了，今天我们现场有很多的贵宾，而且有参展商来到现场，然后他们呢都是付出100。或者更加多的努力去为大家介绍自己带来的产品，还有自己的服务。那现在我们马上会把时间交给我们下一位的演讲嘉宾。那么周呢，他是 Bilzin 的 CEO， 然后他刚刚应该是在的。如果大家看见他的话呢，都欢迎可以邀请他来到现场，来到我们舞台上面。不知道现场我们的贵宾们有没有看见我们？其实呢，在我们整个 Wiki Finance Expo 呢，其实有很多丰富精彩的节目。除了在舞台这边有一些的演讲之外呢，还有就是我们有抽奖啊，我们有不同的互动啊。现场其实还有一些的我们的直播采访。我们很多今天有40多家的。我们今天有40多家的参展商来到现场，每一个呢，他们都精心布置了他们的展位。那么大家都可以在稍后时间听完讲座以后过去参展一下，然后他们会带来更加丰富的详细的了解给大家。好，我相信我们的演讲嘉宾应该需要更多的时间待会他会再来到舞台上面为大家去做分享的。那么现在呢，我们会热情掌声邀请我们下一组的分享嘉宾，他们是来自David Hoan T Pan 还有 Samuel Davidover， 议题是太空商业化已起航，如何把握未来 ？So now we are so excited to present a fireside chat on the topic space commercialization has set sail, how to grasp the future. So this session will be hosting by our esteemed panelists who are already on stage. Big round of applause to welcome David Hoan T Pan, Board Director of Orion Entrepreneurs Space Academy, and Samuel Davidover, Press Secretary at Liberland. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Peng. 中文名字是彭宏体。大家好。
Hello, everyone. My name is Samuela Davidova. I am a representative of Liberland, the freest country in the world that we're just building from scratch for the past 10 years. It was a great pleasure that our president, Vidya Tlichka, opened today's conference at 9 in the morning and shared more. We're all about libertarian principles implied in the country, and besides just building the country, we also are very interested into space, and I'm happy to be here.
All right. Maybe we could give a little bit of our background first, and then we can get into it. So this session is somewhat different because we're going to talk about space. Everybody's here for finance. You're looking at, the different aspects of digital assets, physical assets, and finance, and so forth. But why space? So the first question is that, how many of you believe that what you do is linked to space? Okay, very small number. Well, literally everything you do is related to space. So as I said, my journey into space, I did 35 years in finance. I'm from New York. I was with Merrill Lynch. I was with BlackRock for 18 years, setting up their Taiwan, China business. I set up the first private equity company in China back in the early 90s with Bank of China, and then also the first fund management company in Shanghai with Bank of China and BlackRock. But I went back to graduate school for a second time and just completed a degree in space leadership, business, and policy, focusing on commercial space. So most people know that space was very much public domain in the 60s and 70s up to the 80s and 90s. Pretty much is government space, prime space. It's sort of a public policy to go to the moon, plant the flag, take a picture of the footprint, and then that's it, right? But since 15 years ago, we're looking at the new forefront of commercial space, and I'm sure Liberland is something that you absolutely should be looking at in this new forefront. It is developing very rapidly, and most of you know that the big story is SpaceX and Blue Origin, Relativity, Rocket Lab, etc. These are companies that are doing space. But that represents a small percentage of the global space industry. As of 2024, the total assets or total amount or GDP for space is about 635 billion, estimated to go to 1.8 trillion by 2035 by World Economic Forum and McKinsey. So we can share a bit more about what does that mean, but more importantly, what does that mean for countries or regions like Hong Kong that's focused on finance. Right, so the commercialization space is rapidly developing, and I'll stop here and let Samuela talk about her perspective too.
Well, I would love to actually make you continue because it's very interesting to me to see your perspective as an established country and from Hong Kong, what is the most interesting to you. And also, I think it would give a good background to the audience, as you mentioned that, space is not just the rockets and the big show on the moon. It's also cool. We just delivered our flag to the moon. It's a really cool thing to have. I think it's nice to flex with that. But let's be a bit down to earth.
Okay. I mean, a lot of people ask, why space? And most people can't see the future. So the way that I like to share with people is to take you on a journey, a time travel journey. All right, we're in a time machine. We're in the year 2025. Let's pretend we're all going back to 1890. Why 1890? Well, the automobile was invented. So let's say some of you really like new inventions. Some of you bought a car in 1890. That's only 135 years ago. So question for you, where do you buy your gasoline in 1890? There are no gas stations. Think about it. Most cities and towns do not have traffic or roads for cars, traffic lights, traffic management, laws and regulations around cars. The whole concept of car as a vehicle for travel, transport work. There are no highway systems. There are no hotels and motels that cater to a large number of people traveling. So in 135 years, we built out the infrastructure, mapped out what we now know is our life today with the automobile. All right, let's get on in a time machine, go forward a little bit. We're now in 1910. The Wright brothers just flew their plane 7 years ago, 1903, December. In 1910, if you had money, bought a plane, it's for fun. The US government, any government, didn't even think about air postal system. So the entire air route system, the concept of a infrastructure for air travel to go around the world for travel, for transport, for shipping, for mail, for defense, for military, nothing existed. And that was only 115 years ago. So what I'm painting for you is a template what the future may be. You may be asking, what does this space mean? Where are we going to go? I can't tell you. But let's say in 1910, we're sitting here, I tell you, in 1970, in 60 years' time, there will be a big airplane called the 747. It's going to fly all of us in this room across oceans, going somewhere around the world. Most of you would say, crazy, wouldn't believe it. So what I want to leave here, and I'll go back to sort of the commercial side, is that a lot of what we don't know will happen. Because of AI, because of quantum, that will be accelerated, okay? Now, why commercial space? And this brings back to Hong Kong as an important point. So just on the space politics, the great powers of space right now in the world is number one, United States. Number two, China. Grew rapidly over the last 15 years, okay? Number three, Russia. Number four, India. India is at the gates. However, if India approves its human spaceflight in the next 2 years, it will be a great global, a great power in space. More interesting is the middle power. European Space Agency is now middle because they missed the boat. They did not believe in private space. They continue to follow public space. Japan, Canada, UAE, with the money they could buy into space. But the next country I tell people, literally 100% when I say this, people just could not believe it. Middle space power is, this next country is Luxembourg. Luxembourg is a space power because 15, 20 years ago, they revamped their entire commercial code to support space commerce. Think about Panama for registering ships. Luxembourg, when companies go into space, to register in Luxembourg. Hong Kong should be looking at Luxembourg as an opportunity because Hong Kong owes a lot of its financial market to Luxembourg. Think about the UCITS, the CICA, the fund administration, okay? A country like Luxembourg does not have a lot of land or people. They have to reinvent themselves. Hong Kong has even more resources, okay? As a special administrative region of China, China is begging Hong Kong to get involved in commercial space. We have the entire China space ecosystem because the world now is bifurcated into two ecosystems, the US space ecosystem and the China space ecosystem. And the two will be continue at adversarial stance for a period of time. But this is a great opportunity for Hong Kong to collaborate, or China, with India, with other countries, to work together on developing space. Back to you.
Thank you so much for providing your perception. I would add on this because I would say that where the circles where I'm hanging around are more also like pro-future and pro what can be next. But part of this future is already happening. There's a very small niche community of decentralized space programs and decentralized space-related companies who are more focusing on, say, alternative way of financing because a big bottleneck for the space industry is the financial requirement. It's just very expensive.
Absolutely, you know, and I know people, friends that are working on MoonDAO, tokenization, you know, for space. Now think about it. Space is really split up into three different sub-economies. You have Earth to space. That's where most people think about launch, getting stuff. We call it upmassing, bring things up to space, okay? And that's the purview of SpaceX, you know, all the launch companies, the Ariane, the European, the Chinese Long March, that's all doing that. The second subset of economy space is space to Earth. And that's where the money is. Right now, the most of the value of space is space to Earth for data. All these satellites. In 2017, we had 1,700 satellites. We now have 10,000, going to 100,000 in another 10 years' time. All that satellites up there, the data they hold, the data they utilize, added to AI analysis and quantum, will derive and provide a lot of information. Okay, so absolutely that's the second. The third, going back to why it's interesting to look at the future sort of payment system, is space to space. Once you get all the data up, the upmassing, the downmassing data, and then bringing enough infrastructure in space to build a cislunar economy, and that's what the Americans are leading Artemis to do. The Chinese are leading the International Lunar Research Station are doing. Once you're in space, most of the things you develop and use is space to space. So when you're up in space, are you still dependent on the American international settlement system and the dollar? Does everything come back to the US? No, I think very naturally it would be a new type of currency, whether fiat or tokenized or digital, that will support the space-to-space economy longer term.
You're totally right. And I think I would continue on this in terms of the opportunism of commercialization, because I would say it's not just the big governments. You mentioned Liechtenstein, but actually there are some other countries which we are in touch with, or not particularly me, but we have a small team in our Liberland space program. We have some great advisors. And I can tell that there are very, very small countries with similar citizenship as we have applicants for our, like around 1 million people. And they are also interested into their own space programs because they want to have sovereignty and they want to have the ownership of those data that you mentioned. So the Earth observation, and that's where the cash lies, as you mentioned, David, is a big deal. So this is where you can look at if you're interested into where may be the potential for, well, monetizing it. Why is it interesting? Because of you own the information of your territory. It's for weather, it's related to the military, etc.
And that's the sensitivity. I go back to the bifurcation of the space ecosystem, because a lot of what you do in space are what they call dual use, okay? So both for civilian and military use. So that's something that needs to be considered. And because of the current political dynamics, we can't change that. But that said, there are a lot of areas for collaboration, right? Because going to space is hard. It is not easy, right? Because you think about it, you go up there, you have to ensure that there's thermal requirements, there are microgravity requirements, there are radiation requirements, vibration requirements. The harshness of space is there, right? But I think what's important is and I think in Asia people know, but I think in America, a lot of my colleagues are much less aware of the progress of China and Chinese space. So by the way, the closest spaceport is Hainan, an hour away. That's a commercial spaceport. I was there last August to watch the launch of Long March 5. And I went there, I was quite amazed because it was such festive atmosphere. Children, families were there. They had all-day workshop, 5-year-olds on stage, 8-year-olds on stage, talking about the different types of Long March rockets, little children as ambassadors to the Long March. So the Chinese are very much pushing forward in space. Yes, right now it's still state-controlled space. But last November at a major summit here with Polytech in Hong Kong, CNSA came and talked about the importance of commercialized space. And I really believe that China will start diversifying and commercializing space, okay? But that requires a lot of people working together, and exactly that you don't need to be a sovereign nation to go into space. Because the United Nations, under the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, says that, you know, it's a global domains in space. It's for all people, all mankind. So you do have civil groups that are looking at what is their interest. In the United States, for example, different nations, indigenous nations, right? So like the Navajo country, they have a right. They're separate nations. How are their interests represented in space as we develop, right? So the biggest concern for me is that we are not looking at the risks of space, which is very much space debris. Now, everything we send up there, a lot of stuff are just hanging around. Now, you know, there's a very important concept called Kessler syndrome. How many of you have heard of Kessler syndrome? Okay. How many have you seen the movie Gravity with Sandra Bullock and George Clooney when all the debris hit each other? That's a Kessler syndrome, okay? When different debris start hitting each other, cascading and building out. That is being monitored right now, and mathematically, they're calculating without doing anything to clean up space debris. The likelihood of a or Kessler syndrome is 2035. So for me, I believe that yes, with all the opportunities in space, commercial space, financing going to space, one of the first opportunities is looking at how do you use technology to start getting rid of garbage, space junks in space. Now, all new satellites going forward have an end-of-life mitigation requirement, meaning that at the end of the 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, they have to have enough fuel and propulsion to push it down to burn up, or push it up to what they call the graveyard orbit for the geosynchronous, right? But we're not talking about all the 90% of the American and the Soviet old stages, all the stuff that's floating there has no control, no propulsion, likelihood of hitting each other will increase. So that itself, there are companies in Japan, in US, in Europe, that are designing systems to go and remove this garbage, right, space junk. Because we might not be able to get up there if we have a Kessler syndrome. So.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I would say that this points out to the fact that it's not just the governments who are interested into space. It's actually a lot of smaller private companies who are working on space-related things. The space junk is a great example of how you can actually make money. And it will be beneficial because it also obstructs other satellites. It can harm the investment that you put into your space mission. So this is interesting for insurance companies, for governments, etc. Right. And I would get here to rather what I see as the biggest bottleneck. I was quite surprised, and that's what inspired me actually to initiate a space program, thanks to our president of Liberland. And it is that the biggest bottleneck in terms of entering the space area is not really the tech. I mean, of course, the tech is evolving, and you mentioned AI, and we will just see where it goes. But it is actually the regulation. It's really hard. So I was talking to a couple of space engineers who became space bureaucrats, and half of their work and half of the cost of the mission can be just the bureaucracy. And that's a lot. And so, I mean, from perspective of Liberland, from perspective of a country, I don't think that we should sort of motivate people to do more space, but rather maybe we could rethink the status quo in terms of what would be the most necessary bureaucracy. If there are some processes that could be maybe put on blockchain to be simplified, to be more efficient, to be faster, and to lower the cost, and thus to lower the bottlenecks to enter the space area for more companies, for more governments. As you mentioned, the collaboration, I see a great potential in this. Especially for us, it would be great to get more recognition.
You're right? But there are two approaches doing this. One is still that government bureaucratic approach, right? So that's not going to change for some countries. But think about companies that are private already. Extreme example is Elon Musk and SpaceX, right? Failure is great. Blow it up and do it again, right? So there are opportunities to look at how you build out in space and working together to speed that up. So, but even more general, I just want to leave today. We have a little bit more time. Is that many people think that space has nothing to do with you. Okay, so very interesting. I wear different hats. One hat is this. They mentioned Orion Entrepreneur Space Academy, which is a think tank, private nonprofit in Hong Kong that's helping space education. So Hong Kong, given all the money and resources, doesn't have a CubeSat program to help train college and high school kids. Countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and Vietnam have government programs. So in Hong Kong, we need to really support the government and move that forward in doing it, right? But there are also companies reaching out. Another hat I wear is with a consultancy company. We are really helping companies that come to us and say, I have nothing to do with space, but I'm interested. What do you think my products and services can do in space? And my partner is my classmate from my graduate degree, 25-year NASA veteran, PhD, is probably the foremost expert on Jupiter gravitational field. She sent 8 successful student missions to the ISS. 8. That's incredible. So we're talking to companies like this, for example, Italian company that's doing preservation. They said, we have an AI image analysis system. We're in the process of doing preservation for the Trevi Fountain in Rome. How can this be applied to what we want to do in space? Well, there you go. You have an AI image analysis system. Can this be applied to space systems in space defunct satellites and space assets, looking at what is leaking, what is working, what is not working. So but this is the step by step. What we learned is that to commercialize, you need people to hold the hands of commercial companies to analyze and look at what they can and cannot do, help them walk the walk into space. But absolutely, there are people interested, and that does not have to be government-led. It could be very much commercial or even a public-private partnership together.
Yeah, you're right. One more thing I see is registering actually these companies in some to have a legal entity, right? So again, it's the regulation. So I hope to actually help, especially decentralized space companies, to find a place where they could register and get licensed to start making their business. And so, I mean, this is a big bottleneck. If you cannot register the company in the first place, how can you make the business?
That's why Luxembourg is a middle space power. Okay, all the major satellites companies, they register there. The government's very supportive. They give funding to company to do research. But even in region, in Hong Kong and Singapore, there are lots of companies. So I was at a big space conference hosted by the Singapore government 2 weeks ago. One company I met, basically, they are making hardened, environment-hardened IC chips, radiation-hardened IC chips used in space, IoT, Internet of Things, and automotive. Think about it. You need chips in your cars, electric cars, any cars. The heat, the cold, the vibration, you need really hardened components. I met another guy, a Belgian guy with a company in Hong Kong and Luxembourg that's building radiation shielding. Again, AI is going to play a major role. They use AI to look at composites and materials and doing 3D metallic powder printing of the right material combination to give the maximum radiation shielding, and that they can use in satellites, in spacecrafts, for human spacecraft. If you want to go to Mars 8 months, the biggest danger is radiation. That is the biggest killer, okay? And that's the biggest thing, that a lot of these simple things that needs to be brought together, building this infrastructure. Back to my analogy to the automobile in 1890, airplane in 1910. There's a lot of things that we need to do. All right. Thank you very much.
You're right. I think that the biggest thing that we should realize is that it's not like, oh, radiation, let's resolve it tomorrow, because we think in terms of being here on the Earth, but then you go up there and the things are working totally differently, so it's very hard to imagine. And I think also it's very hard to imagine and predict how far the industry can go, but I'm very bullish. I'm very optimistic about how it can evolve. I see very interesting and good tendencies, again, among governments, among private companies, or also very small companies finance in more decentralized approach. So let's see what the future brings. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing such practical takeaway from your presentation. So next we'll have Mr. Joe to come on stage for your presentation on I Have a Dream to Unite all DV to build a firewall against illicit fund flows. Mr. Joe, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joe. I'm not here to talk about space. I'm here to talk about my dream because I'm a blockchain enthusiastic, and I've been working in Web3 for a long time. Today's topic is how do you actually build this transparency in blockchain, right? A lot of times people are asking, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to understand? So today's topic is I have a dream. I want to unite all DeFi to build a firewall against illicit fund flows. The reason why I have this dream is that if I talk to all those brokers around here, they don't know how crypto works. That's why they don't dare to carry cryptos in their portfolios. And sometimes they really doubt it. But for a very recent incident, I think everybody already heard about this. The DeFi has a very big incident recently, which is the Bybit hack. It's the biggest hack in the history of, I think, humankind hacks. 1.4 billion. And after that, we try to trace the whereabouts of those kind of illicit fund flows. But the thing is, it's really hard because it's not transparent. Some of them even doubted why Is it so hard, right? There is no KYC. It is very hard. But here we say that the crypto industry, there is a crypto industry expert. He actually pointed out several things. One is the regulations is not complete. He says that the crypto industry is too vulnerable to hacker attacks and may not be able to cope with them without regulatory intervention, which is one of the, could damage the whole industry. So as a practitioner, I don't think we need more regulations. Currently, there are enough regulations. The only problem is that we, as an industry participant, we don't know how to protect ourselves. That is the biggest issue, right? A lot of times, I think if people already traded crypto, they must have some bad experience. For example, for me, there was a client who came to us saying their wallet has been frozen by Tether. And he asked me why. And I said, okay, please pass on your wallet. Let me take a look. When we run our program, we see that actually their wallet has been flooded with a lot of illicit fund flows from money laundering platforms or from sanctioned countries, or even for gaming platforms, or even from some of them are even from hackers. So these are the reasons why they cannot be dealt with. And after the Bybit incident, we saw that the Thor chain actually recorded volumes after that incident. That means a lot of those illicit funds are actually laundered through cross-chain bridges. These kind of illicit trades are the worst part of our industry. Some of them saying, oh, why is it difficult? It is because they don't have any kind of protection. Once you put in there, the program will work, and we actually exchange that into another currency without any kind of notification to the users. So the users don't have any clue of what's happening. And we think for our industry, for the Web3 industry, we need to unite. We need to have all the DEXs, all the wallets, all those brokers, all those users. They need to be protective of themselves. They need to understand how it works and actually equip themselves with the right tools to protect this from happening. So for on-chain contracts, we are able to help. And for cross-chain bridges, we should be more protective, more vigilant of the potential impact. So I'm here to just say that I have this dream. I hope everyone will be focusing on protecting themselves by using the right tools. For example, our company's KYT solution will be able to help you to protect your wallet from receiving the illicit fund flows, money from the black addresses, from the hack money, okay? And basically, that's my key message. So finally, I also wanted to point out that for the centralized exchange, they are also needed to cooperate with the system. So for some of the centralized exchange who don't have any KYCs, maybe they have the bigger obligations to have more complete KYC system in place and actually become more protective of the system. Only by then, our ecosystem of Web3 can be more safe and transparent, and people will be ready to trade more. So these platforms up there, if they wanted to trade cryptos, if they want to use crypto, that will be easier. So finally, if you want to contact us, this is how you find us. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks.
A big thanks to Joe. Please remain on stage because here comes a roundtable session, and we will also like to invite the following guests to come on stage. So everybody, please get ready, especially the chairs for our guest speakers. So we're thrilled to present a stimulating roundtable discussion together with Joe, as well as our leading moderator, Yamlet Kano, founder and CEO and author of Louder Global. Please welcome Yamlet to come on stage. And also we have our panelists, Joe and Jeffrey Chui, Executive Director and Co-Chair Enterprise Subcommittee, Esme Powell, founding president of Global Digital Visionaries Council, as well as Altaf Ramani, generative AI ambassador and APAC lead at HSBC. Let us all give them a big hand to welcome them on stage to give us a topic on the AI debate, who will define our future. So let's take your seat, and the floor is yours.
I have two
Thank
mics,
you.
yeah? Joe,
Thank you.
I have a mic for you.
There we go. Thank you so much to our lovely MC, and obviously for everyone to be here at the Wiki Finance Expo in Hong Kong at the ICC. What a wonderful venue, especially because of the view and because of the amazing speakers we have today. As the MC mentioned, my name is Jamilet Kano, and I'm so delighted to be your moderator. But you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from the experts in the space. AI, the constant debate. Who is going to hold that future? And in this panel, what you're going to learn is about three specific things. Are the governments and companies holding that future? Or is it going to be a decentralized future we're looking forward? What about the financial markets? What's the impact of risk management, investments, and trading? And finally, the big question, ethical discussion. Who is holding responsibility for what AI has to give us? So to start, I want to ask our amazing speakers. I have Joe, Altaf, Esme, and Jeff here with us to give us a very, very short introduction of what you do and why are you passionate about AI. Let's start here with Jeff.
Check, check. I'm Jeff. I'm actually a late addition to the panel.
Thank you, Jeff and Joe.
No worries. I'm super excited to be here. Look, I wear two hats, right? I'm the executive director of Web3 Harbor, which is the premier Web3 association here in Hong Kong. Excited for all our programmings. We have two main streams. One is policy and regulation, so we work very closely with policymakers as well as industry to really represent the needs from an AI and Web3 integration. My other hats, I also look after the foundation for the HBAR Foundation, Hedera Hashgraph, one of the American crypto protocols and platforms. So if you're looking for funding, if you're looking for anything to build within artificial intelligence and Web3 in enterprise and retail space, please come after and find me. The reason why I'm passionate about it, the two are interlinked, and without decentralization of data that feeds into models and actually operates the solutions, you will have that concentration risk. So, yeah.
Can we say then, one side of the debate, decentralization, that's the word that you leave me with. Esme.
Hi everyone. So it's my second panel of the day. I was in the regulatory panel in the morning. So now I'm representing Global Digital Visionaries Council, and then obviously my partner is part of the board of Web3 Harbor. So for us, we're connecting capital with ideas, and then we're running essentially, a lot of events, community to make sure that institutional capital is plugging into the right possibilities and opportunities set in AI. So apart from that, like Jeff, my other hat would be the head of capital markets and strategic intelligence for CERDIC. But for this panel, it will be mostly about AI. And then apart from that, so my career is mostly in broker-dealers and also investment banks. In my previous role, so I've been in the steering committee for AI and advise on how senior management should be investing in different AI value chain, ranging all the way from the infrastructure layer, i.e. including IDCs, and all the way to applications. Happy to share more about that later on.
Forgot your passion. Why are you passionate about AI, Esme?
Alpha.
There you go, Alpha. Decentralization, Alpha, Altaf.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Altaf Ramani. I work in HSBC as the digital and automation lead. And I'm also the APAC ambassador for AI for HSBC. And my day job is, apart from digital and automation, I do a lot of education and sharing in the AI space. I'm passionate about AI because it's going to impact every aspect of our lives. It's going to impact the future of work. It's going to have an impact on every industry that we know. Here to share my thoughts. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Great. One more word, impact. I'm gonna have a test at the end of this panel to see who remembers all of the 4 words that we said in the beginning. Last but not least, Joe.
Okay, my name is Joe. I don't have that many hats, all right? I don't even wear hat. But anyways, I wanted to point out my specialty is blockchain and AI. I wanted to give you some user cases where AI has been implemented in our Web3 applications, which I think will be two of the hottest words put together, will produce something really powerful. That's my key message today.
So your passion is hottest words? No.
Powerful.
Safety in AI.
Safety.
Safety. Powerful safety.
Powerful safety.
There we go. We're starting to create the story here. And I want to ask all of you, and we're going to go backwards from Joe all the way to Jeff, please. Who holds the power here in the future of AI? Is it the innovators that create the technology? Is it the regulators that are the ones making sure that technology is actually used in a proper way? Or who else is holding this power? Is it the investors that are giving and fueling that future to the technology? Joe?
I still think it's the investors. They are fueling it because as I used to be in blockchain, right? And I actively are trying to raise money for my firm. It used to be very easy in the last 2 years, but now the keyword is always AI. They will ask, "Oh, do you do any AI?" I said, "I'm a blockchain security company." What? Then they will ask, "Do you use AI?" I said, yes, of course we use AI. Then we have some of these kind of user cases where we do use AI. So I think the investors, they are changing their focus. Now the focus is more on AI and how AI can generate for the future. So that will be the driving force for the next few years.
Okay. Altaf?
Yeah, I think it will be a combination. It will be a collaborative effort between investors, entrepreneurs, the big tech companies, and the people who apply AI. So at the end of the day, AI has to be useful and has to have a business impact. So I would say people who apply AI to solve business problems, they would actually rule, and they would influence the investors, they would influence the regulators, because it's all about solving problems at the end of the day. For me, 2 years from now, we'll think of AI as software. So at the end of the day, it's just software.
So then we're adding another layer. We have the creators, the investors, the regulators, and the companies and entrepreneurs that are using the AI. Esme?
I will use the analogy of a chair, a three-leg chair. So without one or the other, it's going to fall apart, right? So the way I look at it is that given that I have an investor background, so investors will give the right incentives as to how the builders will be able to allocate their time resources. But the second thing is we also need to educate the regulators because they're going to be the ones who's going to put what are the guardrails around what we're allowed to do, right? And being an investor, previously we were investing with our own bank balance sheet, and then we need to make sure that we're incentivizing the builders to make sure that they're channeling the right energies into the right place, right? And I think that would flow naturally into what we're going to talk about as what is right and what is being ethical. But I'll just leave it to the second part of our conversation.
Yeah, I love that analogy because we're sitting on this. It's actually a four-legged chair because if we add the companies and the entrepreneurs, they all have to fuel each other. But I like the balance. I'm all about balance. What about you?
Okay, I actually think that there's a difference between power and control. So if you say like who has the power, it's everybody in this room. You have your data, you're feeding that data, you're prompting the systems. Without the individual, there is no value in the ecosystem. I mean, all the data that is mined and learned is from the activities that you actually engage. Now, if you say, okay, who has control? So you look at the areas that are, let's say, gates to artificial intelligence utilization today. Telecommunications companies, hardware companies, like including GPU manufacturers all the way to data center providers. And then we can get into everyone my colleagues have said, like the investors and the entire lifecycle value chain. So again, to answer your question, I think the individuals have power, we have power, and that's why as a decentralization is so important because with blockchain, you can actually monetize your own right to that power. And I think that's what we should really, really explore.
I want to expand a little bit on that, Jeff, because what if I don't know about it? You're talking about we all have power. But if I don't have the understanding, the education background, the academics, how can I have power over something that it's unknown to me?
Yeah, so okay, look, let's go back to Web3 before we get into AI. In its most fundamental unit, digital identity is extremely important, right? So you as an individual have an identity and it's digital. Maybe you hold it in your wallet. The wallet can be on a device. It could be in the cloud. It could be in your cold storage, whatever it is, right? And so with that is the first building block for you to have economic returns on that activity. Now, today you use your virtual banking systems. It's very ubiquitous. Like you don't even remember waiting in the line to actually deposit your money and a check in the bank account anymore because you just don't. So moving on to the future, you'll also have that seamless experience. Of course, we're waiting for regulation. We're waiting for a better UX UI, but we're getting there. So expect to own your own data via this digital identity, a verifiable credential, decentralized and composable. And this information will be the building block again for you to monetize that information that you provide to providers like ChatGPT and other, Gemini, etc.
Anyone wants to add? I see Altaf, he's like, want to go in? No. Okay, well, you're next because I want to ask around generative AI and how can we make sure individuals, companies, every layer that is still consumer-centric focus instead of only focusing on the algorithms? Or do we want to be focusing only on the algorithms?
I think most of the consumer level people, right, they simply utilize the models which are out there for their own productive uses, right? So they don't worry much about the algorithms because if you look at the industry, right, there are three sectors, right? People who are engineering and researching and coming up with the models. These are big companies which have the resources to do the engineering around the models and create the models themselves. Then you have a group of people who are doing ML ops, which is making these models run at scale, doing the inference at a lower cost. And then you got the whole application layer on top where consumers like us, businesses, are utilizing the models with the appropriate ML ops techniques, right? So I would say it's the utilization space where I mostly focus on. It's the application of these models and how do you use them to solve problems. That's going to be the key focus for us.
Would that make them more ethical and sustainable?
Well, that's a huge topic. I think everything we do with AI has to be ethical and done in a responsible way. I think we would all agree to that. It's one of the topics which is easier to speak about. It's hard to really implement. So I think all large organizations are still figuring out how to implement that responsible AI layer. What are the practical things we can do to ensure fairness, non-bias, not leaking data out, securing data privacy and all that. So I think a lot of us are still figuring that out. So we don't have the magic wand yet to how to implement responsible AI at a large scale in an organization.
And even if we are figuring it out now, have you seen any specific examples that are working towards that end goal?
Okay.
Just to add on.
Yeah, so for example, anything going to these models, right? How do you check that? How do you validate that they don't contain any weird questions like how do I make a bomb, right? So you want to make sure that none of the toxic questions are going to the models. You want to ensure that all the data that you're sending to a model as an organization is private, in the sense no one else has access to it, and that your data is not used to retrain the model in any way without your permission. So there are controls and monitoring mechanisms you can build in place to do that. Some of the work has been started. I have no organizations who start this kind of work, but to do it at scale and to do it as the data lineage changes, that's going to be a challenge.
Okay. So we have to be more specific and clear. What about in investment, Esme? How can we make sure this is also ethical and sustainable? Is there any framework, any specific actions that investors are looking at?
So I think, first of all, I think the best investment idea always a mixture of both a top-down, a macro view, and also a bottom-up, which is more of a micro view, right? And I think the meeting point is a sweet spot. So that being said, I think what we've done previously is that we work closely with the portfolio companies in terms of how they're addressing the different concerns. We actively encourage open source model. And as banks and broker-dealers, we need to make sure they're on-premise as opposed to, somewhere, we don't know where the data lies. And the second point I'd like to talk about would be garbage in, garbage out. There needs to be transparency as to what data you're feeding in. And I think right now there are a lot of like Forex, if we can use the Web3 terminology. But I mean, there's more and more activity in terms of obviously open source with DeepSeek. There's more public-private partnerships. For example, like I do want to mention HKG AI and also the collaboration with DeepSeek. So it's already been used in a lot of government departments and also within the general population. And then third point I'd like to talk about would be about some of the initiatives that the government has been pushing. So apart from like the UST initiative with HAGAI and DeepSeek, so Cyberport has like an AI initiative. They're partnered with like NVIDIA in terms of supercomputing center, and also Baidu is also domiciled for the AI capability in Cyberport. So I think that's one very important thing to drive this whole initiative forward. And the third thing I'd like to talk about would be cross-agency and also global collaboration. So right now, very similar to what IOSCO is doing for financial regulation and banking regulation. So right now we're seeing more of a holistic framework, and we see like different countries' jurisdiction are speaking with each other. So I think these are all very important in terms of driving this forward, and ties back to the point about ethical and also responsible AI.
We're seeing a common thread, the story, right? That balance, everything is intertwined. And Joe, you were saying in your presentation, I don't think that we need more regulation. I think we need to utilize it better. You need to educate yourself. What about in the Web3 and blockchain space? Because these technologies are changing companies. And how are they utilizing AI to, again, be ethical and sustainable?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So when I make my presentation just now, I said we have too much regulation in Web3 now. That's the biggest problem. That's what I see. So for the AI, I don't see that many regulations yet. I think that's a good thing for the industry to grow. But we do see a lot of illicit uses of AI. For example, we work with the Hong Kong police on cracking down some of the scammers that are using AI to deepfake their faces in some of the online scheme, like pig butchering schemes. That happens all the time. So these are the things we are seeing that there are no regulations yet, but people are already using this in a not a very good manner. So that's, I think, something we should be very aware of. And if we don't control this right, that will actually, I would say, irritate the government to put more control on the growth of AI. And that is not something that the industry wants to see. So the point I try to make is that everybody needs to act responsibility and put it more self-control on using this kind of technology. That's the key to a better growth of the industry. Yeah.
Jeff wants to add on. I just want to go back to what Esme said. Trash in, trash out. We all have to be responsible for our trash. Same for how we use AI. What about you, Jeff?
Yeah,
what do you want to add?
So I think off the back of what Joe was saying, the VATP structures for regulated activities and unregulated activities, right? So if you're a centralized exchange, you've received your VATP license, the way you use AI is very different than when you are a decentralized exchange, a DEX, or even a game, currently in the blockchain space. And that is both a risk and opportunity. It's a risk because there isn't very clear guidelines how you can use artificial intelligence or AI modules, AI agents, or AI models and AI agents to push games and game functionality to also help with automated trading on decentralized exchanges. And so we as an industry have to actually push some of those standards and limits and guardrails forward, because it's not going to come from regulators. So I agree with you that let's say the overall regulation is over-regulated, and we do need to deregulate in some areas. However, when it comes to the decentralized exchange or the DeFi space, there is literally no regulation, and you can use AI for whatever you wanted to use it for today.
You're absolutely, that's where I'm worried most, because the media, they tend to overemphasize the negative side of the use of AI. But for now, even when we are already using that very, very often, but somehow there is no guidelines or best practice on how you should use AI. So I think as we are all industry participants, we need to act more and maybe form some self-regulated bodies to actually advise what is the best practice and what are the guidelines. That's something I should voice out here.
All working together, but my big question is here. Okay, if you're gonna self-regulate, you're gonna push out your guidelines, your limitations. What about the personal agenda or the company underlying agenda? That would be different, right? And how can we make sure that it's also inclusive, diverse, and balanced? I want to quickly involve our audience here. I want to raise some hands of who thinks that AI is still not balanced. We don't have enough diversity and inclusion yet. Oh, not that many. So the rest, we all think that AI is very diverse and inclusive. Okay, let's go with you, Jeff, again. And back to Joe.
Sure.
Is decentralization helping for creating this balance and being more diverse and inclusive?
Well, you know, operationally speaking, diversification, decentralization is needed. And so I think one of the assumptions is that a company, quote unquote, a company, a firm, an enterprise, institution, a listed entity, in a proper decentralized ecosystem, that does not exist, right? So you have a DAO with users that will choose and vote on what to do with this specific direction, project, etc. If you wrap that same proper model around how the model or the artificial intelligence should work, in theory, you should also have the ability to self-govern, self-adjust, and self-monitor and self-heal. So in principle, right, academically speaking. So that's why I'm pushing for decentralization. We'll have something in between. I'm not saying we need to fully self-regulate, but if we actually adopt the core principles as a foundation, we can actually get this done.
Esme, I see you're thinking about this. What are your thoughts?
Right, so can you repeat the question?
Is decentralization the answer for more inclusive and diverse AI use and in general for the technology to be like that?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the question. So I think overall, what I believe is my answer is in the affirmative. The reason for that is number one, I think what we're seeing in the industry right now is that there's a very global imbalance in compute, right? So for example, compute, I mean, there's a lot in Taiwan, in the US, or in certain parts of the world, but we're really missing that in, you know, China, right? So it's good that we have innovation happening, and therefore we kind of went down the cost curve with like DeepSeek and 100 other models, right? But I think, you know, we need to continue with that. And the second thing is about just going, again, to decentralization. I think another point that there's a lot of imbalance would be about AI talent, right? So what I understand is that if we were to combine Web3 and also an AI, so a very powerful use case is that in Web3, so there is one initiative in which they're trying to tokenize compute and tokenize talent and make sure that's tradable. So there's less of an imbalance in which, you know, companies that are based in Taiwan have easy access, whereas companies based in mainland will have a lot of difficulty. So I think that would be one of the multi-pronged approach in which we're balancing innovation and also plugging into the diversity gap.
Altaf, has generative AI a play in all of this?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak in context of generative AI, not necessarily Web3, but generative AI, some of the larger models that are trained by these companies which have taken data from the public internet at scale. So I think in terms of the data, it contains the biases, it contains whatever the public data had contained while training, right? Nobody took anybody else's permission to train their models, and now these companies are selling these models as a service, right? So I think in terms of getting more people involved in actually creating these models and not just doing it for profit, that's the direction I see things moving. Yeah, I don't have a very strong view on how Web3 and AI can be combined for the greater good of the society yet, but I'm eager to learn.
Well, let's give it to Joe so he can tell us more about the Web3 and the blockchain point of view.
Okay, I think for now, I still think there are not much convergence between Web3 and AI yet, although people always put them together. So I think for myself, for my firm, we actually do use AI to detect some of the trading patterns of the criminals so that we actually, when we see these kind of trading patterns, we can alert the user who we are trading with. That's something we can do. But I think for the AI part, it's more about machine learning. So the more you feed them, the more the information you get to them, it's going to be more like human. Actually, we have seen these bots like 10 or 20 years ago when you already have these phones or this WhatsApp message operated by bots. But at that time, the bots were so stupid, right? They didn't know what you're talking about. They don't know how to answer. But what we're seeing right now, the AI explosion recently, is that the AI actually learns. The machine learning has improved a lot. That's why we use this in our blockchain technology. Actually, the good thing about blockchain is all historical data is there. As long as you have the right engine, they will find the patterns for you. That's what I see it. So machine learning instead of real AI, that's the key. Machine learning, give them more data, let them learn more, but don't let them take control. That's the message.
Don't let them take control. And from my point of view, in more of a responsible, humanized tech, I would say that our teams also have to be diverse. The ones that are feeding the machines, the ones that are researching, the ones that are implementing. So all about having diverse teams. We are almost done with time, so I want to ask our panelists, one or two, no more than two, actionable points that our audience can take, individuals, corporates, and at the government level, what can we do to harness the potential of AI to make our society a better one? Let's start with Esme. Do you want Jeff to start? Altaf.
So if you want to benefit society at large, you have to look at the large, bigger problems, scale. Education to begin with, right? Grassroots problem. Healthcare, I would say, so focusing AI efforts on education, healthcare, hunger, climate change, sustainability, those are the areas, if you apply AI to solve problems, that could work for the benefit of the society.
Joe. I got them off guard.
Believe. I think now you really need to take a leap of faith and believe in the future in order to actually utilize AI. A lot of people just don't believe it yet. So believe is the key word.
Thank you. Jeff.
This may not apply to everybody, so maybe I'll say this. If you have children, or if you have access to a young one, mentor them together with artificial intelligence. Don't let them do it by themselves, and don't do it on your own. Do it together with them. And I think what's important is when young people, they're just like AI. I always say an AI agent is a very confident teenager, right? They know just enough to be dangerous, but they don't know really what their actions will have implications to other people. And so when you have a young person use AI, you have an exacerbation of that issue. So if you want to be a benefit to society, please show your ethical monitoring if your children are using AI.
Great answer. I have a young child, and I'm with you. Esme.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for giving me time to collect my thoughts. So I totally echo with my fellow panelists feel. I think education is very important. And what I like to add is about, given that I'm from more of an investment perspective, so incorporating ESG standards into your investment criteria is very important. And that means like very clear checklists as to how you should proceed with different. And the other thing is also what we did in the past, right? Is that we always add condition precedents before we invest, or there's sometimes when there'll be reason for us to kind of like claw back. So these are some of the practices that we use because we wanted to make sure that once the check is signed, it doesn't mean that we're going, everything is all hell break loose.
So what I get is that we have to focus and harness this power of AI into meaningful industries, give them more leverage, give them more support. We also have to believe that this is going to work for us. We have to educate and do it together with the young generations because they are, at the end of the day, they're going to be the ones using it more and more and more. And also learn from our history in our past and don't make the same mistakes. Anybody remember what they said in the beginning? No, I'm not going to do that. Why don't you repeat your first word?
Decentralization.
Decentralization. Alpha. Alpha. There you go.
Business impact.
Business impact. And
Powerful safety.
powerful safety. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our amazing speakers, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for the moderator. Very good. Thank you.
A huge thanks to our brilliant moderator, Yaman Late, for leading this enlightening discussion with our thought leaders on the stage. So coming up next will be our presentation by Jimmy Lim from Tribe. 下面我们有请 Tribe 的销售总监 Jimmy Lim 到台上为我们简单演讲一下下面的题目 Tribe 创汇全球视野下的交易新机遇。 让我们掌声热烈的欢迎我们接下来的演讲嘉宾 Jimmy. A big round of applause to welcome Jimmy on stage. He's from Tribe and he's going to tell us more about the company uncovering the new trading opportunities globally. Jimmy, please. 有请。
大家下午好。大家下午好啊，各位行业的这一个优秀的精英们啊，今天下午 真的很荣幸，我 Jimmy 可以在这一个香港的展会 Wiki FX 的展会上和大家一起分享一下全球视野下的新机遇啊。那在这一边呢，主要的一样东西是如何我们在这个全新的视野下抓取全新的机会，提升你的这一个交易的体验。那我们来看一下啊。 第一样，我们Tribe 是谁呢？基本上 Tribe 总部位于荷兰，然后它是一家金融的公司，提供了投资、信贷、银行、财富管理以及保险的这个业务。所以呢，这个业务呢也持有所有的正规的牌照，让我们呢也成为全球信赖的这个平台。 为什么选择 Tribe？Tribe 目前有在市场上给予多样化的金融产品，包括外汇、股值、大宗商品、股票和这个最近蛮火热的这一个加密货币。然后我们呢也提供顺畅与稳定的这个交易环境，让大家来体验最优势的点差。 体验最优势的这个杠杆，然后我们也给予大家这一个你可以拥有专属的1对1的这一个客户经理来解决你所有的问题。那我们在全球呢是有拿着超过15家的这一个牌照，主要的牌照呢还是 ASIC Australia MM 的全牌照。 那我们也拥有这一个 Tribe South Africa FSCA 的牌照，这些是我们这个集团里头银行、信托，还有这一个股票这个保险的这一个牌照。那我们在全球呢，基本上我们在全球布局里头，我们有拥有1000 位的这一个员工，以及我们有15家的牌照，在各国呢有超过20家的这个办公处，所以呢，它让我们呢成为全球最领先的金融经纪商之一。在这一边呢，当然每个人都有他不一样的要求，每个交易者都有他想要的那一个账户类型，所以在这一边。 我们拥有4个不同的账户类型来满足所有不同的投资者、客户或者是操盘手，然后再加上我们在这一边有提供的支付管道，有包括银联、银行转账、虚拟货币转账，还有那个支付宝以及多个不同的这一个安全的支付通道。这一边呢有我们 已经领取陆陆续续一直有的这些奖项，当然奖项不能代表什么，它最重点的是 Tribe 创汇在目前在市场上还有给予什么样的产品和服务。我们的理念基本上是利用创新的这个营销方式，来提升这个客户代理还有这一个平台一起实现共赢跟一同成长。 那为了这一个理念，所以我们就给出了一系列好用的工具，包括这一个，比如说 Try Social， 它可以简单让所有的客户或者是这一个操盘手来用这个 Try Social， 然后它可以给予这一个 investor 来去跟单，简单的执行跟单，并且赢取盈利。然后呢，对于稳定获利的这操盘手呢，可以利用这个 Try Social，OK， 来给予大众去跟你的系统或跟你的单，并且你可以跟客户去做这个盈利分成。当然，要稳定获利，成为稳定获利的操盘手，你必须要有这一个对市场提高你市场的敏感度，以及在各方面增长你的知识。所以 Thrive 的这创会这个 platform， 我们呢也给予很多不同的这个工具，其中一个呢是 Thrive Trading Central， 也就是它拥有我们专业的这一个这个给出专业的报表，我们专业团队会给出这个专业的报表，或者也给予你所有每一天精选的交易的这一个机会，让你去对市场更容易的融入市场，更容易的知道这个市场的走向是如何。Thrive Hub 也是其中一个工具，我们给到我们的客户呢全方位的这一个金融知识，在这一边你可以享有的东西是，你可以学习到外面你需要花很多钱的这一些基本技术，或者是技术面的所有的策略，在这边你都可以学习到。那当然，Try 创会这个平台呢，不只是给予所有的工具跟方法让客户跟投资者，他也希望下面的各位可以成为我们的合作代理、合作伙伴，因为我们呢在这一边呢，基本上那个条件 for 这一些这个合作伙伴呢是很简单，基本上只需要你有这一个你自己的一个商业模式，然后能够提升客户代理跟平台的这个价值，那我们欢迎大家可以来到我们的展台跟我们一起交流，或者是找我 Jimmy 来交流一下如何在这个市场上可以再赚取更多的钱。那我们现在呢也是有在做这一个 IB 的这一个campaign， 也就是讲说你可以成为我们的合作伙伴，你觉得我们的平台、我们的工具、我们的这一个服务是不错的话，你可以推荐给你的朋友，然后并且可以一同交易，然后领取这一个奖励。我们这一边有全方位的这一个客服支持，也就是讲说，你们可以无时无刻直接找到你们的客户代理客户经理，你们也可以直接在我们的网站找到我们的线上客服来去帮你解决所有的问题。在这一边呢，最后也想要跟大家分享一下好的东西，就希望大家可以分享出去。那我们的这一个展台呢，就在左手边这边的 C3 展台希望大家可以一起来交流，跟拿我们更详细的这个资料在这边，谢谢各位。
非常感谢 Jimmy 为我们带来的公司简介。那么 next we're going to discover more about climate finance because it is a key driver in addressing environmental challenges and promoting a sustainable future. And so we are going to have an important roundtable discussion on climate finance and global cooperation, driving sustainable development and green transition. And guiding the conversation will be our esteemed moderator, Victor Yim. Big round of applause to invite Victor, head of fintech at Cyberport Hong Kong and co-chair of the Green Tech and ESG Committee at the Fintech Association of Hong Kong. Everyone, Let's put your hands together to welcome Victor on stage to be our moderator of this session. And also welcome our panelists, including Nala Lee, Head of Sustainability and Stewardship, Asia Pacific and Director at Impact Asset Management. Julian Martin, CEO and founder of Digital Climate Group. Dr. Agnes K. Waitai, Director at Great Glory Investment Corporation, Senior Advisor at iPartners Holdings Limited, as well as William Gee, Government and Regulatory Affairs Director at ISACA Hong Kong China Chapter, Vice Chair of the Asia PKI Consortium, Vice Chair of the Technology Faculty Board, ICAEW, and founder of Illuminaire. Welcome everyone on stage, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Victor.
So, good afternoon. Oh, I'm so excited and energized by this venue. I didn't expect so many people, and unlike most of our panel, this is very young and like a trade show, right? I'm glad that we have the AI panel before. Like I thought I should be in that panel, but actually it will be very interesting to talk about like green and sustainable finance in a, I would say, more blockchain, Web3 kind of theme event. So a bit of myself, I'm Victor Yim, Head of Fintech from Cyberport. I guess my take on like Web3 cross green and sustainable finance is we actually are supporting the HKMA project Ensemble, which is about tokenized deposit across commercial banks with the underlying blockchain kind of interbank rails, but then eventually to support the top layer tokenization activities. And what we provide to HKMA is actually two of our community members, one called Evidence and the other called Link Charges. So Evidence is a tokenized platform that specializes in alternative asset, and Link Charge is actually a EV charging station like company. So the idea is quite straightforward. Is Evidence is actually tokenizing the charging station and providing that to their investors. But I do believe like green infrastructure is indeed a key use case and crossover between like green finance and Web3. So without further ado, let me give the chance for my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe from Nana, sitting next to me.
Yeah, sure. Hello everyone, I'm Nana Lee. I'm the Head of Sustainability and Stewardship for Impact Asset Management based in Hong Kong. So Impact is a UK-oriented company, and we are a mutual fund specializing in sustainable investing. Thank you.
And Julian.
Good afternoon. I'm Julian Martin. I'm the CEO and founder of a green investment bank called Digital Climate Group. We have entities in Hong Kong, in Abu Dhabi, and in Japan. And we are here to facilitate transition and facilitate driving more capital into the impactful and sustainable assets. Very excited to be here, and it's my second year here, so very happy to be back.
And Dr. Tai?
Thank you. So, hello everyone. You have lunch? You're okay? You're still awake? No need to get coffee, right? Because this is getting a little bit late at around 4:30. So my name is Agnes, and I'm with two single-family offices in Hong Kong. We're very private. We focus on listed securities with a global macro value strategy with an overlay of hedge fund tactics. We do have a side pocket that invests sometimes in climate solutions, which we started in 2010. We didn't go very far with that one. So currently still focusing on listed securities. I do wear several pro bono hats. So I am also a supervisory board member of the Global Reporting Initiative, governing board member of Climate Governance Initiative and also a council member for Climate and Nature Governance for the World Economic Forum. So I'm very happy to be here today sharing with my esteemed fellow panel members and wanting to learn something from them. Thank you.
And William.
Hi, and nice meeting you all. I'm William G. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, attracted to the dark side of information technologies. In 2014, I heard about this technology called blockchain, Bitcoin, and got into it, and there was no turning back. So for the last 20 years or so, I was involved in emerging technologies, apart from blockchain, AI, and all these wonderful things. On climate changes and sustainability, I was actually involved in the earlier emission trading related assurance services. So started with EU ETS, and then in mainland China, the Chinese CCER, and I'm involving in various projects on similar themes, and currently working on a European project that we are building a sustainability infrastructure covering 6 jurisdictions, countries. So that was a very interesting and exciting project. Glad to be here, and good to make connection with you all. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure you're all excited to hear more about from our esteemed panelists. So maybe I'll start with Nana sitting next to me, more from the traditional angle. I think like today is, after all, like technology versus sustainable finance. And technology is always just a tool that needs to be used for solving real-world problems. So I would say there is ups and downs in like sustainable investment, right? I think a few years back, it was like the hottest trends, a lot of people jumping in. Now, I think since last year-ish, like ESG is even not a good name, right? People are trying to avoid using ESG, maybe using green, maybe using sustainability or something even more specific. So Nana, based on your experience, like how are you seeing these trends, and how do you really drive impact, given like people are like having usually like short-term focus in the return? So can you share a bit with us your own like view as well as your experience in your role?
Yeah, sure. So I have to say, first of all, we are a company founded in 1998. So we focus on sustainable investing since early 2000s. So been doing this for some time. And as you said, we are almost like a traditional mutual fund. So we long-only active long-term investor, and our clients are mostly asset owners, just like other mutual funds. So sovereign funds, pensions, endowments, some family offices as well. But I think over the last almost 30 years, we've learned our lesson to realize that only the clients that share the same perspectives with us. So, which in two terms. One is they agree with the materiality of the risks we face, especially on climate, on environment, social, technology transition, etc. So all of that, only if they agree with our view on the importance of those issues, they will be our investors. And the other is, of course, the investment horizons. So only if they're long-term investors like us, so they will be satisfied with our long-term financial performance, I think.
Yeah, very good point. I think sustainability has become real, and not just with climate. Like, who would ever know like a company like NVIDIA could lose 10% overnight because of one word of DeepSeek, right? So I think the sustainability is also kind of like an evolving terms. And continuing the more traditional and business perspective, may I invite Dr. Ernest Tai to share with us your extensive work in like climate governance and board training, like how is that like driving the overall adoption and transition from the governance perspective?
Well, thank you for that question. Many of you may not know that Hong Kong, really, we were a colony of the UK, right? So our company ordinance is actually resembles that of the UK. So all the corporate directors have to have exercised their duty of care, skill, and diligence in governing the company. So what is governance? Well, what is the difference between governance and management? In my view, governance is about doing the right things, choosing to do the right things, the ethical things, based on principles and values of the company. And many of our companies in Hong Kong and in Asia are family-owned, as you know. Whereas management really takes that strategy and policy from the board and do it right. So when we talk about governance, even in our tiny little family office, before all the ESG ratings are being published by MSCI and all that, we actually quantify governance with our own methodology. I.e., if we don't satisfy ourselves that the company is having good board people with doing the right things, doing ethical things, we actually will forgo the profits, even if the company is going to be going on a profitable trajectory. So governance is super important, not just in climate, but in the whole wide range. Because if we look at E and S and G, we talk about it as ESG. But G is actually the overarching, important foundation of the S and the E pillars. So with that, given that, and given cross-border collaboration, we need to understand when we invest into projects outside of Hong Kong, we need to understand whether the investee companies will have that sort of governance inclination, governance structure. If they don't necessarily already have the proper kind of governance structure or board structure in place, or a sustainability committee, which very seldom investee small companies, private companies would have. And I will tell you that with our 2,600 listed issuers in Hong Kong, less than 300 of them would have a sustainability committee on the board. But that doesn't mean that they are not sustainable or that they don't have sustainability governance. It just means that they don't have that committee. They would have a director who is knowledgeable about that, to converse between management and board. So when we look at cross-border collaboration, we really need to understand that the other party will deliver and do the right things and not muck around with our money. We had very painful experiences investing in forestry 15 years ago, which had a really large China and Cambodia landscape. But because of bad governance of the company, we actually lost money on that deal.
So basically, without governance, anything is not trustworthy and might not be true. And actually, for my knowledge, because recently I'm actually doing research a lot on the TCFD recommendation and framework. So how do you view TCFD? Do you think it helps you in helping in the when you look into the company, when you just mentioned, to assess how good their board, their governance, management structure, etc., reflecting their climate risk appetite?
Well, TCFD is the Task Force for Financial Related Disclosures. It's a framework. It's not a standard for disclosures. But if companies go through that framework, they will discover where their strengths and weaknesses are in terms of their E and S pillars. And then they would, but not just that, because it starts with governance and then strategy and then risk management and then the metrics and the measurements of all these pillars. So it will inform the board as to how to take the proper kind of action that is suitable for the stage of the company. Whether it's a young company or a mature company is different, and whether they are in a sector that is very hard to abate carbon emissions versus companies that are service providers and if scope 3 is not really a big concern, then they have a very small scope 1 and scope 2 footprint. So it will definitely inform them as to how to take climate action on. And nowadays, investors, I think Nana will agree with me, that we're not only thinking about net zero. If companies tell us, oh, we have a net zero plan, we have a transition plan, we are thinking, okay, what about TNFD? Are you going to be nature positive by 2040, 2050? So a lot of things are going on, and it is a good thing for companies and investing companies, portfolio companies to, if they have not already, start looking at these sort of frameworks.
Thank you. So if you guys are not aware of or not familiar with TNFD, feel free to reach out to Dr. Tai after the session. And so I guess this is, even though it's a finance forum, I think technology is very important, and we have two technology guru on our panel. And maybe I'll start with William. So you mentioned you have gone through like a no return path. So and you also mentioned a lot of very interesting development like green infrastructure. Like can you elaborate a little bit more, like how technology is playing an important role in this project that you are now working on, or that you envision technology can support transition as a whole?
So for sustainable green finance, we have been talking about trading and all these market activities for a long time. And I think one of the challenges is we don't actually have clarity, certainty on certain aspects, beside from cross-border collaboration. That has been a major obstacle. But if you boil down to a particular jurisdiction, you need to know exactly how much, how many, what is the emission quota that has been, allocated, the total amount, and then, how are these allocated to specific organizations. If you talk about trading, there has to be a source, there has to be buyers, so the clarity and the identity of the participants, the authenticity of the quota being traded. We talk about double spending in the crypto world. It also applies to all these quotas, because if a particular emission quota has been cancelled and you kind of leave it on for trading, that obviously isn't right. So you have a lot of these different aspects that you need some certainty and clarity. And people say, okay, how about adopting blockchain? Because it is transparent, it is, it gives me certainty, it's public accessible. But that is actually only a very tiny part of the equation. When you get down to collaboration, ecosystem building, carbon pricing, and standards and the protocols, the formula, with which you calculate the carbon, equivalent tonnage of carbon dioxide, all these varies from countries to countries, from organization to organization. You can go for disclosure, but if the underlying components are all in bits and pieces, it's actually difficult to gel together. So yes, technology plays a part, and we have all the components, blockchain, we have all the sensors, the IoTs, we have digital corporate identities, everything is in place. But there are also a lot of the non-technical component that we need to get right, before everything can work. So in the project that I'm working on, hopefully the ideal scenario is to actually have everything aligned together to make it work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess data will be kind of the overarching glue there to put everything together. So, last but not least, we have a very exciting sharing from Julian. I have the privilege to kind of hear about his company's latest development recently in a call between the two of us, and I'm so glad and excited about it. And so basically, Julian, you have been like really championing innovative financial model together with technology innovation. So yeah, can you tell us about like how you have been using different tools, just like what William has mentioned in supporting your business models?
So in my 25 years working in traditional finance, in banking, working long time for the Hong Kong Exchange as well, for me, there's a few elements that I've really identified as being part of a fundamental problem when it comes to allocating capital into climate positive, nature positive, energy positive projects. And the main target, I mean, I call that democratization, but the reality is it's all about size. We have a lot of capital that needs to be deployed, that has been allocated. You can talk to most large asset managers. They have billions, trillions of dollars that they're willing to allocate into impactful projects, new energies. And one thing I really want to take out of everybody's mind, which is climate finance can be profitable. I mean, we're in Asia, I'm in Asia, I've been here 20 years. One thing I really insist on is, yes, okay, hide behind the ESG tag. The reality is we can make money on financing positive industries that are going to change the way we live. So taking that aside, the problem is that most of these assets, as William mentioned, you know, we need to measure the impact. Most of these assets are actually small. Most of these assets are cross-border. Most of these assets cannot be financed by banks. We need a new model of finance. The new model of finance is democratized. The new model of finance has to be decentralized one way or the other. We need to push the new technologies, you know, the blockchain, the cloud, the AI, obviously we talked about it before. All of these aspects, we need to push that and use those new technologies in order to take small size assets that are, you know, that needs 5 million, 10 million financing, match that with the $2 billion that Invesco has to deploy, that, you know, PIMCO has to deploy. These guys, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you look at sustainable or even private credit experts in traditional finance, you'll probably be talking to a majority of 15 to 20,000 people. These 15 to 20,000 people are deciding where capital goes. We are 6 billion humans. We need to be 6 billion deciders as to where this money goes, not only those 20,000 people. This is where democratization is so important. So the tool we're designing is really about asset-backed financing, because we need to finance a $20 million project, which is comprised of 4 different assets. We need to measure the carbon impact. We need to measure the biodiversity impact. We need to measure these impact in order to eventually aggregate all impact and aggregate also financial benefits to sell that to the large money, money drivers, to the people that want to drive money. Eventually, we also need to distribute that through Web3. We need to plug ourselves into blockchains. We need to make people understand that we can use blockchain, we can use blockchain ecosystem, we can use this in order to fund, decided in London or in New York, but can potentially be decided by the local population in Thailand, who is going to put a few dollars each in order to make the project happen. So it's all about democratization for me. We need to democratize finance, and that means a complete revamp of traditional finance. Part of it will be decentralized, part of it will be different type of centralization, and that's the model that I'm promoting. So data is critical in everything we do. As soon as we can prove the impact, as soon as we can prove the value of the asset, then we have means of making it financed, because we'll have cash flows, because we have impact, and we can sell that. And selling, at the end of the day, we live in a world where, especially here in Asia, this needs to be profitable. You're not going to finance the entirety of our climate or nature positive projects with charities. We need actual money that is looking at return to go into this space, because we need $150 trillion to go into these industries, and we only have 1 trillion today. So there's 149 trillion that needs to come from somewhere, and it exists. We need to convince these guys, and we can only convince these guys with data.
Thank you, Julian. Very exciting. And I don't think we have a lot of time left, but let me throw like a roundtable questions. So actually, our title is about global cooperations. So from your experience, from your view, looking ahead, what do you think can accelerate this global collaboration in really supporting the global transition, but not just a country-level transition? So maybe I'll start with Nana.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, and I have to say we have so far become one of the largest asset manager in the sustainable investing field globally, but still we are a middle-sized fund. And we definitely realize there's a limit on what we can achieve by ourselves. So over the years, we have actually been collaborating more and more with peers, NGOs, and also sometimes our clients, asset owners in different markets on different research and also other advocacy projects. My firm, we also have a policy advocacy team that is actively talking to governments and regulators all over the world to try to promote market level changes. So that will be continued. But as I said, it's an interesting time. So definitely there is a lot of challenges for us. It's all headwinds that we face right now. So I think we definitely will try to keep the momentum and see if there's any potential for further collaborations with alignments with us. So I think that's what we are gonna drive this one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the to have like advocates like Nana is very important. Just like what also Julian just mentioned, climate financing can be profitable, can be very profitable. So, but I would say a lot of the traditional asset manager, they might still prefer something more traditional. So Julian, how about yourself? Like you are operating really in a very international basis. So probably you have a lot to share from this global collaboration perspective.
We need regulated products. We need standardization on calculation of impact, and we need liquidity sharing. And that the liquidity sharing is linked to the global product. When I go to, for instance, when I talk to the Saudi exchange, and we're trying to build something over there around bringing, facilitating impact project in Saudi, they want to see liquidity coming in. And my answer to that is we can do it if we apply standards that are going to be recognized in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Japan, in Europe, and in the US. Then we'll be able to bring in liquidity. Liquidity brings more liquidity. So the standardization, the utilization of proper methodologies, and we can automate so much now. All our credit process, all our impact process, so many reporting can be automated with AI. It's become so easy. There's no more excuse. We can price a new financing probably in 2.5 months, where before we needed 6 months. And I think you can probably pull this down to 2 or 3 weeks very soon.
And Dr. Tai, how's your view on this global collaboration point of view? Like, what's your recommendations?
So I agree with Julian that there's lots of capital sitting around wanting to be channeled to climate positive, nature positive solutions and projects. The problem is information asymmetry. So how do we know as a family office or even as a fund that there is this geothermal project in Indonesia that needs financing? And that's the role of entities like the Asian Development Bank, and in the other parts of the world, the Green Climate Fund. Unfortunately, $4 billion of the Green Climate Fund is now a gap because the US aid is being halted. No more fund going there. And the Asian Development Bank has pledged $100 billion up until 2030 to help less developed economies, and they finance Mongolia, Indonesia, Vietnam, everywhere with very meaningful projects, and definitely they have the right kind of measurement. But it comes back to Julian's point, we need data, we need measurement. We need everything. We need the right projects, the engineers, the know-how how to put up their project, the measurement methodologies, and then also the climate, the carbon credits exchanges, the verification and exchanges and all that to facilitate capital flow. So it's a collaborative effort, and it's no entity or no country, I think, would be able to stand alone and be able to say, we're going to influence climate and nature on our own. So, yeah, when we have everything together, the money comes. In Chinese, we say 水到渠成, right? 水到渠成. So when the water comes, success comes.
How about you, William? Maybe you can also elaborate the project that you're working on multi-jurisdiction.
So you know, in this domain, there are two different types of projects. One is when people talk about carbon trading, and that has got to do with emission quota and hopefully COP30, which is held in November this year. You know, we hope that, you know, country will resubmit their NDCs and we can actually have a better picture in terms of, you know, how things will move and so on. But there's another dimension that Julian mentioned, which is environmentally positive or impactful projects. The project funding is actually very different to carbon trading. And for that to work, apart from the transparency and, you know, the availability of information, we actually do need some form of standards so that everybody talks in the same language. Luckily, there are standards in place, but they are not being used in the right way as yet. So we have disclosure standards, but these are meaningless if the underlying numbers doesn't tally. We have standards on blockchain, for example, but that's in progress. And so, you know, we need to have that to make sure the technology side works. Everyone needs to kind of like, you know, work more to collaborate more on the defining of the standards, on the mechanisms, and so on, so that actually we can have that base, that firm base to move forward.
So it seems like standard is overarching things that everyone is calling for. Actually, I think one of the emerging standards is ISSB, and Hong Kong government is very committed to it. And I'm seeing like a lot of different jurisdiction is also very committed to the ISSB standard. And like hopefully with that in place, we will be one step closer.
And Victor, that is a disclosure standard. Underlying the ISB standard, there's actually an XML type standard on the actual elements. So we need to make use of that as
I think the digital disclosure of ISSB.
That's right. And then corporate identity standards and so on, you know, for the decentralization, the kind of Web3 and so on. So everything needs to work together, pull together to make it work, which is what we are trying to experiment for that project that I mentioned earlier.
So actually, I was at a ESG award yesterday, and one of the speakers actually raised a very good point. So like Anis also just mentioned, like US is like dropping the ball now, and obviously Europe has their own problems, economy, politics, election, all kinds of things, including the war is still not ending. And China is, on the other hand, very committed in transition in net zero. And also, I don't think anyone will debate we have the best technology.
whether it's a EV, whether it's battery, whether it's PV, any kinds of renewable energy related equipment. So yeah, it should be like really a golden timing for us to grasp this opportunity. So from that aspect, maybe from William's side, anything that you want to elaborate and recommend us to pay
just
attention?
very quickly, because I think we are running out of time. Everybody work together, share information, share knowledge. That's the most important thing.
And Dr. Tai?
Stay steadfast on your sustainability journey. It's not an overnight success. A lot of companies have proven that it takes 20, 25 years to really be able to get there. Like Interface talk about 2 decades over to get their first emissions negative product out in 2020. So it's a journey. Let's stay together, spur each other on. Collectively, we can do it.
Julian?
Invest in new energies.
And Nana?
Yeah, I think at the beginning you mentioned there is some now headwinds to this topic. But I just want to say over the last 30 years, we've been through many ups and downs for this. So it's just many other topics. You will have, sometimes it's popular, sometimes people will start to question it. So, but for us, I think we will stay very committed. And we have made our return, have made our achievements through staying committed. So we will keep on this track. Thank you.
So yeah, I think we're running out of time, and I hope you enjoy and get something from this panel. I guess definitely transition is inevitable, especially like now AI is consuming so much power. Like in fact, the underlying, the lowest layers of AI is the power. And obviously we don't want to build more nuclear plants versus renewable energy. So I hope while you are paying attention to AI, you're also paying attention to the other end of the equation and make some contribution to making our Earth better. So thank you for your time.
A huge thanks to Victor for leading these amazing discussions with our brilliant minds on the stage. Thank you very much. And next, we're thrilled to welcome Justin Ho, partnering trainer at Juno Markets, to present on the topic of the simple strategy I use to achieve 686% crypto returns without losing sleep over the market swings. Such an interesting question. So Justin will be sharing his personal trading strategy that helped him achieve impressive crypto returns while maintaining peace of mind despite market volatility. 下面我们会邀请 Justin 在舞台上面为我们分享，面对市场波动的时候，怎么样去获得686% 的加密货币回报，而且可以保持到平稳的心态呢？掌声有请 ！A big round of applause to Justin on stage.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Justin. How many of you guys are here because you want to make more money? Raise your hand if that's you. All right, great, a few of you. How many of you are here because you are part of a corporate team and your boss forced you to be here? Right? Raise your hands. Nobody wants to raise their hand in front of a boss. All right, so today I want to just spend 10 minutes or so sharing with you the simple strategy that I use to achieve 680% crypto returns over the last couple of years without stressing on market swings. So just a little bit about me before I get started. I am a professional investor and trader. Got a degree from London School of Economics and have a CFA degree. I also worked in some of the top investment banks, including JP Morgan, DBS, and Morgan Stanley as well. Most recently, I was part of a team that managed over $1 trillion in assets in a US-listed asset management firm. I started investing in crypto about 9 years ago. Started with about $100,000 in capital. And up to this date, I was able to grow this to about $3 million of my own money. So over the last year, I actually went from 750K to 3 million, which basically 4x my account in the duration of about 1.5 years. Right now, I also run an investment academy with students around the world, about 3,000 different students who have been able to do this and replicate the system as well. So what is, we have a lot of brokers in this exhibition, in this expo, but what you actually need in order to actually generate profits from the market is not just a broker, but you need 3 different things. The 3 top things that you need in order to actually be successful in the market is, number 1, you need a proven and successful strategy. If you don't have a proven and successful strategy, you're basically trading on gut feeling, right? Which is just another word for gambling. Now, once you have acquired a proven and successful strategy, the next thing that you will need is proper risk management. So every strategy in the world, none of the strategies is 100%, right? Not even George Soros, Warren Buffett can do 100%. So if you don't have the proper risk management in your account, then one single bad trade can actually make you lose all of your previous profits and your entire account afterwards. So make sure you have proper risk management. What does that look like? So let me give you a small tip here. Every single trade that you take, make sure that you don't risk more than 2% of your account, right? What that means is every time you take a losing trade, the maximum loss for you is just 2%. How many of you can handle a 2% loss in your account? Right, raise your hands. If you cannot handle 2%, that's okay. That's the maximum. You can put that down to 1%, 0.5%, that's fine as well. The final thing that you will need in order to execute and be successful in the market is to have a winning trading psychology, right? This is the hardest part. 80% of how successful you're going to be in the market depends on your trading psychology. You may have the right strategy, right? You may have the right risk management, but if you don't follow the strategy because of, let's say, FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. You see the market going higher, Bitcoin going back above 100K, and then you FOMO in, right, at the very top, then you're still not executing properly. So winning psychology is the most important part. Now, my academy is called Vincero Academy. So how we're able to execute successfully is we don't just use some random strategy that you will find on YouTube. We execute the strategy by using 3 simple steps. And the 3 simple steps that we use is, number 1, to first understand what drives the market. If, let's say, you're trading in the Forex market, what actually drives the Forex price? It's not some random moving average. It's not some MACD indicator, right? It's things like interest rates. It's things like government policies, right? So you got to understand what are the driving forces of the market. The second thing that we want to understand is where are the pros trading in the market. So in the market, there are players like some of the hedge funds or investment banks that are putting in hundreds of millions of dollars into every single trade during the day. So here's the question. Do you want to enter together with them, or do you want to enter against them? Obviously, we want to enter together with them, right? So that's the third step. What we want to do is we want to find the areas, right, where the large institutions are actually entering and exiting from the market. And once you're able to understand that, this is where you can trade like the pros, right? Trade like the big traders and enter and exit together with them. So we have a lot of different strategies, right, in our community, right? We have strategies to buy the strong coins. We have strategies to sell the shit coins, right? We also have strategies to buy and sell during ranging markets. The top 3 strategies out there is to help people build cash flow and capital fast, right? This is where you're in the building phase and you want to grow fast. The final 2 strategies, right, to create passive income and to create your financial freedom portfolio, this is where you want to start diversifying. You want to be able to diversify your risk and generate everlasting wealth. So right now in the market, some of you may realize that a lot of the countries are actually heading into recession, right? Europe is heading into recession. They're cutting interest rates. Trade war is putting Canada into recession as well. And China is basically at a risk of a recession that's far more serious than Japan, in the last 30 years. I can share with you that I recently went on a trip to China, and 1 in 5 young people in China, they're unemployed. There's a 20% unemployment rate for young people in China right now. So what's happening, and what a lot of people may not know, is that right now the US has actually started to print money again, right? There's something called quantitative easing, and they've actually started to print more money again. You can see this is the M2 money supply in the US. And what this means for us is that when you print money, you don't just print money out of thin air, right? What actually happens is they have to incur debt in order to print this money. And with the debt that they incur, they need to pay interest rate on this debt. And because they're printing so much money, the debt has actually gone up so much that they need to pay more than $1 trillion every single year in interest payments in order to finance this debt. So what does that mean? It means that without accounting for inflation, and this is taken from Raw Paul. So without accounting for inflation, how many of you guys realize that when you go to the supermarket, right, and you're buying, lettuce or apple, the prices this year is significantly higher than the last couple of years, right? How many of you guys realize that? Hands up. So on average, the annualized growth rate of liquidity is 8% right now, which means the money that you're leaving in the bank that is just sitting there is being devalued by 8% a year. Adding that to inflation, the average inflation rate in the world right now is about 3%. So what does this mean for us? It means that if you have any investment or any money that's sitting in the bank that is not growing or giving you a return of more than 11%, right? 8 plus 3 is 11. It means that you are not making money, and in fact, you are losing money in the market. So, for example, if you're putting money in a fixed deposit that's giving you 4%, you are not making 4%. You are guaranteeing yourself to lose 7% in the market. How many of you understand that? Does that make sense? So, what can we do in this market? One of the things we can do is to look for assets that give us a return of more than 11%. Right? One of these assets would be Bitcoin. If you look across the last 14 years, 11 out of the 14 years, Bitcoin has been the top performing asset in the world. Right? Obviously, there's these down years as well in a Bitcoin bear market where it's the worst performing. But for 3 years in a row, right, Bitcoin is the top performing asset when compared to equities, bonds, right, real estate, etc. So right now we're here, right? Right now we're in the year 2025. This is the last year of the bull run, and this is where the most significant gains are actually made in the market. Now here's the thing. Bitcoin in a bull run, right, historically can go 3x, 5x, but that's not the real opportunity. The real opportunity is when Bitcoin goes 3 to 5x, altcoins can go 20x, 50x, 100x. But the caveat here is that you have to choose the right ones, right? Because 99% of the crypto market is shitcoins, right? And they're going to go to zero. So, but if you choose the right ones, this is where you'll be able to make a significant profit that could potentially change your financial future. So, for example, one of the things that we do is, we research about these different projects, right? One of them was Stellar. And in 1.5 months, Stellar was able to do a 660% return, right? Where one of our students actually shared she tripled her investment. And this is Ken, right? Ken is someone who, had a look at Sui, right? One of the Solana Ethereum contenders. And Ken mentioned he caught the bottom August. Now he's up 700% in 3 months. How many of you think that that's pretty good returns, right? Over a course of 1.5 to 3 months. So some of you may be thinking, that sounds amazing, but right now the markets are dropping. It's gone down from 100K back down towards 80K. So, how are we supposed to do that? So here's the thing. What if I told you there's a way for you to profit consistently on the way up, but during a crash, you're able to make more gains in 1 year than in the last 3 years combined? How many of you would want to know that way? Right? Hands in the air. So in August, if you were trading and just buying and holding crypto, right? Bitcoin plunges, Ethereum has the worst drop in 2023. 99% of people in the market are losing money. However, this is what we did, right? Just very simple analysis, downtrend, right? Couple of trend lines. We know that we want to be able to sell during a bear market. We took a trade, right? A lot of these brokers offer crypto. We took a trade in one of these, and we were able to generate 133,000 USD. And this was from the top just to the bottom, right, in 7 days. So a lot of people tell me, well, 99% of these cryptos are scams, right? What if I get scammed in a market? To me, I flip it around and I say, well, that's great. It means that we'll have a 99% win rate if we're shorting these cryptos, right? How many of you agree with that? And a lot of people tell me, but these cryptos can go to zero. What happens if it goes to zero? Well, I tell them, that's awesome. It means that if I short these cryptos that are going to zero, then I get an amazing reward to risk by shorting these cryptos. And some people say, but crypto is an extremely volatile market, right? It's more volatile than stocks, it's more volatile than bonds and Forex. That's what we want as traders, right? The last thing we want is for the market to do nothing. We need the market to move in order to make money. So crypto being the most volatile in the market in the world is actually the best market for us. So this is how you can see all of these trades here are sell trades, right? Even when the market is not moving higher, we're able to generate 30,000, right? $500, $1,000, right? A couple $1,000 in a very short period of time. So, for example, this is Solana, right? During the last bear market, Solana went down from 260, right, all the way to $8 in a bear market. But by doing a very simple strategy, right, when you short from the top to the bottom, this is where, by risking, let's say, 10 bucks, right, you're able to generate $187. How many of you like that reward to risk in your trade? So I want to end by asking you this. What would it mean to you if, in your free time, you don't need to spend 8 hours staring at the chart every day? What if in 15, 20 minutes a day, you can put on a couple trades before you go to work, and you're able to generate 400 USD, right? 1,000 USD, right? 1,004, right? 130,000 US dollars in your account. How many of you would say that would change your life? Okay, so I don't have a lot of time, but I want to just open your mind to think about the idea that maybe working in a corporate job isn't the only way to make money. What if you could find a skill where in your free time, right, before you go to work, during your lunchtime, after work, while you're waiting for the train, right, back home, you can generate an extra income that could actually speed up for your retirement? How many of you would like that? Okay, so 41, AI is a very prominent thing right now, and in 2030, it is predicted that 41% of jobs are going to be replaced by AI. So if you don't retrain yourself right now, if you don't upgrade your skills, this is where you'll be left behind in the market. Okay, so I'm going to end it here. If you guys are interested to know more, I do have an Instagram where I share about insights on the market and talk about different things. So if you want to connect with me, go ahead and scan the QR code and connect with me on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the effort that you've put into your presentation. And we're now ready for an exciting roundtable discussion on Web3 and RWA, unleashing global opportunities for digital asset innovation. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Grace Lau, founder and CEO of Artwise. Alongside her, we gave our esteemed panelists on stage, Bergrand Silik, Director of Digital Assets at HSBC, and Hakim Bosba, Director and Head of Crypto at Surge.
This is stand-up panel, yeah. It will be a quick one.
Thank you, Grace. The floor is yours.
Okay, I thought we have chairs. Thank you guys for joining us at this panel. We are going to talk about Web3 RWA, unleashing global opportunity for digital asset innovation. I'm your moderator, Grace, and
your chair is coming, I'm sure.
And my chair is coming.
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you again. So along with me are two amazing experts from the field. We have Bola Salik and Hakim Bosba. And shall we start with a little bit introduction about yourself? Bola,
sure, I can start. Hi everyone. We were here last year also. My name is Bura. I am looking after digital assets and currencies at HSBC.
Hello everyone. So my name is Hakim. I'm the director and head of crypto at Surge Group. I've been in crypto since 2013, doing multiple things at the same time. I'm a professional trader also, been built a lot of startups, companies related to the crypto space. And yeah, here we are today.
Wonderful. I would like to ask Bula first. So we have been seeing a growing interest in tokenization and RWA, like all the way from commodity, financial products, or even intellectual properties. Is there any compelling use case that you have been seeing? And how do you think they're disrupting the financial market?
Yeah, this is a good question because now we are seeing a lot of tokenization, a lot of talk about it. And what's happening there is actually starting from back in Bitcoin. So Bitcoin introduced this concept, DeFi, decentralized finance, DLT, distributed ledger technology, right? And today, tokenized real-world assets, they actually build on and harnessing power of DLT. And DeFi actually enables this kind of products for customers, for investors. And what does DeFi bring to TradFi, traditional finance? It brings the technology. And it's an opportunity for traditional finance players to upgrade or modernize their infrastructure. Today, all of the legacy systems are being replaced by this opportunity. And this technology enables speed, fractionalization, efficiency, and further transparency. And all of these are in benefit of the customers. And ultimately, all of these benefits enabling new alternative investment products for the customers. What do I see most recently is that actually there are some key areas that I have been observing: gold, bonds, and funds. These three areas are, have been kind of focus, but of course there are opportunities in artwork, private equity, and real estate. But because of the underlying asset complexity, I feel like it's taking a bit more time, but it is definitely, there is a good opportunity. And we will see more use cases in tokenization from the traditional finance players and also in digital money.
Amazing. Yeah, as I understand, HSBC has launched a tokenized gold as well, right?
Yes, yes. We launched tokenized gold for institutional clients and also for retail clients. Also, we have digital bond, and right now we are working on tokenized deposit within HKMA's project Ensemble.
Amazing. Thank you. Hakim, how do you see banks and startups collaborating together to accelerating the tokenization field? Like, what are the unique advantages that both of them are bringing to the table?
That's really a crucial question, because startups and big banks and corporates are approaching this vertical in a different way. So, for example, let's talk about banks or maybe the big corporation. So, we are talking about centuries, decades of experience into the legal framework, and eventually they have access to the big funds, the big capitals. They have the big expertise into managing all those assets. On the other hand, we're talking about startups. Startups are like, you can see a startup today, tomorrow they can die, but also they're innovating aggressively. So, for example, you can see a startup that innovates. They're not afraid to make the first step. They can do some crazy innovations. And here we can see that there is like a complementary relation between startups and banks, in the way where the banks are at the moment a little bit afraid of approaching this vertical, which is the RWAs, because it's okay, we are tokenizing a lot of things, we are tokenizing different assets, but we still don't have a clear regulatory framework where the banks can eventually evolve in this space. On the other hand, the startups, they are evolving in a gray area where the regulatory environment will not impact them that much since they are still a little bit small. So what you can see here is that the banks will learn from the mistakes that the startups will do trying to do this innovation. And then the startups will learn from the banks how to scale the business, how to innovate, how to optimize the operations, and a lot of stuff in order to make this innovation on a bigger scale. So obviously it won't happen in a year or two, but obviously for the long run, we can see like some crazy innovation.
Wow, that's something that's really looking forward to happen.
Thank you.
And so we have been seeing increasing amount of embracing and adoption from traditional institutions to the Web3 and tokenization space. And what have changed over the past couple of years? And what do you think are the reasons behind this like acceleration? And this is for Bula maybe.
Sure. This is also a very good question. What factors are impacting the bank's decision to get into this space? So let me give you an example from HSBC Gold Token because you asked for it. And today is a special day. Today is 27th of March. 27th? This is gone. Oh, okay, back. So the 27th of March is the birthday of HSBC Gold Token. It's exactly last year we launched today as the first tokenized real-world asset from a bank for retail investors. And it is still the only one in the world in this frame. So exactly, it's been 1 year. And it was not a random decision to tokenize gold. There were multiple factors. And number one is the customer research. So we conduct our customer research very frequently, understand the customers' underserved needs in the market. Only after that, if we can leverage Web3 technologies and make a difference for our customers and meet these underserved needs, then we get into product development. Secondly, why gold? There are only 4 gold clearers in the world, and HSBC is one of them. We are familiar with managing the underlying asset. Physical gold operations is a very complex subject, but just because you are tokenizing an asset, it doesn't change the nature of it. You should still comply with the related regulation of the physical asset, and also you need to make sure you are able to manage the operations and everything. So when all of these came together, we decided to tokenize gold to accelerate HSBC's and Hong Kong's digital assets agenda. And how it works is that each token represents fractional ownership in physical gold, which is kept in our vault, with a record of 1 of 1,000 troy ounce. By today's price, it is around 23 Hong Kong dollars per token. It's, with this relatively low entry point, actually it makes it available for wider audiences to be able to trade. And compared to some other common gold products in the market, you can trade it 24/7, and you don't need to find a buyer because whenever you want, HSBC buys it from you. So when all of these features and many more made it more attractive to our customers, and in 12 months, right now and by today, we are around 50,000 trades with HSBC Gold Token. And more than 95% of our trades are executed on mobile app. Every one of 3 HSBC Gold Token customers are new to investment. This is super important because these customers, their first investment ever is HSBC Gold Token, the token itself. So why do people choose token? So of course, all of these features, the distributed ledger technology enables superior features, and at the same time, there is a significant group of customers who choose the latest technologies against the conventional ones. So according to their preference, at the end of the day, this is an alternative investment product for them, and we've been receiving very positive feedback so far.
I wonder how many of those investors are retail investors or institutional investors?
All of them. The numbers I shared are all retail wealth customers. They all have investment. So basically, eligibility criteria for that is whoever is eligible for investing in Hong Kong, also eligible with HSBC, of course, also eligible for HSBC Gold Token. You need to have an investment account which HSBC Hong Kong. You need to have Hong Kong residential address. Yeah.
Thank you. And Hakim, sorry. And on the flip side, how ready do you think institutional investors are in terms of like purchasing or investing in tokenized asset? Is there any hurdle that's pulling them back?
Okay, so in short, it's yes, they are getting there, but we're still in early stages. Like we can see that in RWAs, the concept of RWA starts back in 2017, and we've seen that the investors back in the time, they were a little bit skeptical on investing into crypto and other digital assets. But we've seen over the past years that people, investors, hedge funds, and big VCs are interested more about the blockchain, and they start also looking for some kind of stable and not super volatile assets and verticals in the crypto space to invest in. So I believe that it's coming, but we're still in the early stages, as I said. So what we need to improve here is the legal framework. Also, the investors or the big hedge funds, we are talking about big money here, they won't come to the RWAs or crypto space unless there is like a clear legal framework. So the major question here today is we are still early in RWAs, but we will reach a time where the SEC gonna put a decision. And the big question will be, the SEC gonna classify RWAs as securities or not? And this is gonna reshape the whole structure of everything related to RWAs. So this is mostly the most crucial part, but definitely since we have like a lot of VCs coming to the crypto space, the RWAs are gonna have like a part of the cake, and most likely, since it's not related to crypto, when I say crypto, I mean it's not related to the price of Bitcoin. It's not related to the market trend. So we are tokenizing physical assets. By physical assets, I can talk about precious metals or maybe real estate, right? Or also documents to make it like faster, bring more liquidity, and by the same time, we can have like more clients, more customers. That's what the banks are looking for at the moment. So liquidity, customers, more money, and that's how it works. So I think it's gonna be here, but it's gonna take maybe a couple of other years, like from 5 to 10 years, you're gonna see a real innovation.
So 4, 5 to 10 years.
I said 5 to 10 years.
5
maybe
to 10 years.
It's just, I'm just guessing, but you know, all this legal framework will take time in order to be in place.
Is there any particular region that you feel like the regulation is more advanced comparing to the rest of the world?
Okay, according to my experience, I'm based in Dubai. I've been doing like business and all type of crypto in Dubai. I can tell you that VARA, which is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai, is actually the most friendly, crypto-friendly regulator in the space. So I can tell you there is like XDC, it's a project related to RWAs that are tokenizing gold. You get tokens, and at the moment in Dubai, you can redeem your tokens, and you will receive physical gold to your home right away. So at the moment, I believe that VARA and ADGM in the UAE are the most friendly regulators in the space.
I think it's important for everyone in the ecosystem to work together to create and accelerating the space. As Bula is coming from institution and you are coming from a startup space, so how do you see talents from startup and like experts from traditional institutions like banks working together to build this future, and how do you envision this ecosystem to be like in the future?
Okay, so let me share with you some details from the search group. So we've been working closely with bringing talents from Web 2 to Web 3 and embracing the mass adoption into crypto. I can tell you that at the moment, I'm not going to give you names, but most of the big companies into crypto, they're looking for experts from traditional finance, from banks, from Web 2, Like when I say Web2, I'm talking about Amazon, Facebook, Twitter. So they're looking for a director with a huge expertise into the big corporations to bring them into crypto. And eventually, when you came to crypto, this is a really different landscape. So we need to have a close collaboration between both Web2 and Web3 in order to have this huge mass adoption. So what we do, according to our statistics at Surge, we bring most of the talents from Web2 to different projects. I can tell you that the fusion between the talents in Web2 and Web3 is creating really the mass adoption. So for example, the Web2, they have the expertise on dealing with operations, scaling businesses, and they have like years, decades of experience. In Web2, it's really the innovation, decentralization. When you merge both of them, you get the results.
Bula, do you have anything to add to this question?
No, definitely. Talent is very, very critical in this space, and either from startup or from a bank, it doesn't matter because it's like cross-industry, cross-companies or anything. But what matters is doing the right thing and doing it on time.
Wonderful. So I have a last question. So if there is one piece of advice that you guys can offer to anyone, professionals or institutions that's looking into entering the tokenization space or RWA space, what would that advice be?
Yeah, we have 1 minute left very quickly. Instead of acting in innovation theater and using buzzwords like blockchain, token or anything, just doing it if it really needs, it meets a underserved need or pain point in the market. Because right now what we see also, there are a lot of noise in the market, there are a lot of tokens or crypto, etc. But do we really need them? I think we are coming to a time that there will be a kind of simplification and lean kind of structure. So that would be my recommendation.
Totally.
That's a good point. So I would say think long term. Like this market is not like for quick money. Quick money doesn't exist. So I would say think long term. Try to embrace the regulatory framework. If you are a startup, if you're a big corporation, try to optimize everything related to the legal framework also, because it's really crucial in order to attract the mass adoption, attract VCs, investors, big hedge funds. It's just really, really crucial. So yeah.
Totally agree. Thank you guys for this wonderful insights. And this is us, and enjoy the rest of your event and evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the brilliant minds on stage again, and I'm sure that you have gained a lot of valuable insights from our guest speakers. So coming up next would be the final session of today's event, and thank you very much, especially the exhibitors and visitors staying with us throughout the day for all the wonderful event, and 感谢大家的参与。现在我们进入活动的最后一个环节。It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Billion, the founder of SH Academy of HTFX, to present the topic of how to grow from a beginner to a full-time trader. Let's offer a hearty welcome to Dr. Billions， 掌声欢迎陈博士。
Hello， 各位大家下午好，非常感谢 HTFX， 也非常感谢华为天眼给我这机会在台上和大家分享。Sorry, I will speak in Mandarin, but I try to use dual language 啊。OK， 今天我的话题呢是如何成为一个全职的交易员 ，How to become a full-time trader。在这里有谁做交易的吗？可以举手吗？有谁没有做交易的吗 ？Who are not trader? Can raise your hand. Why you are not trader? OK， 今天我的这个分享会10分钟。OK， 为什么今天你不是一个交易员？为什么你今天不是全职的交易员？我觉得环境很重要啊。在还没正式我的话题之前，大概介绍我一下啊。我是 SH Academy 院长，同时我们创办了一个新的东西，就是西仓模式。 we've been created as consolidations module, which has never ever happened in Forex industry before. 西向模式是外汇全新的一套模式，好，我等下跟你们分享。来，我们进入主题。今天为什么你不是交易员？你是不会啊？还是你担心赔钱？还是你没有安全感？还是没时间找不到好老师 ？Why you are not a trader? Is it because of you don't know? Or you worry of lose your money? Or you lazy to trade? Why? 我觉得你不是交易员，和你会不会游泳是一样的。It is exactly like if you don't know how to swim. You see, I make an example. 你今天不会游泳干嘛？为什么不会游泳？是因为你担心溺水，对不对？担心呛水嘛，会死掉嘛，会失去生命嘛，对不对 ？Today you are not a swimmer. You don't know how to swim. Why? It's because of you worry you will be drained, right? You will die. You die in the water if you don't know how to swim. But let me put an example. Anyone don't know how to swim? 谁不知道怎么游泳的？有谁不会游泳吗？不会游泳。但你有下去泳池玩水吗 ？What I'm trying to say is, if you're not a swimmer, but sometime you will in the swimming pool, correct or not? Why you in the swimming pool? Because you feel safe. There's a base, right? You will not drain. 你不会被呛死。你虽然不会游泳，但是你会在泳池里面玩水。但是这一个人如果长期在泳池里面玩水的人，总有一天是不是会游泳啊 ？Correct or not? If you don't know how to swim, but you stay in the swimming pool for a long time, one day you will know how to swim. Correct or not? Exactly like trader. If you don't know how to trade, you have to go into the market first, or you have to learn first. 你要先下水，还是先学会游泳？先下水才游泳嘛，对不对 ？You have to go to the water first before you learn how to swim. Correct or not? Exactly. You have to go to the market first before you know how to trade. 我觉得在学外汇这个方面，到处有的学，但是只要一天你还不进场，你都不是一个交易员，认同吗 ？If you one day you haven't go to the market, you learn through online, you learn through any gurus, you learn a lot of forex knowledge, but you are not going to the market. One day you are still not a trader. Correct or not? You have to go to the market first. So let me tell you. If you don't know how to swim, will you go to the ocean? No, right? But you don't know how to swim, will you go to swimming pool? Exactly. 如果你不会交易 if you don't know how to trade, will you go to the market or not? Imagine, if I have a method, C module, I give you a space. I give you a very safety space. 我们今天创办的 C 仓模式是这样子的。过去我相信大家都很熟悉听过什么叫 A 仓，什么叫 B 仓，对吧 ？A 仓就是我们有专业的人帮你主管 ，B 仓就是你自己交易。Consolidation module, which is combination of book A and book B. Book A, which is we have professional team manage your money. But at the same time, the broker will loan you the amount exactly one-to-one. You can do, just do self-trading. You see? So what happened here? You can do your self-trading. All right? But if you lose your money, how? With A book, 我们的资管 with A book, the fund management, they will create your profit. Our A book, our professional fund management team will help you to trade and make profit for you. At the same time, you do your own trading. 我们的资管团队会帮你去做交易，帮你怎么去盈利。OK？ 当然风险也有的存在啊，没保证啊这种。B 仓呢是你自己做交易，你自己做交易的时候，万一亏损了怎么办？先歇一会，先停一停，因为我们资管团队会将它的盈利呢回到你的账上。I try to explain in English. You have fund management with me. At the same time, you have one self-trading account. Okay, if you face any losses in your sell trading account, don't worry, because the professional team profit will inject to your sell trading account, which is cover your losses. Sounds good? Okay, it's exactly like one day you go to the swimming pool, there's a coach, there's a teacher guiding you how to swim. All right, if you drain, people will pull you out, you won't lose your life. 就好比方说你不会游泳，对吧？我们是创造了一个很安全的环境，你在水里面，哪怕有时溺水了，有时呛到水了，有一个教练拉你起来。我觉得今天要成为一个全职的交易员，环境重要过一切，认同吗？我觉得环境重要过一切。I think the environment of trading is more important than anything. It's more important than your account or your knowledge. You need the environment. We create that environment that help you to become a full-time trader. It sound great? This is my Telegram. Feel free to contact me. 谢谢大家，我的演讲到此为止。有兴趣者可以找我的 Telegram。
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. William, for the amazing sharing. So, distinguished guests, exhibitors, sponsors, and all the brilliant minds who have joined us at the Sky 100 today. What an incredible journey it has been. A big, big thank you to each and every one of you for making the Wiki Finance Expo Hong Kong 2025 such a monumental success.
Thank you. And whether you have found a new business partner, discovered the latest technological breakthrough, or simply gained some fresh perspective of the future of the finance, this is what the Wiki Finance Expo is all about: knowledge, networking, and growth.
Right, team. You know, today's theme is Bridging Trust, Exploring the Best. This is not just a theme, but a call for action to every one of us here in the room. We really look forward to seeing a brighter and more interconnected tomorrow. 再一次感谢我们今天所有的赞助商、展商、行业的领袖以及各位来宾的鼎力支持，让我们2025香港 Wiki Finance Expo 得以成功举办。今天我们一起分享和探讨了许多金融科技最新的资讯和见解，希望大家都各有所获。最重要的是，跟我们全球顶尖的企业还有思想领袖建立更宝贵的联系。今天的主题“逐信为桥，再攀新高”，不仅仅是我们的理念，更是我们一同努力的方向。让我们一起推动金融生态的未来。
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the moment we've all been waiting for, the Wiki Finance Expo Awards presentation ceremony. This prestigious award recognizes those who have excelled through groundbreaking contributions, exceptional scores, and remarkable performances throughout 2024. And these awardees have truly made a global impact.
Indeed， 各位，2025 Wiki Finance Expo 颁奖典礼现在正式开始。那么接下来呢，让我们一起庆祝在2024年获得辉煌成就的金融科技企业。有请 Wiki Global Group 总经理 Amy 到台上为我们颁奖，有请。All right, everyone, let's welcome Amy, the General Manager of Wiki Global Group, to present the following awards for us. First of all, the best forex trading platform Asia goes to Monitor Markets. Congratulations! 有请我们 Monitor Markets 的代表来到舞台上面，领取 the best forex trading platform 的奖项。好，两位请看正中间的位置。Please take a look at the middle. Everyone, let's cheers to our award recipient, Monitor Markets. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next one, we have the best forex copy trading platform Asia. We have WeTrade.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to WeTrade. Thank you. Would you please kindly come on the stage and receive your award? Let's have a picture together with Amy. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
You nailed it. WeTrade. Congratulations. Please take a look at the middle. Wonderful, thank you. Please be seated. So coming up next would be the prize for the best Forex trading support Asia, and the prize goes to ATFX. Congratulations！ 有请 ATFX 的代表来到舞台上面领取这个 Best Forex Trading Support Asia 的奖项。两位可以看着正中间的摄影师镜头。
Please keep up your smile, and we will capture this wonderful moment. Thank you.
这是一个高光的时刻，大家灿烂的笑容，感谢各位，有请。
Thank you once again. And the next one, we have the best Forex copy trading platform Hong Kong. It goes to DLSM. Please come on the stage and have your award, please.
Congratulations to DLSM.
Hi, thank you. Hello.
We'll have a representative for the DLSM to receive the award for them. 好，两位可以看着正中间的镜头。我们邀请 DLSM 的代表来到舞台上面，为我们领取这个的奖项。Thank you, thank you. So next one would be the best fintech broker Hong Kong, and the award goes to UC Investing.
Congratulations to UC Investing. Thank you very much.
You've earned this moment, so please come forward to receive your award. Let's take a look at a photographer in the middle, please.
And also we have the other one.
So in the very middle, please take a look at our photographer's camera, please.
Please step a little bit to the left side. Thank you very much, and
Thank
congratulations
you.
once again. And then coming up, we have the best international financial market trading platform Hong Kong. It goes to Grand Markets.
恭喜恭喜 Grand Markets 可以获得 The Best International Financial Market Trading Platform Hong Kong。有请 Grand Markets 的代表来到舞台上面。
Thank you. We have the representative of Grand Markets once again, right? So, all right, coming up, please.
Here
Thank
you are.
Janet.
Please come on
Thank you.
stage.
Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Your hard work truly shines. So here you are with the award. So please take a photo together with Amy, our general manager of Wiki Global. So
Please
take
step
a look
little
at
bit to the left side, please. Thank you. Right, congratulations once again. Thank you very much.
And the next one would be the best service Forex broker Asia, and it goes to MH Markets.
Congratulations to MH Markets. Thank you.
Let's celebrate the success, MH Markets. This is the award that you deserve it.
Please keep up your smile and let us capture this amazing moment together. All right, thank you very much, and congratulations to you once again. Thank you. And then coming up, we have the best Forex trading experience global, and we have EC Markets.
Congratulations to EC Markets.
Thank you very much. Come on stage. Thank you. And we have the
有
representative for the
请
EC Markets.
EC Markets 的代表来到舞台上面领取您的奖项的 Best Forex Trading Experience Global。
Let's see, where's the EC Markets representative? Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
有
Once
请我
again,
们
thank you.
EC Market 的代表来到舞台上面为我们领取这个的奖项。What an incredible achievement EC Market has achieved. 好，两位再来看着镜头。
Thank you very much.
Congratulations
谢谢
to EC
Thank you.
Market. And then the next one would be the best Forex fintech broker Asia, and it goes to GTCFAs.
Congratulations to GTCFAs. Once again, thank you very much. Congratulations to you.
有请 GTCFX 的代表来到舞台上面。
我们有请我们的代表来到舞台上接受奖项。我们有请我们的代表，有请
GTCFX 的代表。好，我们有请代表来到舞台上面，
好，我们再次有请代表到台上，谢谢您，谢谢。
我们的代表出现了好几次啊。这一份的光荣非常不容易，也感谢我们所有的企业一直以来的努力和贡献。他们现在应该正在忙着工作呢。
谢谢 ，Thank you very much, Thank you. And then coming up, we have the best strategy provider. We have Pegasus. Would you please kindly come on the stage to receive your award? Thank you. We have the Pegasus, please. Thank you.
Congratulations to Pegasus.
All right, let's see. We have our representative to come on stage. Otherwise, we also have the representative come on stage to receive the awardees. Thank you.
有请 Pegasus 的代表。好，感谢，
again,
恭
thank you
喜
very much for your help.
Pegasus 获得 Best Strategy Provider。大家都很好奇我们的代表。都是灿烂的笑容，一份祝贺。
继续谢谢你 ，Thank you, Thank you very much， 谢谢。
All right, so the next one would be the best forex trading platform Hong Kong, and it goes to 高地集团。有请高地集团的代表。
我们有请高地集团的代表来到舞台上，谢谢您来到舞台上面接受我们的奖项 ，Thank you， 谢谢您 ，Thank you。
我们每一家的企业，其实他们都付出了很多很多的心思，去制作最好最佳的平台还有方案，给我们不同的需求者使用。感谢大家的努力。
Thank you very much. And the next one, we have the best Forex technology innovation broker Hong Kong, and we have Maxine 美盛，我们有请你来到舞台上面接受奖项。有请美盛的朋友，有请。
有请美盛的代表来到舞台上面。Let's keep it up and keep up the fantastic work that you've ever been。好，两位可以看着镜头。
再一次谢谢美行，为我们在场的每一位提供很好、很专业的这个资讯，谢谢您。我们有请下一位。
And the most trusted forex broker Hong Kong goes to CA Markets. Congratulations! Kudos to you. CA Markets， 有请代表来到舞台上面。
好，我们有请 CA Markets 的代表来到舞台上接受奖项。我们再次有请代表，谢谢，谢谢。
感谢感谢哦！今天的天气非常的好，没有夕阳，照着我们维多利亚港这里，让我们一起在 Sky 100这个非常亮丽的舞台上面，给我们专业的企业颁奖，恭喜你们！
再次谢谢你。And the next one, we have the most trusted precious metals broker Asia. We got AXI. Congratulations to AXI. Would the representative to come on the stage to have the award? Thank you very much and congratulations to you.
Your success is well deserved. Congratulations to AXI for getting the most trusted precious metals broker Asia Award. 感谢感谢两位。
Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
And the next one, the most recommended broker Hong Kong goes to Anso Capital Limited. 有请我们的代表来到舞台上面，为 Anson Capital Limited 带领我们的奖项。非常高兴，非常高兴。大家的贡献我们都是有目共睹的，所以在这个珍贵的时刻，我们当然要颁奖给我们不同的企业。
Thank you very much. And then coming up, we have the most trusted forex broker Asia. It goes to ETO Markets. Congratulations to ETO Markets. Would the
有请
representative to come on the stage to receive the award? Thank you.
有请 ETO Markets 的代表 ，ETO Markets 的代表来到舞台上面，有请。恭喜你获得这个 Most Trusted Forex Broker Asia。那么我们的代表会为 ETO Markets 领取这个光荣的奖项。Thank you for the outstanding contribution, ETO Markets. And coming up next would be the Best Forex Mobile Trading Platform App Hong Kong, and the award recipient would be Plotio 百利好。恭喜百利好的代表，有请来到舞台上面。
Thank you. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much.
That's a well-deserved recognition. Congratulations. 好，几位一起看着中间的镜头。
And at this moment, we have half of our award presentation already. So coming up, we still have 18 more to come on. Thank you.
That's true.
Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations to 百利好，谢谢。And the next one, we have the Best Forex Broker Asia. It goes to ZFX. Congratulations to ZFX. Would you please kindly come to the stage? Hello.
有请
Mr. Eagle.
ZFX 的
Very nice to see you.
representative.
Hello.
Let's celebrate the remarkable achievements together with our beloved guest here in the room. Big smile towards the middle camera.
And a few more cameras at
So
the back.
one more
Would you please
picture, one more
remain on
picture.
stage? Here.
Great, thank you to ZFX representatives. And the next award would be the Best Precious Metals Broker Asia. And the award winner is Juno Marquez. Juno Marquez, congratulations on the significant honor. Please come on stage and receive the award on behalf of your team. So we know that all of your exemplary work has set for a high bar for us.
Thank you very much. And the next one, we have the Best Institutional Forex Broker, and it goes to Redbird Corporate. Congratulations to Redbird Corporate, and with the representative to come on the stage and receive the award. Thank you.
恭喜恭喜 Redbird 的团队，重复 Redbird。刚才跟他们做访问的时候，看见他们的 logo 都是有红色的一只的鸟啊，飞得非常的高，那也是一种很好的寓意，预示他们的事业还有平台的成就都是一飞冲天的。So coming up next would be the Best Forex Introducing Broker Program Asia, and it goes to Markets for You. Congratulations， 恭喜 Markets for You 的代表来到舞台上面接受这一方的殊荣。Thank you for the unwavering commitment and excellence.
我们再一次恭喜我们 Market for You， 还有我们刚才得奖的每一位朋友，感谢你们的付出，感谢你们的支持，再一次恭喜你们，谢谢。
So I believe that this is a testament to their hard work and dedication. Thank you once again and congratulations to Markets for You.
Thank you very much. And the next one, we have the Best Forex Trading Experience Asia, and it goes to VT Markets. Hello, VT Markets.
有请代表来到舞台
Thank
上
you
面。
for our representatives. Thank you.
两位可以一起看着镜头，再来一个灿烂的笑容，送给 VT Markets 非常非常厉害的成就。
And also, we still have the camera at the back. Please keep up your smile. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. 感谢我们的代表。So the next one would be the Best Forex Trade Execution Hong Kong, and the award goes to CB Congratulations！ 恭喜 CBCX 的代表，有请 CBCX。
我们再一次恭喜我们 CBCX 的代表朋友，感谢你的付出，可以说是实至名归。再一次谢谢您，谢谢。Thank you. And the next one, we have the best Forex trading experience Hong Kong, and it goes to Rock Global. Congratulations to you!
恭喜恭喜 Rock Global 的团队 ！Congratulations on the remarkable success.
请保持你的笑容，让我们摄影师记录这个最珍贵的时刻。谢谢。
And your effort really inspires us all. Thank you once again, Rock Global. And the best bullion broker Hong Kong is WCG Markets. Congratulations to receiving this award. Please come on stage.
恭喜我们 WCG Markets。我们麻烦你们保持笑容，看着我们中间摄影师镜头，保持这个最佳的笑容记录下来。再一次恭喜你们。
And we're very glad to commend you on this amazing achievement. Congratulations to WCG Markets.
Thank you very much. And the next one, we have the most transparent Forex broker Asia, and it goes to HTFX. HTFX, congratulations to you!
恭喜 HTFX 的团队，恭喜你们 ！Congratulations! Please come on stage to receive this award. And thank you very much for invaluable contributions throughout the past years.
And we still have the camera at the back because we still have a lot of guests capturing this amazing moment. So please keep up your smile. Thank you.
Thank you also for the positive impact that you've made to the industry. Thank you. Congratulations again, HTFX. And the next one will be the Best Forex IB Program Asia. The award goes to Tribe. 恭喜恭喜 Tribe！ 欢迎来到台上接受属于你们的光荣时刻。And we are very privileged to recognize your exceptional accomplishments. Congratulations to Tribe.
Thank you very much and congratulations once again. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the next one, we have the best precious metal trading platform, and it goes to 金祥国际。我们有请金祥国际的代表来到舞台上面，掌声有请。
恭喜恭喜金祥国际 The talents and hard work truly commendable. So let's take a moment to capture the happy moments. Please take a look at the camera. And the best corporate service provider award goes to Parkway. Congratulations. Kudos to you.
Congratulations to Parkway, our best corporate service provider.
Yes, Parkway is the recipient of this prestigious award. So let us have our representative to come on stage. 有请代表来到舞台上面，为我们接受这一份的奖项，给 Parkway 有请。
Coming up, we still have a few awards to present. Thank you very much.
Right.
And then coming up one, we have the best fintech and solutions, and it goes to TJ Tech PTE Limited. Congratulations to you.
Big shout out to TJ Tech PTE Limited. 掌声恭喜 TJ Tech PTE Limited 的代表，我们的团队来到舞台上面，非常非常的高兴。哎，我看见你们都是有制服的哦，都是一片蓝蓝的天空，都是一份希望，一份的很好的寄语。And the best payment service provider award goes to Pascal. Congratulations, 恭喜 Pascal 获得 Best Payment Service Provider Award. Congrats, you totally deserve it. 他们的制服也是非常的鲜艳，非常的高兴、开心的颜色。
Thank you very much once again. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, 恭喜恭喜。
And coming up one, we have the best broker for trading technology Asia, and it goes to Needs. Congratulations to you.
恭喜 Needs 获得 Best Broker for Trading Technology Asia. Congratulations, please come to the stage. You earned every bit of this. Let's take a moment to celebrate this. Great, perfect, ready. Wonderful, we have everything captured. Congratulations. The Best Forex Trading Innovation Hong Kong Award goes to Emperor Financial Services Group. Congratulations to you, hooray! 恭喜恭喜 Emperor Financial Services Group 获得这个 Best Forex Trading Innovation Hong Kong 的奖项。来到我的舞台中间，
再一次恭喜我们英皇集团的每位朋友，请你们继续保持笑容，看着我们中间的摄影师镜头，谢谢您，也再次恭喜，谢谢 ，Thank you，
恭喜你，我们还有3个奖项的。
对，美玲。And coming up, we have the fastest growing broker, and it goes to Expo. Woohoo! Fantastic one! Oh!
Great teamwork!
Woohoo!
Woo! Hats off to you! Woo! Congratulations! The energy is truly electrifying.
That's true.
So the Best IB Program Award just to XPO. Thank you. Congratulations. And finally we have
the FinTech Innovation Excellence Award, and it goes to Pass to Pay. Okay,
right.
we have the Pass to Pay
XPO,
first.
please stay, please stay. Please stay because you still have one more award.
And the gentlemen, please stay. We still have a final award to XPO. Just keep it up, all right? So first of all, we would like to invite Pass to Pay to come on the stage to have the award of a FinTech Innovation Excellence Award.
Okay. So this is FinTech Innovation Excellence Award goes to Pass to Pay.
Thank you
Please
very much.
come on stage. Thank you. Have we distributed all the awards?
Not yet. We still have one.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially for XPO members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Best IB Program, and it goes to XPO!
What a surprise! What a surprise! We keep you to the very last to receive the award because we have so much strong team.
All right, please keep it up. Please remain on stage. We still have our cameraman to have the picture.
All right, they're so happy. They're so happy to receive all the awards. And thank you very much, Amy, our General Manager of Wiki Global Group. Please be seated, and thank you for distributing all the awards for us. Everyone, let's give a big round of applause to Amy. Thank you. Thank you. And everyone, let's put your hands together to congratulate all the remarkable companies that we've just acknowledged, and the dedication and excellence truly set the bar high in the finance and fintech industry. 再次衷心感谢我们 Wiki Global Group 总经理 Amy 为我们颁发所有的奖项，也恭喜今天所有获得奖项的每一位获奖者，他们真的实至名归。
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end end of the Wiki Finance Expo Hong Kong 2025, and we hope you have gained valuable insights, made meaningful connections, and most importantly, had a great time here. And Wiki Expo will continue expanding its footprint across the globe by hosting more amazing events like today.
各位来宾，2025香港 Wiki Finance Expo 已经来到尾声了。Wiki Expo 会继续带来更多精彩丰富的金融科技活动，扩展在全球的影响力。希望大家都享受其中，并且有所收获。Once again, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who have been making this an incredible event. Let's continue to bridge the trust, explore the best, and build a future together. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Bye bye.